Oh, Stream Elements, my friend, you're alive. So I'm so tired of looking at this wallpaper here. What do you have for me, Bing? Next one? I can live with that. Oh, we need to move that one. Awesome. This song is driving me nuts. Hey, Thursday. Why are you called Thursday? I'm having a debate with someone about them being able to do a rap battle. Yep, talking about you. Get in voice chat and rap battle with Force. Or Rap Force. So if you want your name to be 100,000% Danish for the day, Thursday, it's... There you go. Now you're officially a Danish weekday as a name. How are you, Becky? Are you dropping them balls in the halls and sending us all the nudes, dudes? I got that song, All the Young Dudes, in my head now because I'm thinking about all the young nudes. I can close down Discord then. I hope I can piss off some Linux idiots today. Hey, Damer! No, Becky is just singing that we should all drop them nudes, dudes. You know, did you miss the whole fucking Discord today? Oh, Becky was on fire, man. She told us where the fuck to put our balls, man. She was the queen bitch. And we just took it, man. And then she started to go into the whole fucking gangster rap shit. Dropping nudes and what have we not. Cruising with the Bentley, you know, tinted windows, big pling. You know, throwing her big, you know, swag in our face. Yeah, she really fucking went at it today. And our Geigen, or what the fuck his name? I can't pronounce his name. It's really fun. Every time a girl talks in Discord, he disappears. And then when there's no girls talking, he emerges and just wants to be part of every fucking conversation going on. We should send Becky nudes. Well, no, not really. Like, she want us to drop the nudes. Not for her, but for everyone, each other, basically. I don't think that your little potato chip is welcoming in her on her phone. Maybe in her phone, but probably not on her phone. You know, your little cheese noodle. I'm still waiting to see. Oh, that's the wrong fucking button. No, not it's the right button, but wrong system I'm on. There you go. Nudes for the server, not my DMs. Well, now you say that. Be prepared. I will now send you some nudes. Bathe in my clawiness. There you go. Nude sent. I sent my cock on Discord. Well, do you have a bird? Do you have a chicken? Oh yeah, I do. Cocker, you do. Motherfuckers. How is Windows going for your lamer? You used to be a cock, so you used to be cockhole then. Did you watch your ex-girlfriend fuck other guys? You know, that's apparently the new big thing I've heard out in town. Everyone is fucking raving about it. I just don't think I want to watch my girlfriend be fucked by anyone else. Like, yep, he has a bigger fucking penis and balls than I have. Yep, he's way more clean shaved than I am. Yep, I'm definitely out of shape compared to him. Let me masturbate to this fucking marvel of a fucking excitement going on in my bed. Definitely not for me. Definitely not for me. What do I have in documents? Why am I so confused? Oh, that's not the right one. I haven't booted up since I got the PS5. I've been playing more Kubuntu. Ah, so you've been playing games all day. I see how it is. I made this in a virtual environment. I don't think I want to do that. Maybe I should do it. I need to learn how to package Python into one big neat package. Oh, look at my glorious Windows shell. Look. It takes forever to start up because I'm using all my bash. Not all my bash. But using a script. So if we go in here and do... Come on! Who needs fucking Linux when you have Windows? Come on. This is getting me all the bitches. Maybe it's because it's just convenient. PlayStation seems to have all the best games out at the moment, to be honest. Definitely seems to be the way to go for gaming. I will still get an if I am going to buy a console, I will get an Xbox just because I like the controller better. I like the price point better because I'm doing 1440p, so I'm just going for the S series. And I like the whole Game Pass. I think you get better value for your money with Game Pass versus PlayStation. But I will admit that PlayStation probably have the best games out there. On average. But yeah, look at this fucking marvel here, man. It's definitely not this motherboard that I have, by the way. When I am in VMware Station, so... Yeah, look at this fucking shit. You can't do top. Yes, I can. Oh, no, I can't. It's called PS, if I'm not mistaken. There you go. That's top. I have a few tools. I'm making some tools and stuff like that for videos about scripting Windows and stuff like that. That I gladly show off if you guys and girls and sexy beasts are interested in that. I know Becky can't wait to just jump in with all her rap references and Dropping the mic left, right, and center. Let's empty this one up there. Let's do this one there. Also, I haven't checked this for updates in a little while, so it would be a good idea to see if there's any pending issues. Nope. Set and done. I'm also testing Sophos antivirus. It's probably the best fucking antivirus I've seen ever, man. And now you can see my email address. Don't sign me up for any porn sites. And this is fucking amazing, man. I love this shit. I'm making a video about this. I don't want to add a device. Did I just... No. Even when I'm doing a Python program where I have to use a webcam for some potential machine learning and face recognitions and stuff like that. Best antivirus, common sense, that could not be further from the truth. I will 1000% agree with you there. I know that EB loved that antivirus company. I've come to the conclusion with EB is that you listen to everything he says and then you forget it the second you stop talking to him. Because he changed his mind the next day. He go take a crap, smoke a fag. That's a cigarette, by the way. I'm not calling him a faggot. And then he's going in with his cup of coffee, and now Norton is the best fucking antivirus or the worst antivirus in the world. Yeah, he just wants to entertain people, I guess. I have not had any problem with it. What I was about to say with the webcam, it shows you if programs is taking control of possible, you know, security risk items. So if a program is accessing my webcam, a little pop-up comes up here in the corner and say, hey, this program is using your webcam. And of course you can turn that off and allow the and put it on a whitelist and stuff like that. But it's really good and it's really cheap. Let's do United States dollar dues. He's saying you can use it for free, but I haven't seen that option yet. This is for a fucking year. Like, that's for a year. This is what most antiviruses cost for like 3 months. So I'm testing this. I will do a video about it. Christian Lambe from on YouTube, you know, the old the Digital Life guy, he showed me this while I was talking to him on Discord one day. It's fucking amazing, man. And they have a lot of, you know, if you just want to run a one-time tool, if you go in here. I'm also using Bing only on this one to test Bing a lot. Sophos. We go in here. Yeah, we can talk about the LTT situation if you want to. Just give me a second. You go down here on free tools. So you can download, like, this Hitman Pro. It's basically a malware client. I need to test this, so I need to download that. This one here, this one here, I actually tried on my system. So you download this is like a standalone antivirus scanner, so you can have it on a thumb drive, antivirus malware scanner. You have to sign up for it, you know, or not sign up for it, you have to provide it with your email address. And then you can just run a one-time scan, and then you can go on your merry way. So if you are working in IT, this is what I think I will probably use this program for. Have it on a thumb drive, and then if you have issues or you think there's issue on a computer, you just run this program off the thumb drive. And it scans everything. It can tell you how good Becky's rap skills is this today. How much, you know, free shits, not free shit. How much coffee she had today. I have a slider to cover. I also have a slider to cover, or I have a piece of paper to cover my webcam. Sophos indeed has a free version. You can can you still task kill the antivirus engine like back then? So go into task manager. I think you're asking me, right? You asked that. That's what you were thinking about, right? I'm not sure. Oh, it's here. Yeah, Sophos. Yeah, that's something I need to test for the video. Thanks for bringing that up, because that could potentially be an issue. But yeah, I use what the fuck do I use on my Avia? I use that on my yeah, Bitdefender. I like Bitdefender. I do like Bitdefender. But I use Avia right now because it was just, you know, Bitdefender is convoluted to get the right version of, and I got tired of having to go through submenu to menu to submenu. Hey, how are you, man? Thanks for the live stream. It was really, really amazing watching you use your big brain to solve a big brain problem. I'm just talking about the... I'm making a video. I'm testing the antivirus we were talking about, and I will make a video about it later. I've been using this a little. I tried this tool here, and it showed how bad my normal antivirus actually is. So I'm going to install Sophos home antivirus on my main system this weekend. What happened was they downloaded a PDF. Oh, sorry, that's not what. I'm a little bit behind, so just Indeed post a video. What happened? They downloaded the FPF form from a sponsored email that seemed legit. Oh, so they got. Oh, yeah, that's stupid. Or not stupid. That's bad. Back then, you could Indeed task manage and kill it. Oh yeah, Hank. I will try and see that for the video. Thanks, man. Bitdefender. Yeah, Malwarebyte is really, really good. Yeah. Yeah, I wish Malwarebyte was lifetime. Yeah, dude. I used Windows Defender, and the first time I ran this antivirus, it found 50-something fucking tracking cookies. No other antivirus program I've used have found. Even on my maintained host system that I do try to... yeah, I used Scan and Clean. I used that one. And it was... And I used Malwarebyte. Sophos Scan and Clean found 50 plus more cookies, tracking cookies on my system than Malwarebyte did. Like, these tools are fucking amazing. Like, I'm not just saying it to blow shit up his ass or smoke up his ass or kiss his you know, his feet or ass, anything like that. They are really good tools, man. And I'm a little bit ashamed that I haven't heard about them before now, to be honest. Also tested for false positive. I don't know if I want to test it for false positives and stuff like that, because there are databases you can find online. So and what the fuck is it? Antivirus hit rate. There you go. You can go in here and you can look at hit rates for antiviruses, and you can see where they score. You know, so it will just be me duplicating what's already out there, and I don't really want to do that. This is not the one. Maybe it's not. I can't remember what the detection rate. That's what I'm looking for. You have to find them a little bit here. This is still. There's so many fucking bot sites in there. 90 plus. Why can't I find it? It's like this every time I need to find something for a video. I can never find it. What is it called? You see, you get all these top 10s and stuff that this just like they're paying to get ahead in the fucking algorithm. Antivirus detection test. Of course I can't. I found so many sites like a month ago. This is driving me nuts now. Yeah, the scan and clean tool is really, really good. Oh, you just used the scan and clean one. Maybe I should just use that one then. Oh, you're on Mac also. I'm thinking about doing the home thingy, the home edition. Yeah, almost nothing else bothers with cookies, that's right. That's probably because it has Hitman Pro. I think Sophos brought Hitman Pro. Oh, they did. I could try and use Google for fun. Virus Total, is that the one I'm looking for? Yeah, I want a full suite, so I'm probably going with the home edition then. Oh yeah, it's just a scanning site. Hey Don. Oh, I'm okay. I hope you're doing amazing, man. Yeah, I'm actually thinking about getting Scan and Clean to have with me at work, to be honest. Yeah, I think I will try Google. Because it seems like I'm getting filtered, like you said. Detection rate test. It's the same. I'm getting filtered. It's because they are paying to get ahead. Oh, maybe here. Oh, that's the white paper. That's not what I'm looking for. Best antivirus detection rate. I'm looking for AV test. Oh, the link. Yeah, you need to be a moderator to get to be a link. To post links. You're still using Bing? Yeah, I'm trying to do yeah, most of these tests are paid. Yeah, I found a independent test site. I can't remember where it is. Oh, I'm still using Bing. You're right. Oh my god, I'm so fucking stupid. Just tell me the name of the site. You know what the site is called. Rate comparison. That's the one I'm looking for. No. Bing is using ChatGPT. Microsoft owns or a part owner of ChatGPT. So that's kind of what they use for their Bing chat. That's why I use Bing. I want to kind of if you are a part of the Bing chat kind of thing, it comes up here. I'm not signed in on this one here. Sponsored. Yeah, but it's built on OpenAI. Yeah, well, it's still not the same though. But yeah, I get what you're coming at. Nope. AZ and Don Caesar. Yeah, they are sadly paid. Yeah, I think. Something like this here, yeah, is what you're looking for. And most antiviruses, it's called AV test. I think it's the one that I just was on. Yeah, I've just been on this one here. No, I missed it. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I must have missed it. It's under the business section. Okay, gotcha. But yeah, most antiviruses are in like the top 90%. Oh, Sophos, here it is. No reports matching your... They didn't test the home version. They probably have not done it. Protection, performance user. So protection, it got a 6. That's max score. So it's on par with Anlab, Avast, Bitdefender. Yeah, it's a lot of them is just what you like. Malwarebyte, not so good. Microsoft, oh, a 6 also. Synaptic, Svens, Micro. Yeah, I know I can go into detail, but what I'm mostly yeah, Microsoft Defender is good, but I ran this computer here with only Microsoft Defender, and I ran this your tool here, and I found like 50 something cookies that the Windows Defender didn't find, and I'm not using any Malwarebytes or anything like that. Is there any difference between Windows Defender on Home and Pro? Yeah, you get more business features with the Pro version, basically. You don't need the... Well, it kind of does. I think you can set it up. I think if you do a deep scan, it does. Well, just because Google also use AI in the back end and machine learning to do search results. But like you see here, people pay to get ahead in the algorithm. You can pay Google money to be in here. Like you can pay Google money to be here. So how good is a search engine? Well, here's the thing. You may only find the good ones when you get like 2-4 pages deep, because most of it is just, sponsored advertisement or ads or paid, they pay some company to get ahead in the CEO. And that don't mean that it's what you're looking for. That's basically what AI should help us with, but I was saying, but there's also the Office 365 version, yeah. Out of topic, what do you think is a secure messenger out of the market now? None of them. I don't trust any messaging system. I just don't. But anyone, like, any messaging system or messenger that you feel secure on, use that. But I don't believe that. Here's my viewpoint on security on the internet. It's not existing. It's just, a Signal could be a good one, yeah, but it's also been hacked if I'm not mistaken. Kaspersky is also Kaspersky, or however it's pronounced. It's also a really good antivirus program. I actually used to use that before I went over to Windows 11, but it had problems with Windows 11 in the beginning, so that's why I went to Avaya. Yeah, I don't look at the Windows secure, or so not Windows security, at online security as like, okay, if I'm using these things here, I can run around with my dick swinging and nothing will happen to me. I'm always like, if I need to do something where security is upmost, I will be trying to circumvent the internet. It could be something like physical delivery, for example. It could be something like making a private VPN there's no middleman. The second you put a middleman into a VPN, the security of that VPN is almost non-existent, because now you are in the hands of some third party. So if I want to transfer, let's say, something to Christian, we could probably make a VPN connection just between our two computers over the internet. I will trust that way more than NordVPN and stuff like that. You know, that's what, or if I wanted to telecommunicate into work, I will be doing that via a VPN from my computer to a work computer, not via NordVPN or what they're called, because what all these VPNs you see, you know, all the YouTubers advertise for, they're only good for one thing, and that's what Netflix. That's what they're good for. They're really only good for you if you want to spoof your location. That's all they're good for. But it's only a diversion for people that want to hack you, nothing more. They're just being diverted. So instead of taking 30 seconds, it takes some minutes to hack you, or 40 seconds to hack you, or something like that. Never look. I get so frustrated every time I see some YouTube. Yeah, you get NordVPN and you can watch Netflix all over. And do you not know that it's encrypted and it's massively secure? You know what this HTTPS means? This here means that we are now on an encrypted tunnel from here to Bing. It's basically the same as a VPN. I'm basically VPNing into Bing.com right now. I get why they're doing it. They are playing on this fear factor, but I see way too many people throwing, and they are massive expensive. They're throwing hundreds of dollars a year away on a VPN and think that it's better than a firewall and proper antiviruses and all of that. And they can then go and do dubious shit on the internet. I'm like, dude, it's just like a small little speed bump that you get. There's so many videos out there that debunk all these VPN services. VPNs is great if it's between computer to computer. So my computer to my work computer, for example, or my computer to Christian or Don's computer. Makes sense there. Even that is not that massively secure. Well, it's massively more secure than just doing it via email, but it's not, and it's massively more secure than NordVPN, for example. But it's not 1000% or 100% secure. Yeah, nothing is secure as long as you're online. Exactly. And all of this decentralized and all of that shit, it's a lot of buzzwords. Hey, Runner, it's a lot of buzzwords. Don't believe everything that they say. Just because it's decentralized don't mean that it's better or more secure. In the end, every piece of software is really stupid and is basically in the control and might of the humans controlling it. So no matter how open or how decentralized or how good a software is, it all comes down to how is the people writing the code doing it. You can have the most secure proprietary software, you can have the worst secure proprietary software because of the code, not because of the software. That goes also with open source. You could have the amazing, stable, secure open source program, or you can have a massively fucking batshit crazy open source program because of the developers. That's why I get angry when people say, oh, Windows is bad because it's proprietary. No, Windows is bad because the developers and Microsoft is making Windows bad. Windows don't automatically get installed on a fucking hard drive and say, you know what? Let's fuck the developers what they want me to do. Let's fuck what my users want me to do. I'm becoming this anonymous fucking autonomous thing and just making up my own mind because of a proprietary software that I want to do these things. No, Windows only do what the developers tell it to do. So if you want to be angry at something, be angry at the developers, not the software. The software is the little puppy being trapped in the middle. It gets me so frustrated. Poor little fucking software. You know, like... poor little software. Oh yeah, Hank, that makes sense. I get why VPN can make sense for some people. I get it. I personally run my own instance on Linode. Linode is actually really, really good, yeah. I do like Linode. Every fucking tech YouTuber has been sponsored by Linode. That's my goal. My biggest goal is to get a sponsorship with Linode and just shit on it for 5 minutes. Yeah. I used VPN for the longest time to get access to American Netflix. Because there was some shows we couldn't get here in Denmark that I really, really, really wanted to see. Yeah, it's this whole narrative from the Linux community that proprietary software is anti-consumer and doing bad things to the consumer just for the fact that it's proprietary. No. It's like saying that it's the car's fault for driving into a tree. No, it's the human behind the fucking steering wheel. You know? Oh, you did? I have to watch your live stream back maybe today or tomorrow, Christian. I definitely have to watch your live stream back. I'm really... Hey, Arnie, hey, Arnie, Christian is a fellow German. I don't know if you know him. But yeah, I'm really interested to see what you did with that whole session there. Let's look a little bit at my scripts that I'm working on for some videos and also for work. The Python stuff I don't think I will show you because that's work related. But here I have this is done in Bash, okay? Not Bash. What the fuck am I saying? I've used Linux too fucking long. This is all done in PowerShell using basically a .NET method or object called Windows. I love the comment that one guy said all software should be on Linux or never be made. Yeah. Like there was one guy that wanted EU to make all proprietary software illegal because that was pro-consumer. Yeah, Christian, throw in your link to your stream Discord, not Discord, your Twitch link. So yeah, this is a little tool I'm making for when I have to do diagnostic on computers that already have Windows installed. So I'm in a GUI environment. So instead of having to do like device manager, you know, or do and then remember the device manager shortcut down here. I can't see it from my microphone. I can just have a big nice button I can click here, and of course it. Oh, I can't run the memory. Yeah. I haven't checked this. It's still beta, by the way. But I can click device manager. It will come up. I can do system information. No, that's not the one I'm looking for. This one here, I can do computer management. And then there's other tools I want to plug into this one here. So if a computer is acting up at work, I can just run this little script here, and then I can just, okay, I want to check these things, and I can click that. Do some diagnostic tools with it. I need to figure out that memory thing. I fucked that up massively. But yeah, again, this is done on Windows in PowerShell. You hear again, oh, you can't do anything with Linux. With Windows. We love Linux because we can do stuff with Bash scripting and stuff like that. And you know what? You can do almost the same on PowerShell with Windows. The thing is, you just have to understand how Windows work. And if you kind of, like, I don't understand 100% how Windows work. I know way more about Linux than Windows. Way more about Linux than Windows. But if you just are willing to find the documentation and look into these kind of things with Windows, what you can do with Linux, you can almost do the same thing with Windows. Yes, you cannot change the fucking desktop environment. You cannot compile your own kernel. But anything besides that, you can probably do under Windows that you can do under Linux. Yeah, go subscribe to Christian Lambert's Twitch stage. He don't want to do it, so I'm doing it for him. Let's see if he still goes by this on YouTube. Hey, yes. Do you have a link to your live stream? Here you go. There you go. There's that handsome guy. The latest video, he did some Kubernetes or something like that, I think. Yeah, it's really chill being in there. I like it. It's a stream for grown-ups. That's not all that fucking bullshit that you get, you know, in my streams and you get with you know, the comment sections on YouTube and stuff like that in general. It's like you learn a lot in there, and we also have fun. We have a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun in it. It's not like it's totally, you know, let's be big grown-ups in there. Yeah, go give him a follow, man. Once upon a time, we could use the docs in Windows, but PowerShell have become so much better. Yeah. Oh, DOS, sorry. Yeah, DOS, yeah. Yeah, PowerShell is boss, man. PowerShell is definitely boss. It really is. Like, this program here is a CLI tool that do kind of the same and do a lot of the things that I also do under Linux, but basically testing the systems a little bit in the back end. And I don't know if I want to make this into its full-blown GUI tool, because a lot of these things are stuff that if someone gets my USB stick, they don't automatically know how to do it. Have you used the object-based features in PowerShell? A little bit. So this one here is drawing in the objects from .NET, basically. So all of this here is a little bit of the object nature. So here, new object, you know, I'm using the object from .NET that are drawing windows on Windows, basically. But I'm like a massive newbie when it comes to PowerShell. Like, I just started doing this like a week ago or something like that. The way that you call functions and stuff like that it's a little bit massively different. Like, this is a function up here, and then you have permanent variables in here, and you know the white hole. You're doing a lot of things. This is a switch. Like, oh, I wish fucking Bash have switch statements because they're so much more efficient. Even Python don't have switch statements. And yeah, you could. It's weird. Like, it's strange. And you're sitting there like, why are you doing it like that? But then it kind of makes sense when you read the documentation and why they're doing it. Like, look at it like this. If you understand C#, PowerShell is just a breeze for you. But yeah, this is like a tool for when I want to nerd out in the PowerShell and do a little bit more advanced things. So we can go in here and we can. Oh, I am definitely not in the right place. And you can do tab completions. So, and I think I have it in documents, right? I've already been in there before. Actually, PowerShell functions a lot like ZSH when I'm thinking about it. And then it's PowerShell projects. And then it's the admin. And then I just tap to autocomplete. So it starts /admin.ps1. And this is the script. This is this script here. Hey Bruce, how are you, man? Oh, Shell on Amiga. Yeah, that was fun, yeah. What Windows package manager do you prefer, Winget or... I have only used Winget. I haven't used Chocolately yet. I know a lot of people talk about it, but I've only been using Winget. The syntax looks weird. It does. PowerShell have a weird syntax, but it's one of those things, like I said, when you... it's weird to explain. When you don't know what it's doing, it's like, why the fuck are you doing it this way? But when you read the documentation and what they mean and stuff like that, you are like, I can see how this can give me better controlled scripting, and it makes sense now. It makes sense now. But yeah, I can ping Google, I can get the BIOS version, I can scan the system for problems, I can view the incognito history, so if people have been watching porn at work in incognito mode, I can go in and see that. I can delete the incognito history, I can list drivers, I can see the firewall status. We do something like this right now, we get the firewall status. I'm in a VM, so I'm not that fussed about it. And then when I click enter, just automatically go back in here. I can do simple GPU information. Click enter, I'm back in. I can reset network sockets errors. I can do system information. No. I can show IP. I can list network connections and stuff like that. So not a lot, but some few other things I want to put in here. And I have to used some of these programs at work at some point. So what my idea here is that I make GUI tools for stuff that is quick fixes or not so powerful tools that I need to work with, like device manager, print manager, the everyday stuff that everyone's going in and do, like go in here and do print management. I need to make a shortcut in that GUI. Finding these stuff like these here, that I will make in GUI form. Sorry, and then this, oh shit. This script here is for, okay, now we're going in to do real admin work. And I like the separation that it gives me, that I know that when I'm running this one here, I'm a little bit doing high level administration, like user management, adding devices, looking for, is there any device conflicts in here and high level stuff. And then, because of the way that I separate these two scripts, now I know that, okay, I can fuck shit up in here. You can also in the other ones, but here I can definitely fuck some shit up, Or I'm going behind Windows to some extent. I'm going behind the Windows trying to protect itself from its user. Because that's what it's doing by hiding all of these things here. They are still in there, but it's hiding it behind submenu with submenu and submenu. And that's basically just what I'm, instead of having to click 5 times, I just click one button to get into computer management. Or computer management. Or instead of doing, Windows key and then type in, computer management and then click it up there, I just have a simple way, a shortcut way of doing it, so to speak. Where in here is where we do now we're going to do some administration work here. Like we're going hands deep into the gutter basically. And I like that there's that separation. That it's just me. I know some people like to have everything in one place. I like to kind of have, my tools separated in categories where this is like administrative tools, bug fixing tools, high level end user problem fixing. In here, we're starting to mess around with the operating system itself, basically. Even though you can do that in some of these, like if you go into like the red edit and stuff like that, we can do a lot of damage in there. But I hope it makes sense what I'm trying to convey here. So that's why I kind of like to have them separate. And I'm even thinking about making some tools that will help them do business stuff, you know, setting up, make an automatic tool that automatically does a lot of setup, installing programs. Every time you set up a new computer, just automatically installing the programs and stuff like that, because a lot of the computers are not connected to Active Directory. Some are not, so we cannot make a setup profile and all that easy shit that if everything was doing via Active Directory. Like, I work in a place where it's a little bit like, what works, works. If it works, do it. That's kind of the mentality of it. How cheap can we do it? How well can we do it? And does it work? They don't care much about everyone having their own little unique user identification and all that fucking shit. If you get a 5-year-old computer, can we use this computer? How can we use it? What is the most convenient way we can use it? How can we use it in a way that is the least work for the end user to do it in? And that means some is on Active Directory, some is running Windows 10, some is running Windows 11, some is running this software, some is running. It's a big jargon of everything basically, and I think it's fun because all computers are not the same, and yeah, it's just fun, man. I love it. I do like Winget a lot. I'm actually working on. A lot of people say that you can't upgrade Windows from the command line. So that's what you're telling me. I think I have it. No. Where the fuck did I have that? Is it in here? Where? Oh, here it is. This is how you install basically PowerShell have an app store. Go figure. And you install a module in there that's called PS Windows Updates. And if you want to test Windows for updates, we can actually go in and do that right now. And we need to run PowerShell as administrator. When you have installed that module, you just go in here and you do these things here. Get Windows Update. So if there's a Windows Update, which there's not, but if there is, it is going to check it in. It's a little bit slow. There you go. If there is, then you do this one up here, install Windows Update. So now, Linux people, I can now administrate updates via the command line. Like, I kind of like this as a big fuck you to a lot of Linux people. I'm not going to lie. Like, the more I use PowerShell, I can't stop. I can't wait for a Linux user to come at me with, we can do this in Bash under Linux. And I'm like, yeah, look at this fucking idiot. Like, look at this pro. And then show them doing the exact same thing, a more advanced thing in PowerShell. I'm not saying Windows is bad, Linux is bad. I'm just tired of all of this superiority complex that, you know, that people have because they're running Linux. That's one of my biggest problems, that they think they're better and smarter than everyone else. And I can't deal with people that think that they are better than anyone else. It drives me nuts. It really goes to my core. It makes me, ugh. Like, why should it be that important? Like, I reacted to Christian's video about going from Windows to Mac, and it's over an hour long. Because I read his comment section before I reacted to the video. And the real gold is actually in the comment section. You see so many people telling him what to do with money he have made doing hard fucking work that they have not done. They are telling him how to spend it just because they don't like it. And it's that fucking mentality that drives me nuts. It's like going down to the clothing store and going up to someone browsing the I don't know, sweatshirts and stuff like that, and saying, buy that sweatshirt. Because the color is better, or the brand is better, or their factories are better made, or they're more employee focused and stuff like that. I'm like, let the fucking human do what they want with their money. As long as you're not paying for it, and you didn't give them the money, let them do with it what they want. Okay? I don't get it, man. You're creating a new... Joseph, when are you not creating a new Linux distro or something? I have a button to boot straight into BIOS from Windows. Yeah, I need to make one of those run. That's actually a really good idea. That's really a good idea. Just to join in what you can and can't do. You can't install multiple programs at the same time in Windows. I think you can if you're running 2 WinGet. Well, you kinda can. I have more than one GUI installer opened at the same time. And you can install a program via GUI way and with WinGet. You can also install a program via the App Store and the native package format. But here's the thing. Yeah, I don't know. You kinda can. I need to try and apply a few bug fixes to my new Cinnamon theme. Oh, it's a theme. Hey, Jordan. I have a couple of streamers having an issue doing stream on Linux and crying about it. But bash trash using Linux in the same video. Yeah. Is it really that fucking important to say, hey, I run Linux? That you're willing to do that? If you're a streamer, your most important thing should be streaming, not setting your computer up to be streaming. If you're a gamer, your time should not be spent fixing a game to be able to run. It should be spent gaming. But for some reason, that whole notion is lost in the Linux community. They think that, oh, you're a gamer. You must like tinkering with your computer to get your games to work. No, you fucking fool. I want to game. I don't want to go head deep and knee deep into configuration files so that I get blue balls so I can, play a game. Spend 30 minutes fucking fixing everything, and then I have 5 minutes to game before the wife comes and yell at me. If I have 30 minutes to game, I want 30 minutes to game and not 15 to tinker and 15 to game. I don't know why that's so... Oof. Yeah, it's just an operating system. Yeah, you're right, Don. I couldn't agree more, man. I say this to a lot of the people when I'm talking to them. When you are... This is a little bit of a morbid way of looking at it, but it makes sense. When you're laying in your bed or in a hospital bed and you're about to leave this earth, are you going out being, hey, bro... fucking hashtag Linux user, and then you're keeling over? No. It's not that important. Like, there's so many other things in the world that should be important to you than what operating system you're running and what software license your software is. Unless you are a coder or system administrator or infrastructure engineer, what the fuck they're called nowadays, or you are working with it in an IT professional way, it makes no sense to care that much about it. Because all of the people that sit behind the screens are caring about open source and good computer management and stuff like that, they are doing nothing to implement it into real life. They're just all sitting around the campfire, yanking their penises and talking about it. They're not going out working with it in real life, implementing it in real life. They're just sitting and talking. And then you have people like Christian and other people that I know that are working with it professionally. And they're trying to tell them what to do. Like, it drives me fucking nuts. I don't go up to an astronaut and tell them how to fucking run around in space without puking themselves. Like I would be doing. Or drawing penises on all fucking satellites around Earth. You don't tell an expert how to do their shit if you're not an expert yourself. I could go on and on about it. It gets me really fucking angry. The new coloring theme variant applies. I'm not a power user, just a Windows user, user, depending on how you... Yeah, like, power user is so overly used, if you ask me. It really is. Just ask the Foss members how many of them have done at least one commit. Yeah, I do it all the time, Christian. Dude, I do it all the time. Open source is so great because you can look at the source code. I was okay. When was the last time you looked at a source code and done anything other than looking at it, fixing a problem, submitting a bug, doing a translation, and go ask your friends how many times they have done it. And most people say no to all of that. It's like saying that I live 30 minutes away from the beach. So by their definition, their logic, I should be running around like a fucking whale in the ocean every day because I can go to the beach. Just because you can do something, don't mean that people will do something. More than likely the opposite. And I see so many people say, oh, it's open source, so therefore there's more eyeballs on the code. Prove it. Show me the statistics. Show me the scientific proven paper that's done about it. It's all speculations. The same goes with proprietary software. It's not automatically better because it's proprietary. It depends on the developer. If I look at source code, I wouldn't even know what the fuck... Exactly. I had a debate with someone, and I think it was on a live stream, and I showed them a piece of source code, really simple source code, Python source code. Like, okay, what's the problem in this source code? They had no fucking idea. You could show 99% of Linux users a piece of software, like a 5-line fucking, like a 5-line code, a hello world bash script, and you can remove a comma or a bracket or something like that, and 9 out of 10 of those will not figure out the problem because they have no idea what to look for in a 2, 3, 4-line code. And I laugh every time they say that. I'm like, okay, give me a code. I would just remove a comma here, a comma there. Where's the problem in this code? And they probably will find it, but it will take hours and hours and days before they do it. We had a guy in my fucking Discord. He could not compile a program. And then he wanted us to compile it for him, basically. Like, figure out all the problems with it. And one of the dudes in there was fucking patient like a saint. He spent probably an hour to 2 hours helping him out. You know what the fucking idiot did when he was done? Yay, I compiled my first Linux program. Like, no you didn't, man. You didn't learn anything. You didn't tell the person that was helping you what you were doing really. You just told them what you want them to know. And you just copied everything he told you to do. But yeah, you compiled your first program, apparently. And say, learn how to fix fucking, compile errors yourself before you go and, and run around like you fucking know-it-all. And then he got angry because I was mean to him. Like, I'm not mean to you. I'm just, like, nobody likes a show-it-all, a show-off. I'm better than everyone else. And he just came across like one of those. He's been... Oh, yeah, I think you catched it. I think he's back in the Discord, by the way, under a different name. He's one of those people that comes and goes. He's been in there before. I'm like, dude, just be honest, man. Like, there's no issue in wanting to learn, but you don't learn by letting other people do the work for you. Yeah, I think the new one that came in, the AO or what, AVO, it could be him. It could be him. I write code nearly every day, and I have absolutely no idea what the fuck the code from other people are doing. It took me nearly 6 months to get fluent in Laravel PHP code. Oh, I really want to learn PHP, but I don't think it will ever... I don't have use for it, but when I was doing a lot of web stuff for myself, just for fun, I wanted to make my own Twitch dashboard. It was actually before Twitch had a dashboard. I was actually working on making my own dashboard, but yeah, then Twitch did it. And I wanted to do PHP for that, but yeah, I was not fast enough. I didn't commit enough time to it, basically. Oh yeah, Becky, we have a lot of people coming into my Discord because I don't. My Discord is a little bit like going to like the mechanic shop. We talk a lot of shit. We don't sugarcoat a lot of stuff. And we can take it also. And as long as you're cool and you're not, not being abuses is the wrong word, but you know, it's hard to explain. It's common fucking sense. It's just common social interaction, you know. If you're not a douchebag, basically, I think that's the fucking, you know, a douchebag dick slapping idiot that runs around and wants to fucking be the smartest guy in the room and stuff like that, you have to expect being put on your place. That's how I grew up. If you put your head up too much and trying to be the smartest guy in the room, you got knocked back. You're like, hey, check yourself, man. You know, look around you. There's other people in here than you. You know, check yourself. You know, ground yourself a little bit. And I feel a lot of people need that in today's society. They think that they are special and unique and everything is about them and stuff. No, just check yourself. Like, step back and be like, hey, if there's 10 people in a room, there is a high possibility you're not the smartest fucking person, okay? So don't expect you to just automatically be that. If you knew how many times I've been called a R-word and stupid in my comment sections, it's unbelievable. And then I go look at that fucking YouTube channel and they've uploaded one video. And it's like almost like as bad as if you're taking it with a phone that's 10 years old. Yeah, the only rule, don't be a dick. Yeah, exactly. I get why people make a lot of rules in their Discord. It's to kinda make sure that, you know, it has a certain tone. You know, some people like a certain tone. Some like, you know, a relaxed but still proper tone. Some want, you know, a more professional tone. And I get it depending on their brand and stuff like that. I get that. But I always came across this whole YouTube and stuff like that, and also streaming when I did it on Twitch. My whole philosophy around doing this here, what I'm doing, is that for me to be able to want to do it and keep doing it, it has to be like we are mates going to the pub, having a beer, talking about amazing shit. That's the approach I take with my videos, my live streams, my Discords. We are all friends. Sometimes we get angry at each other. Sometimes we disagree. But we are all friends that can shoot the shit, help each other, listen to each other, hug each other, love each other. Hashtag not homo, by the way. You know, all of these things at the same time. That's the feeling that I'm going for, you know. We're just, even though we talk about big fucking works things and learning things and educational stuff and stuff like that, just like you would do with your real friends. That's what I want out of this. Yeah, I love you too. I love you. I love all of you. You're all fucking amazing people, man. I have some amazing people in my Discord. If I have a bad day, I just go into my Discord and shoot some shit out, and I'm laughing when I'm done with it. For the most time. Like, in the same, when I'm doing these live streams here, it's always a good thing. Sometimes I get a little bit fucking heated, and I rant a lot. I know that, and sometimes people push my buttons in the comment section on here, and I get that, and I know why they're doing it, and I get caught with it once in a while. But yeah, I never been one of those people that buy into all of this, that, oh my god, you have to be so serious to make YouTube videos and all of that fucking shit. For sponsorship, I get it. And I do want to make more serious videos, but I still want to keep the feel of... We all... Right now, I'm imagining we all sitting somewhere having a coffee, a beer, whatever it is, and I'm just talking because you guys can type and I'm speaking, but you get the idea here. We're just all sitting having a cup of coffee. Right now I'm drinking coffee. Maybe a beer later on if I have one. I don't think I have one. Let me see what you guys think. I've been rambling. I still use Win for music production. Yeah, Windows for music production is a good thing, yeah. Linux is kind of driven by passionate people, and I think it shows. So here's the thing. Don't hide toxicity with passion. I am passionate. I am really passionate about Linux. I would not have been running Linux for over 25 years if I was not passionate about Linux. Some of the people I see in the Linux community they are one step away from being fucking ISIS soldiers or something like that. Like they are batshit crazy. Yeah, don't be a cool. Yeah, we have Lama as the cult leader. Yeah, all the rules. Yeah. Yeah, I would love to have a drink with all of you, man. I disagree with everything you're saying. Yeah, that's cool. I disagree with everything you are. Yeah, you are known for your rants. Yeah, I do rant, man. Becky, I would love to take you out. Hey, she's my wife, man. Lama, she's my wife. You may be the great leader and all, but she's my wife. So if you're taking her out, I want to be taken out also. And then you can do whatever the fuck you want with her. As long as I get my beer and my food. I feel a warm and fuzzy right now. You're known for your rants. Yeah, I do rant. I do rant. Yeah, like I said, friends disagree, man. Friends disagree. Yeah, we definitely need to meet up one day, Becky. Oh, tea. I do love my tea. I do love tea. I used to drink a lot of tea, and I may go back to it. I do miss my tea. I'm more of a green tea kind of guy, though. Green tea and black tea. Yeah, Runner, take care, man. Oh yeah, there are definitely some insane Linux YouTubers out there. I think Eslik is big time mad at me. I've not talked to Eslik ever since he made that reaction video to me. You fight me for Becky. Hey, you don't need to fight me, Lama. Give me a good beer or some whiskey, some good food. She's all yours, man. A friend is not a real friend if he only tells you what you want. Exactly, Christian. Thank you for saying that. Exactly. The best friends, they put you in your place when you need to be put in your place. They tell you when you're being a massive fucking dickhead. I'll show you my Linux skills. I didn't know. Yeah, I have a Discord. Hey, me and Becky, man. Like, I love Becky. We talk almost every day. We fucking talk together every day. And sometimes she fucking gives me a fucking big run around and stab me in the butt. And sometimes I need to slap her butt in a non-sexy way. #sexy way anyway. You know, and be like, hey girl, wake up a little bit, you know. What are you doing here? Is this right, you know? Like, we go back and forth sometimes in the DMs. Like, it may not heated, but, you know, in a serious way. And sometimes I needed to be put on my place. And everyone needs sometimes to get checked, you know. They need someone to stop up and say, like, hey, I need to fucking slap you right now because you're being a fucking douchebag. Or something like that. You get what I'm saying here? We all need that sometime. And it's not because we don't care about the person. We do it because we do care. When people stop telling you the bad shit about you, that's the same time they stop talking to you. That's the same time they start to run away from you. When people care, they will tell you if you need to be adjusted a little bit. Get what I'm coming at here? Life lessons from fucking in a live stream. Would I got a little bit of Linux skills too? Yeah. Is it Taramisu? God, I'm so sorry for butchering your name, man. I get bargained away for food and beer. I'm a fat, lazy motherfucker, Becky. You can almost get me to do anything for food and beer. Og bag og trade Becky for beer. Yeah, I know, she's a fucking gem. I think we can all agree in here that Becky is fucking amazing. We all do love her in here. We definitely do. That's true. Can give me the kick in the butt when I need, and the same. Exactly. And sometimes in a sexy way. We have some fucking funs in the DMs, man. He's into cards. Yeah. I have a video where I have like the Pro Man's is Dead video recorded about him, where I'm like sitting and almost crying because he's not talking to me. I need to put that up, like the cake. Yeah. Oh, Tamiso. Oh, yeah, I love that shit. Oh, I love it, yeah. Oh, it's so expensive in Denmark, though. But it's so good. Thank you. The thing I hate the most about the Linux community is the uses of the word stable on the use of the word stable on an operating system is only as stable as the person using it. I could not agree more, my friend. And thanks so much for the $5. The cake is a lie. No, the cake is not a lie. Let's look at some delicious tiramisu. Look at this. Look at this. Come on, peeps. How can you not like? Oh, I you know what I want? I need some of this soon. Really soon. Oh, it's so fucking good. Oh, there is Nix. Just about a computer. Yeah, I know. I'm just messing with you. I hope you're doing well, by the way. But yeah, I made a video where I'm like, the Pro Man says that it's a fun video. It's meant to be fun. It's not meant to be taken seriously. I just need to update it. I'm debating on. I want to make like a Linux drama series where it's not really drama. It's just me taking the piss of stuff going on with Linux, basically making fun of it, having a joke, you know. Yeah, I'm stepping out from Linux also. I don't talk much about Linux. I do once in a while, or I want to migrate more and more over to Windows content and maybe Mac content and FreeBSD content. I'm not tired of Linux. I'm tired of the people Linux brings with it. Let me put it that way. I got told I should stop saying the Linux community, so... Yeah, it's really fucking good. It's just really expensive here in Denmark. Really expensive. Yeah. Do it, man. Do it. Hey, Marcus. Marcus, I'm starting to go to the gym again. Well, I did one time last week. And my plan is to go either tomorrow or Sunday. But yeah, I overdid it, man. I overdid it. I haven't been to the gym for a couple of months, and I went in and be like, yay, I can lift shit. And no, Ken cannot lift shit. Ken is really, really weak. And Ken really hurt his muscles. Ken can barely take a shower for like a week. It's like, oh, I can still lift the same as I did like 6 months ago. No problem. Don't forget everything about you being 40 years old and having a different job where you sit in front of the computer all the time instead of lifting big, heavy fucking logs of woods around and getting a workout that way. You definitely as strong as you was back then. Yeah, I definitely need to get my body in shape, massively in shape. There is tomorrow, I will upload the first ever video for my podcast. It's called the TDP podcast. Terminal Design Power Podcast. And it's basically just me talking about my stream libraries and Linux gaming for like an hour, a little under an hour. But yeah, we now have like a separate section for podcast on YouTube that we can do in our creator dashboard. So I want to try that out. And tomorrow is the first ever episode coming out of the TDP podcast. I kind of like the TDPP. So the naming scheme would be something like... can I get a notepad up? Where the fuck is notepad? Do I only have... Oh, there it is. So it will be called... Oh, maybe I should... This would be the naming scheme of it. So TDP 1 watt is the episode. So this is the name. This is the name. This is the episode number. This is like the wattage. You know, this is what you see on a cooler for a CPU, or the wattage that a CPU take, and then whatever you know it's about. So I'm even debating about doing it like this, or have a TDP 1 or 2 watts and then podcast behind it. Because if you have podcast in the title, the algorithm likes it a little bit better. But the idea with this is I also want to talk to other people on it. So if you guys have any other videos, or not videos, any people you want me to talk to, let me know on Discord, and I will see if we can get something up and going. Because then I want to like shoot this shit with the... Yeah, we can get Becky on if she wants, and you don't have to be on webcam. You can just put like a stock image up of your like your avatar or something like that, and then shoot this shit for like an hour or how long the podcast do, and then it will be lightly edited, meaning that I will take out the dead spaces, and if there's something like, if let's say Becky is on and she wants something to be cut out, I will cut it out, of course, but it will be as lightly edited as possible. But yeah, I've been wanting to do a podcast for the longest time. So I kind of like this TDP, and then 1 watt, you know, 2 for episode 2, 3 for episode 3, and stuff like that. And it don't, and here's the thing. It's about technology in general. It don't have to be computers. It can be cars. It can be sewing machines. It can be coffee makers. It just have to be, you know, tech geeky inspired. You can make a Discord private channel called TDP, but if it's private, then how can I use it then? The BS cast. I kind of wanted to call it the BS cast, but I don't think YouTube will like that. I need to go to the Discipline. Yeah, I've been the new work with all of this. Like I've been spending too much time learning shit instead of going out and working out. Oh, dude, girl, if I can do what I'm doing, you can definitely be on. You live streaming on Twitch? Come on. Of course you can be on a podcast. You can send invites to people who... Oh, okay. You mean a private voice channel. Okay, now it makes sense. I actually already have that. I have a streaming channel on my Discord that's only for 4 people. I can just... And that's also by invite only, if I'm not mistaken. So I have to invite you into that streaming channel. So I already have that. I can just call it TDP, as you say, yeah. But yeah, it will come out tomorrow. It will come out tomorrow. Yeah, Becky, throw in your Twitch channel. Please, throw in your Twitch channel. Thanks, Don. Oh, you're from Norway? Hey, brother! Damn! I love Norwegian people. Swedish people are the fucking worst. Okay? Swedish people are the worst. No, Norwegian people, they're fucking my pros. And if you're not from Scandinavia, you don't get the joke here. But yeah. Yeah, thank you so fucking much, man. Linux biggest disadvantage is the community. Linux desktops... anyway, I'm not sure about the server. The server community is really good. The server community, like, here's the thing with Linux. There is a massive disconnect between the professional world with Linux and the hobbyist and desktop world. You get what I'm saying here? If you talk with people that work with IT and are working with Linux or Windows or whatever it is, you can have some amazing conversations about both systems. It's when you go into the realm of hobbyists and desktop users you start to get some issues. There's a difference between me streaming and being... Becky, I will promise you, I will be as sweet and as tender as you want me to. I will be as sweet and tender as you want me to. It's not going to be a problem. It's not going to be a problem at all. Think of it like this way. It's no different than you typing in my chat right now. It's exactly the same. You're just saying it in words instead of typing it down. And if something you get too shy and stuff like that, I'm always here to talk like a fucking waterfall until you get your brain situated again. You can also assign roles so only certain people can join. Yeah, that's true. You got that right, yeah. I have Twitch. I haven't streamed in years, though. I need to take my pics down from it. Oh, why? Yeah, Swedish chocolate and Swedish licorice is also okay. Like, Sweden do make some good food, don't get me wrong. Lema, you need to get on the podcast, man. I need to talk to you on my podcast one day. I definitely... Oh, this looks really good. Oh, that's just a different way of making it. I'm getting so hungry right now. Maybe this is not a good idea. Looking at this shit, by the way. What was the last search? The tickets are live. Let's look at Christian a little bit here. And the thing is, like, again, don't need to have webcam on. It can just be voice, so you don't need a good internet. You don't need a good internet. And I need some iced tea in my belly alley. Also, I think I missed someone talking something about either Chris Titus Tech or Brody Robertson or something like that. Yeah, here. I saw bits of Brody's video reaction to DT and the DT video about how Linux software is getting too complicated and restrictive. Oh, Brody, I don't know what the fuck is going wrong with Brody Robertson. I feel like he's just phoning it in now. Like, his content becomes more and more like DistroTube, where he just like is like, yep, let's say some bullshit for the sake of saying bullshit. Like, he used to be really well researched and really got on point with a lot of stuff. But nowadays, like ever since Christmas, it just seems like he's like nothing makes sense. Not nothing, but most of the stuff that he's talking about makes no sense. Like, having a conversation with someone and saying that one of the biggest features of Linux is that Linux breaks, because then I can tinker with my software, and therefore it's a great operating system for everyone because it forces them to tinker. Like, are you listening to yourself? Like, how is those thoughts coming out of your brain right now? I like my car because it breaks all the time. I love it when it's Sunday morning, it's raining, it's windy, the wife is angry at me, the kids is yelling at me, and I need to go pick up the fucking morning bread. And the car just breaks down in the middle of the fucking road. I love it because then I can get to tinker in my car. Like, what the fuck is going on with you guys, man? Come on. Now I need some. Had no idea. Now I need some. Yeah. Sweden do make a lot of great food. They really do. Yeah. Never tried Swedish chocolate, but Belgian chocolate is delicious. Yeah. Fucking hell. Yeah, he was making more sense than DT, but again, yeah, like you said, it's like a doorknob makes more sense than DT. That sounds like a dream day. Yeah, according to Brody Robertson and ET, they love that shit. Anywhere chocolate is better than American chocolate. I can probably agree with that. I don't think... Well, I have had Hershey's or what it's called. That's okay. Like, most American processed food is bad, if you ask. Like, it's not really that good. But a good, like, homemade, like, you know, cornbread, stuffed turkey, you know, maybe some pies. I can definitely see that tasting amazing. But the second you go down to the store and buy whole, pre-made or processed anything in America, that's kind of where it goes from good, great to just dog shit. At least from I have only tasted really limited original American food, but I have tasted somewhat some American processed food, and it's definitely not something to write home about. Like, we have a saying over here in Denmark, like, eating, like, McDonald's and Burger King and stuff, that you might as well just eat cardboard boxes. Oh, don't visit me, Becky. I will chain you up in my dungeon and call Lamer so he can come and be part of the cult. You know, I'm chaining you up in my basement, or not basement, but dungeon, and then I'm calling our great leader, Lamer. Lamer, the great leader, military mastermind, general of all forces, to come and, you know, join us. Hers is in other countries is better than hers. Oh, really? Oh. Wow. Yeah. I'm on Intel Arc. I don't think I will not. Here's the thing: Intel Arc on Linux is dog shit. They haven't updated the driver since it got released. Don't buy Intel Arc if you're on Linux. They have not done anything with the driver since it got released. The last time I looked. But on they just updated the drivers a couple of days ago, and it's every time they upgrade the drivers, I have only had good experience with it. But that's just, I'm running like a 13. No, not 13. 6300 Ryzen 5 processor. Like a really old system with 32 gigs of RAM. I need to upgrade my processor. But it's I have the 750, and for 1440p gaming, if you're like 30-60 FPS is what you are hitting at, then you can do it on high to ultimate. If you want like over 60, depending on the game, you're doing a mix between medium and high, or medium and low. If you want to push like really high frame rates, you go medium and low. But for 1440p gaming, it's on par with a 3060 for the most times. When we're talking 60 frames per second gaming. I haven't tried it. I have a 70. For some reason, it's 74 hertz screen. I don't know why the fuck they'll decide to make it that, but it is. And I play Cyberpunk on 35, locked into 35 frames per second. Sometimes I go up to 40 or 60. And it's a really good experience for me. And it's a mixture between... Some is like shadowing. I sometimes go down to medium because I don't care that much about shadowing. And you don't noticing that much in that game. But most is medium to ultimate. Or ultra, what the fuck it's called. So for Windows, it's a really good game. But... Yeah, like, we can go and check it right now. Intel Arc drivers. Because they actually have native driver downloads for other operating systems. Let's do English. Wait, this is... This fucking company up here. This company here, they hijack all fucking search result when it comes to hardware. Here you go. They have maybe... Am I using this one or this one? I can't even remember right now. We have a Pro. Because my software automatically updated it to the beta version. That's the Pro one, that's not the one. Give me a second, I need to see what version I'm running. 4148. Huh? Oh, wait. I'm being stupid. I didn't read the whole one. Come on, Intel. For fuck's sake. 101. Why am I not running that one? Wait, I'm getting confused right now. This is the one I'm running. Okay, what the fuck? Why is the beta version higher number? Oh, no, it's not. Oh, it is. Am I really stupid here? So 101.4148, okay? 101.4255. By the way, I can't see chat right now because I have I need to check this when I'm done. Something is Oh yeah, we forgot about looking at the Linux driver, sorry. So this was released. Oh, it's just released. It released yesterday. Oh. I'm sure if I'm checking for updates, it will pop up that there's updates. Yeah, because the one that I'm getting, I got this from March the 10th. Ah, okay, so there's already a new fucking update again. Ah, gotcha. Okay, that's why. But yeah, I was about to show you guys how to get the driver for Linux. Yoink. Where the fuck did I see it? For testing and it just indicated. Yeah, okay, I don't want the testing one. I wanted to doubt. Maybe it's because I'm on. No. Oh well. Ubuntu. Here. Oh yeah, this is the Ubuntu driver. This is they only released one Ubuntu driver. Or one driver version for Linux, and that's when it was released. Yeah, I need to just bear with me. I need to fix this. I don't want to update my driver while I'm live streaming, but I'm definitely some versions behind here. I need to set it to download on my host systems. Just give me a second. Because it's a kind of, it's not important, but you need to be on top with your drivers on any graphic card to get the best experience. And this one got released, yesterday. I'm going to download, so it's going to download while you and I are talking right now. So that was a good idea that thanks for breaking that up, Joseph Santos. That like. You just make me realize that I'm using a 13 days old driver, and like I said, it's running amazing. It's not like it's bad or anything like that. It's running amazing as it is. It fixed a lot of issues for me, but Yeah, I haven't checked the updates. It sets to automatically update, but it's not working that well. And like I said, it downloaded the beta driver for some fucking weird reason. Maybe it has determined that that's what's needed. But yeah, I will. Their software is a little bit iffy diffy. So their arc control or what it's called, yeah, that's not it. Intel Arc software. Is it called control or what is it called? Yeah, this beast here is a little bit iffy diffy. It's not the best, this beast here. It's not the best. They are working on making it better though. Oh, I love it. You have to remember I went from a 1060 up to this card here. So I'm like trumping, 3 or 4 generations up in time. And my 1060 was okay. It started 1080p on high to ultra. It started to show its age now. I was about to go to low to medium now to play a lot of modern games on 1080p on my 1060, and it was starting to get noisy as fuck because it probably needs to get its thermal paste replaced and what have you not. But for the price, like this one here, the 750 cost a third less than a 3060 in Denmark. About a third less from a known manufacturer. So if you go with the Chinese weird named schemed cards, you can probably get it maybe a lot cheaper. But then you get like graphic cards. And graphic cards, like any electronics, if you ask me, you don't have to pay top dollar for it, but go with brands that have a good reputation, because it's really important how the components on that hardware is. What quality capacitors are they using? What quality bearings on the fucking fans are there? Stuff like that. If you pay a little bit extra, you get way better soldering, you get better cooling, you get better, PCP components, capacitors, regulators, and all of that, power NUCs. All of those things is just better quality. And it means that your card or your electronics component will last you that much longer without any issues. That said, nothing is guaranteed. If you're buying AMD systems and you're using the AM5 boards, apparently the top-end boards have a lot of issues. Apparently there's a lot of issues with the new AMD chipsets and board manufacturing. I'm actually thinking about upgrading to Intel this time. Going with a Intel i5 1300 the K version. The i5 13 Gen K version. I can't remember what the fuck it's called. It's outperforming AMD in rendering and stuff like that, and I like that. Intel seems to be best or be the better choice for if you're doing a lot of productivity work, where AMD is good if you're only doing gaming and maybe live streaming. But me having to record and render and edit videos and stuff like that, using an Intel CPU seems to get you the best performance across the board. So I'm highly debating on paying that extra money to go with an i5 instead of a Ryzen 5. Because also, if you look at the benchmark between the Ryzen 5 and the Ryzen 5 7600 and the i5 13 Gen, they are kind of changing blow with each other. Like, depending on the game, you may lose like 5 or 10 frames per second. And it's like, I can live with that. As long as they are over 60 frames per second or 100 frames per second, I can live with losing. Like, I don't care if my game runs on, 200 frames per second or 190 frames per second. We are not going to have a debate about that. I don't have a screen that can utilize anything in that nature. I see too many people buying a graphic card because they get 200 frames per second and they're running it on a 60 Hz monitor. The only thing that helps is timing, frame timing. So you could get a better smoothing experience, even if you log it down to 60 frames per second. But you're basically neutering your card. You're not really using your card because your screen cannot utilizing all those frames. Which is really, really... A lot of people, they tend to... like, I see a lot of people buying a 1440p, 144 Hz screen, and then they forget to set the refresh rate on their monitor up to 144 Hz on Windows and stuff like that. So they run the game and think they're running 144 Hz because, well, the FPS counter say 144 Hz. Yeah, but how many Hz are your screen running? It's like, I see it so many times that they forget to jump up the Hertz on their screen. And then, they think you are getting a better experience because the better graphic card you have and lower frames, you get better timing. So you may not experience as many stutters or any stuttering at all. But you're also kind of neutering it. I got giving a 480 and I returned it. Oh my god, Kimberly, please tell me why you did that. I would give my last testicle for 480. Wait, 480s, is that the ones that have all the issues? Or is it the 470s? What are people saying in videos about it? Oh, yeah. Why is it the 470? 4070, I can't remember. Yes, CPU seems fine. This gen, though, M5, too immature. Yeah, I think... So my idea here is that I'm going Intel this time, and then when the AM5 platform matures a little bit, I may go back over to AMD like in 2 or 3 years' time. Because I do miss some of the productivity advancements I had with my old i5, using the onboard graphic for video editing and stuff like that, with QuickSync and what have you not. Which is one big benefit of running an ARC card is that it has QuickSync and AV1 encoding by default and stuff like that. But the chief for the graphic card department just resigned on Intel, so yeah, I'm hoping that's not going to hinder Intel's what you call it, quality. If people can't even tell the difference between 60 FPS and then why and 144 FPS, then why buy a? So if you have never experienced 144 before, it can be hard to tell. But if you know what to, and it also depends on the game. So 144 Hertz screen and 144 FPS in, let's say, The Sims, or like Minecraft, don't matter that much. So you may not see a difference there. But if you're playing CS:GO, Warfront, Battlefield and stuff like that, you may notice a difference, or you will definitely notice a difference. Smoother aiming and stuff like that. So it's what kind of games do you play the most? I do play some high Twitch shooter games, but not so much. I need to get back into Call of Duty DMC Warzone DMC. I love the DMC game they have there. It's basically a rip-off of Tarkov, but I just think that's better done in the Call of Duty environment, and there's less hackers. I fucking love that. I have a video on 4K, man. If only I had the money. But 1440p is like the sweet spot, if you ask me for gaming. Huh? Who the fuck stole my name? 2012. Okay, maybe I stole his name then. So yeah, I have this video here. This is me going solo in DMC. And I love this, going into DMC with nothing at all other than you know, my no primary or secondary weapon, and then just go nuts. I played Minesweeper, yeah. No, 1440p is not 4K, that's 2K. So I love doing stuff like this. Oh, I need to get back into the game. And then just, you know, just see how long I can survive and can I get extracted. I don't know why I find that really, really interesting. I need to go back to do this. It's really, really fun. Maybe I will play this tomorrow a little bit. Maybe I should stream it. Kimberly, if you want to, I still want to know why you returned the 480. It sounds like... Yeah, but... I get bored really easy doing gaming streams, to be honest. But yeah, maybe I should go back to... Hey, if I get tired of this whole tech shit, I may just go back to streaming. But I don't think I will be streaming on Twitch. I have a feeling Twitch is going under soon, or something is happening. The CEO left. They fired 400 people. Everyone is angry, way more angry at Twitch than they ever have been before. There's something going on with Twitch, and I'm kind of in like, let's wait and see what's happening the next 6 months. Maybe a year, because I have a bad feeling with that fucking Twitch site. And YouTube chat systems and what YouTube offer has come a long way. There's a bug. There's a guy. He's actually here. He's up here shooting down on these people here. He's floating in midair. I don't know if we get to see him later on. And I also like that if I am on YouTube, I was actually debating on doing a gaming live stream on my gaming channel like once a week. I may do that this weekend. Stream some games on my live, like I did like a month or so ago over on this channel here. Because then everything is kind of, you know, in one place. Oh, up there he is. Where the fuck is my mouse? There it is. I was clicked out of the VM. Yeah, you can see him up here. I was like, where the fuck is he shooting from? I don't know how he didn't kill me. I don't know how he didn't kill me. Also, watching this in full screen of 1440p. Man, for 1080p looks awful on YouTube. When you put it up on 27 inch. And it's just it's the bitrate of it. It will not be out of the realm of possibilities done. I will not put... something has to happen with Twitch, and I don't think Twitch have ever been a good money maker for Amazon anyway. So I will not be surprised if they sell it off. But I have a feeling that Kick just started, and YouTube is becoming really, really good for live streaming. So You know, with so much competition and Switch kind of losing its, you know, favoritism child stigma, you know, it could be hard to recover from stuff like that. Oh, we can do cross-platform COD? Oh yeah, we have to do that, man. Throw me, DM me or something on Discord how to do that. Or how to find each other, or your gamer tag and stuff like that, and I can add you on the Blizzard thingy we have on Windows. Or in Call of Duty, I can just add... Yeah, this guy here got fucking owned, man. Like, I don't know how the fuck... And then he's trying to bunny hop away from me. Now let's drop down, and I'm just behind him all the time. I feel so sorry for this fucking dude. Like, he should have owned my ass so many times. I'm standing in the middle of nothing and shooting him. Had he just turned around, he's clearly better equipped than I am. Better equipment than I have. Had he just turned around, he would have killed me. But because he was trying to run away, I got him. Fucking hell, I was lucky as a motherfucker there. Oh yes, a P90. I love a P90. And I take my sweet ass time fucking looting him also. Yeah, Don, that's right. That's really right. You're right there, man. Rumble do have a really bad reputation. Oh, so I just need to activate Vision account then. Oh, this is really cool. This fucking idiot down here is scaring the living shit out of me in a minute. I also like that I'm using Oakley fucking gloves instead of 511. I want my 511 fucking gloves. So yeah, he just basically threw a fucking rocket after me. Oh. Shot a rocket after me. And from now on, everything just goes tits up for me, basically. Just running into one fucking bad fucking situation after another. Whoop. Look at how bad my aim is. And of course, with reload in the middle of the road while we are running. I'm so fucking... I hate watching my own gameplays because all of the fucking stupid things that you do that you don't pick up on when you're gaming, it's just like, why did I do that? Better thinking. Depends on the game, Marcus. Depends on the game. Let me put it this way. I will bet that you can play almost any game in 1440p with 30 frames per second on high to ultra. If you go past 30 frames per second, you may need to experiment a little bit. And again, depending on the game. Some games I can run everything on ultra, you know, 1700 FPS, like stuff like what is it called? Forza Horizons is really well optimized, you know, like Overwatch probably also run that really well. You know, stuff like, I haven't tested COD yet. I haven't tested any COD games yet. Some, you know, racing games you can probably run maxed out and run them in like 60 plus FPS. Cyberpunk is about, again, a mixture between high and ultra. Is if I locked it in, if I go 60 frames per second, it's like I'm starting to bottleneck my CPU, right? GPU, like it's starting to get maxed out. I'm utilizing like 90 to 95% of the CPU, GPU, not CPU, GPU. So I like it's a comparable or comfortable 1440p gaming card. Yeah, I should have been dead so many. Well, I do die here, but I should definitely have not survived this. And this is how stupid the AI is. Oh yeah, that I forgot about that shop over there. Like, this is how stupid the AI is. Oh, there he is. I forgot about that dude. Also, there's not this much recoil on an A4 or M4 and M16 in real life. I've shot with them plenty of times, and you can almost control it with one hand. I'm not joking. There's almost no recoil in that motherfucker. And this is how you die. I've been playing a lot of Zombioid lately. Project Zombioid. It's actually a really, really fun game. When was the last time I streamed here? 4 months ago. Oh, well, Susan also left YouTube. That's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. This channel is not monetized anymore. I lost my partnership on it. Look how old it fucking is. I don't even know how my Twitch channel is doing. I haven't looked at it in forever. Oh, SimCaesar is live. She's doing a lot of DJing once in a while. I do like Cold War. Cold War is good, yeah. Kiva. I haven't talked to her in forever. Dakota. What is SimCaesar doing? Oh, he's doing his flight sim thing. This dude here I used to watch a lot. He's fucking amazing. He used to play a lot of Arma back in the day. I don't think she's been... Yeah, 2 years ago. It's a long time since she's done anything. Pixel Bonnie... 5 years ago. Yeah, I need to get back into COD. These two here is fucking amazing also. Kiva's a long ass time since he's been playing. The Code still streams regularly. Almost. Yeah, yesterday. He just don't seem to quo that much. I don't know what the fuck that is. I haven't talked to her in ages, man. Oh, Asmongold is playing Diablo 4. I'm debating about getting Diablo 4, but I hear that there's just come some new changes and they are not good. I did love Diablo 3 when that came out though. I may get this. They have an open beta this weekend. Oh yeah, maybe I should go and do that when I'm done streaming, downloading it then. Yeah, Flight Sim. Yeah, I did love Flight Sim quite a lot when I was younger, yeah. Yeah. Cheaters are fucking annoying, man. They're fucking annoying. But I do like DMC way better than I like Warzone. Yeah, maybe I should do the same. I just need to log on to my Blizzard account. Battle.net account, that's the word for it. So... Yeah, you can't see that. Just making sure. Oh. Yeah, I know. You want me to approve. I will approve. I shall approve of you. Oh, now all the updates are start. Oh yeah, play free. This game cannot be installed yet. What the fuck? Why can I not install it? Oh, it's coming out in oh, it's the beta one, that's why. I am so stupid. Yeah, I forgot to select the fucking beta. Because I'm so Alpha Pro. Oh, insufficient disk space. Yeah, I downloaded a lot of shit on my gaming hard drive. Maybe I should. Yeah, this one here can get uninstalled. There you go. Yes. I need I don't have a 1 terabyte fucking gaming drive. I need a 2 gaming byte. Danish moment, guy. Yeah, Danish moment, yeah. I definitely need a... Maybe I should just buy a fucking 4 terabyte gaming drive. That will not be bad. How much... What the fuck? How much space do you need? Ooh. What the fuck do I have in there that's that big? Other than my penis, of course. What kind of wizardry are you doing here? Oh, is there any free games on oh yeah, there's chess also and World of Warship. Fuck you. I will take the chess game though. I was just thinking about what kind of games do I have installed? Sins of a Solar Empire. I'm never going to play that. Uninstall that. That's a Xbox thingy. Oh yeah, I downloaded DayZ. Scum I can get rid of Scum. I don't play that. It's too much micromanagement. And yes, you have to poop and pee in Scum. I get that's funny, but it like... It's pointless. Yeah, I'm when I upgrade my PC, I'm probably going to buy a 4 terabyte gaming hard drive. Something is utilizing 100% of my CPU. What the fuck is going on here? Is that it's probably the fucking Blizzard launcher with the downloading stuff. Going mental. Okay, 130 gigabytes are just released out into the wild, so... But it's taking up so much CPU power. Yup, Battle.net update agent. Oh my god. What the fuck happened? Oh, I screensaver was kicked on. Wow, really? Let's install Diablo 4 beta. Maybe we can play together, Bexy. Or Becky. Wow. Having the Blizzard launcher on my screen. got my CPU to go mental. I don't like. So I'm thinking. So my plan is to get a NVMe for my OS, and then I wanted to buy a 2 terabyte NVMe for gaming also, because the motherboard I want have 2 NVMe lanes. So I'm thinking about but maybe I should just go up to 4 terabyte. But I always only had 2 terabyte gaming hard drives. That's never been a problem for me. Because the games I play and I never played. I play games, but I don't play many different games. And it seems 1 terabyte. I thought I could live with 1 terabyte, but that seems to be too little because when I was having 2 terabytes, I always had like 500 plus terabytes left over. If we can play together on Diablo, we definitely have to do that. Then we can talk about how you secretly are fucking massively in love with Lamer, and you're just waiting for him to send you all his bikini pictures and stuff like that. And then I can make Lamer really, really jealous that our great leader is not part of our Diablo clan. Supreme Commander, great leader, Lamer. Bow down before him, everyone. The one and only cult leader of the Linux clan. Why are there so many fucking bots on Instagram? I'm getting fucking 6 bots typing me all the time. Still waiting. Still waiting. Didn't you have this fucking friend, Lamer, that you were hooked on, or what happened with her? What happened, or what did not happen? It's like, that's the question. The question. You need to close the deal a little bit here, my friend. Maybe she wants some supreme leader in her also. Do you want to show me how supreme the supreme leader is? Wink, wink, wank, wank. Just go out with that, Lamer. Don't you know I'm a fucking cult leader? How can you say no to this shit? And just fucking giving it to her. Oh. If someone asked, yeah, Linux clan, if someone asked which distro to split into 1,000 clans, yeah. We went our separate ways. Well, are you not so supreme that she cannot avoid you? Like, come on. I don't see the appeal of Mr. Beast. I really don't. He comes across like an arrogant know-it-all. Oh, I'm definitely missing something, because if you look at the views, you know, like, he definitely know what the fuck he's doing. Every time I look at YouTube videos, I get a copyright claim on my live streams. So my last live stream, I got copyright claim for, I'm not joking here, a 2-second clip from the Fresh Pros, or what the fuck they are called on Facebook. And this seems to be one of those people that take viral videos and then re-upload them with their little, they do as little work as possible and makes millions on YouTube. And they copyright claim a 4-ish hour video for 4 seconds of use. I'm like, how is this even fucking remotely, like... So if you see ads on some of my live streams, even though they are not monetized, it's because I got a copyright claim on them. And most of it is because of like a 1 or 4 second fucking video clip I play. I could go in and dispute it and all that shit, but I don't want to deal with it. It's... Yeah, go get your lunch, man. Go get some food in your belly. Go get that chow chow. Bow bow. Why is this script still running? Or why is PowerShell still running? If you want to see more PowerShell or to talk Windows scripting and stuff like that, just yell at me in the comment section. Not comment section. In chat, and we can talk more Windows stuff. I'm just talking, just talking whatever we're talking about. I'm not that fussed what we're talking about. That makes no fucking sense whatsoever. Most fucking intelligent, constructed sentences ever fucking been made. Yeah, I'm also looking into how to make a eBay scrapper that take prices from eBay and put them into a list. I have so many things that I need to do for myself and for work. Well, it's kind of mixed together with each other, but I do like Virtual Studio Code though. It's one of the fewest environments that I have been using for this long, and not having. But there's always issues with everything, but where I'm like, I don't miss any other IDE or any like. I did use Notepad++ quite a lot before, so maybe it's because this is a massive step up in conveniences that I'm that happy with it. I tried PyCharm and Atom and all of those kind of things, and they never really, they never really suited me that well. If that's, I don't know what it is about them. Either they are too complicated, or they do too much for you, or they are just like, they just have one extra feature extra than Notepad++ having. Like, why the fuck am I using it then? When I can do the same on the Notepad++. It's, by the way, Notepad++, folks, free and open source software made for Windows. Not natively made for Linux. I find that highly funny. That the best and the most used open source operating system for open source software is Linux. Yeah, dream again. Dream again. Wait till our supreme leader and what the fuck is the word I'm looking for? Supreme leader, military mastermind Lamer is coming after you. Wikipedia. I can't, like, I probably used this for fucking decade now, if not longer. But Notepad QQ is a clone. Yeah, DT, your hair needs a clone. Like, it's not, here's the thing. If I want a Nike shoe, I don't want a fucking Chinese knockoff or something that Becky has made in her fucking basement. I want a Nike shoe. It's that fucking simple. You know, people, they don't want, let's say, if they want Photoshop, they don't want GIMP. Even though, can they use GIMP? Yeah. Is GIMP better? Who knows? Who cares? If they want Photoshop, they want Photoshop. Yeah. Hey, Jan. How are you, man? Becky has been talking about you ever since you were in the Discord with us. You and Lamer is like all she talks about all the time. I love messing with Becky. She's so fun to mess with. Every time there's a guy in here that she's talked to, I'm just throwing her under the bus. Yeah. It's the GPL. Oh my god, they're using GPL 3.0 or later since 2021. How dare you? Oh, Resident Evil 4. Yeah, I've heard about that. That's the remake, right? Or I've heard something about Resident Evil being a remake or something like that coming. I can't fucking remember it. I never been into good times. Yeah, I never been into Resident Evil, to be honest. I have a few of the games. I think I have 2 of them. Oh, it's the remake I've heard about then. Yeah, I never been into Resident Evil. I played some of them on PlayStation at my brother's house once in a while. Yeah, Resident Evil and Final Fantasy, I never got into those games. Okay, so Resident Evil 4 Remake came out. So it came out of the closet, Lamer. Just like you did with your Supreme Leadership. Yeah, I think it's 6, the one that was, Resident Evil 6 that was made more like a Call of Duty game than, Yeah, the same with the Metal Gear Solid. I never played them other than the Phantom Pain. The original Metal Gear Solid games and stuff, I never really, like, if I'm going to play stuff like that, I want an FPS, I want a shooter game. I want to run around and pew people in the face. There's a lot of popular games I never really understood. Like, I don't understand why they are that popular. And I do feel that some games or a lot of games are popular just because they are popular. Everyone is playing it, so therefore everyone has to play it. They're playing it just for the sake of playing it. It's kind of like running Linux just for the sake of running Linux. The first Resident Evil game, never been into it since. Yeah, but back then when those games came out, I was playing mostly racing games and sim games and what are they called? What the fuck are they called right now? Strategy games. Yeah, RTS, real-time strategy games. I loved that shit back when I was a kid. Setting up some computers and playing Red Alert, Command Conquer, yeah. Yeah, I want to play it myself, but that's more to my own interest. Yeah. I'm having a party. I used to only use this was the only thing I used for years when I did anything. Notepad forever, while true Notepad++. I used to fucking use this all the time for everything. I built websites with Notepad++ and Notepad, normal Notepad. Just like they don't want all this automation shit. I don't need it. Yeah, go get ready, man. Hey, Alexander. I don't know about. I never been into the LTC SC versions of Windows. Never. So I can't tell you. I think the best bet would be like going on to like the Windows blog sites and stuff like that. Look at some YouTubers that do videos about that stuff and then keep track of those. But I haven't heard anything. When I talk to people, they all talk about Windows 10 and LT's SC. That's all they talk about when I hear them whisper in my Discord and in comment sections and stuff like that. So I can't tell you. But it will probably happen at some point, I guess. I don't know. It makes sense, it would. Windows 11? How old is Windows 11 now? Couple of years? Yeah, 2 years old. In June, it's 2 years old. Good old Windows. Good old Windows. I do like Windows 11. Yeah, you're so right, Alexander. Yeah, I used to like if I just have to make a to-do list, I would do it in Notepad. You know, Notepad plus plus. By the way, that's what I meant. Yeah, I use Notepad plus plus for everything. I just Windows 11 is it's amazing. It's a really good system. It's everything Windows 10 is, and just better, if you ask me. And it looks nicer. It took me a little bit to like the whole menu in the middle kind of thing that they are doing. I know why it makes sense and stuff like that, but I like it over here on the side. But the computer that my computer at work is a 10-year-old computer. Like, that's how old it is. So it can only run a Windows 10 and Pro. And it's fine and great. But I do miss fucking Windows 11. I really do miss. Every time I get my Windows 11 PC up that I need to fix or mess with, it's like, nice. Nice things. I'm not in the caveman ages anymore. Yeah, I do like, I again, in the beginning, around the corners, I was again a little, like the whole UI aspect of it, I was a little bit like, I didn't dislike it, but I was not like, oh my god, I'm in love with it. But now I'm kinda am. Like, it kinda grew on me quite a lot. Just like Becky's swap skills. When she's laying down the beats when she's out taking a shower. And she's doing the whole Dr. Dre and Tupac kind of session out there. First I thought it was a cat that was about to be killed, but then it started to grow on me. No, the start menu is also a thing that I just tend to pin things either on the taskbar or in the start menu. This one needs to be cleaned up. There's a lot of shit here I don't need, but for the most part, I don't really use I just go in here and I search for what I want. You know, I just search for it. I do the same under Windows 10. I just use the search function. I rarely use the menu anymore. And I do the same under Linux. Been doing that for years under Linux also. Just hit the Windows key, Command key, or what it is, and then search for the program I want. Type in the name of the program. I rarely use the menu as a traditional menu anymore. I do like Bing wallpapers though. Every time I set up a computer at work now, I always install Bing wallpaper so the people have some nice things to look at when they are using their computer. And then I set it to refresh every day. So every day they come at work, they get a new wallpaper. No one have said anything yet. But I think they appreciate it. Because here's the thing with work in general. They only comes to you when they have something to bitch about. If you're doing a good job and they like what you're doing, they're not saying anything. So I take their side. Nobody has come and asked me to take it off yet. So I'm like, okay, they must like it then. That's how I look at it. I choose to look at it. Nobody's bitching and moaning. The bosses are not bitching and moaning and stuff like that. So I'm like, okay, this means that it must be good then. They must appreciate me doing it. Oh yeah, it could definitely be it, man. It could definitely be it. They haven't noticing it. I think my download just finished. I heard some noises. Oh, it's not done yet. But yeah, you're probably right. They haven't noticing it. I was thinking about making, downloading some meme wallpapers and put up on computers, like work fails and stuff like that, put them up as wallpapers just to see if they even fucking recognize it. You know, put wallpapers like just make a wallpapers out of stuff like this here, just to see if they even recognize it. I actually done this to a coworker one time. It was a guy though. He wouldn't shut up and move around and stuff, so we gaffer tape him all together. Oh, UMass is getting crazy now because there's girls on my screen. At least on my laptop I had system-wide sound delay. Yeah, that sucks. How to resolve it? Yeah, it could have been a Realtek driver, yeah. It's probably a Realtek driver. I will say this, Windows 11 when it first came, like I installed it day one, and I would probably have waited like 6 months. Like if someone asked me to install Windows 11 when it came out, I would be like, wait 6 months. I didn't have a lot of problems, but I did have a few issues. And right now, I barely notice any issues with Windows 11. Here's the thing with Windows: if you take care of your system, like your Windows system, like you would with a Linux system, you will have no problems. And most of the time, like I've said in many videos, it's because people go in and do shit that they have no idea what they're doing. They are configuring stuff, they have no idea what they're configuring. Going into the registry editor and edit stuff, they have no idea what they're doing. Like, would you do the same under Linux? No, because I don't know what I'm doing. Then don't fucking do it under Windows then. Just because you want to be more private or whatever you put in quotes and you're doing it. If you don't know what you're doing, don't do it. Like, if people just left it be. Like, I can gladly show you guys and girls and whatever my privacy settings in here. Where is it? Is it personalization? No, that's not it. It's system. Where the fuck have they put it? Oh, privacy and security. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Let's full screen this sucker. That's not what I want. Windows permissions. Let apps show me personal ads. Take that off. I could disable this one here. Let Windows improve start and search result by tracking app launches. I could disable that if I want. Show me suggested content in settings apps. I could disable that if I want. But I haven't. Speech. Off. Inking. Custom inking. Oh, I don't know why that's on that. Wait. Yeah, I normally have that off. Diagnostic and feedback. Off. And once in a while I go in here and delete this one here. Send feedback frequently, automatically recommended. Put that to never. I haven't actually really set this up after I installed it, to be honest. Activity history, you can go in and delete that if you want. Search permissions. Searching windows. Location, I think that's off. Yeah, most of it is off. I do it mostly on a program basis. The cam, that needs to be on if you're doing webcam stuff like I'm doing right now. Microphone, remember to put, if your microphone don't work, remember to activate your microphone in here. And if you don't want, so you can take it off of Cortana, you can do it for Feedback Hub. The Microsoft Store, why the fuck do we need it? Leave it on for Teams. Voice recorder could be a good idea to have it. You know, just don't click it off up here, because then if you're using OBS Studio or something like that, it won't work. But yeah, this is the absolute fucking minimum what I do. Like, I don't do much more with my privacy settings in the telemetry settings. Because the second I open this one here and I log into YouTube, Google, Facebook, Instagram, whatever I log into, they are taking exactly the same fucking shit. So it's just like, do you like Microsoft taking it, or do you like everyone else taking it? If everyone else is already taking it, who gives a fuck if Microsoft is taking it? I love those fucking people on YouTube that are, I use Linux because it's more private, while they're sitting with all their fucking social media accounts and Twitters and Facebooks and gaming clouds open in the back end. I'm like, okay, so you eliminated under 1% of your privacy issues, and you're proud of that. You're so proud that you eliminated under 1% of your privacy issues. Good. High level thinking there, my friend. I'm de-googling my phone while being on YouTube and using Google products on every other device. But just not on your phone. Come on, dude. I really like when 11 start menu makes more sense. Yeah, Windows 11 has a lot of mixed. Some like it, some don't, and I think it's just, you get used to it, I guess. I used to disable everything, but then I install a program, and then this didn't work, and that didn't work, and then I had to go in and enable it. I take away localization. I take away the telemetry that it asks during the setup. I disable all of those. And then I just keep it at default or ask me permissions before doing anything. Like, I don't mind that it wants to send telemetry if it asks me first. You had a crash, this is okay, we send it. Or do you want to send this bug? Or, stuff like that. Yeah, do that. It will help the developers, of course. Let's do that. So there's... what is the difference? What is the difference between having Office, Edge, Spotify, Xbox, Clipchamp, Prime Video? I can kind of say, yeah, I can kind of agree on that, should go away. Disney Plus, I can kind of agree on that. But this is no different for me installing Ubuntu and having fucking LibreOffice installed and Thunderbird and all that shit. It's shit I don't need. Most of these programs, including Spotify, is being used where I work. So for them, it's not advertisement. Are they being paid to have it up there? Probably yes. But they are probably also up there because a lot of people are using those apps. Just like under Linux, just because I don't use LibreOffice and Thunderbird, the vast majority probably do. So it's a really low effort argument. Because every operating system has bloatware. Exactly. Bloatware is just software that other users don't use. Exactly. Every Linux install that I install besides Arch, EndeavourOS, and Tumbleweed, I spend 30 minutes uninstalling shit I don't need on distributions. The first thing I do when I install a Linux distribution is installing shit I don't need. I choose not to install LibreOffice when I do an install of Open. I do the same, but again, with those kind of distributions, you have a choice. That's kind of why I like, to some extent, I do like Arch and stuff like that, because they give you the choice of the software. That's why I love Tumbleweed or OpenSUSE in general, is that doing the installer, you have the option to take away shit you don't need. But I find it really, really crazy that you hear a Linux, Linux is full of bloatware. Okay, I'm using Mint, or I'm using any pre-configured packages version of Linux with a lot of fucking shit that they don't need on it. But it's not bloatware because it's free and open source. That's the only difference here. It's coming from Linux, it's free and open source, aka it can never be bloatware. I just don't get it. As an example, Prime Video could be considered bloatware to you because you don't use it. If you have someone like, I actually do use Prime Video, but I use it on the web browser instead. I don't even know how, because sometimes the updates on the apps for like Disney Plus and stuff like that, they can be a little bit outdated compared to their what is it called? Their website version. But for the longest time, not the longest time, but when I had Disney Plus, I actually used the app because the app worked better than the than the website did. And at one time, the Prime Video app worked better than the website. So I do try them out. So if the app works better than the website, I will use the app. But most of the time, the app is basically just a website put into like an Electron application or something like that. I don't get advertisement apps that charge for their services. What do you think? What were you thinking about? So Prime Video is a bad app because it charges for its service. That's the stupidest thing you can ever say. It makes no sense. Again, for a lot of people, they don't have to. They use this. Like I said, I have always uninstalled Teams on every fucking Windows install I have ever had at home. At work, it's a requirement. You know, Candy Crush I can agree with. That's bullshit. But Candy Crush, I think, is still the most used fucking game or played game, or one of the most used played games. So there's a lot of people that, you know, want to do it. And just because some applications have a subscription model, don't make them bad. Some people like there is thousands of creators out there that love Adobe products. And they would probably wish Adobe products got pre-installed on Windows. Steam is a paid app, for fuck's sake. You don't pay for the app, but you spend a lot of fucking money in Steam. Yeah, I was using. Yeah, I know, yeah. Since GNOME 5 will be required, it really. Wow, you need GNOME or LibreOffice for GNOME 5? That's stupid. That's stupid. Yeah, with Electron, yeah. Yeah, it don't make sense to do separate apps anymore when you can just do like an Electron or Electron equipment wrapper. Yeah, I'm not saying most software comes with a subscription base, but a lot. And I didn't say they were bad when I pay for an operating system. I do not expect that they will be loaded with ads, but it's not advertisement. Because then LibreOffice is an advertisement. An advertisement is if I can actually spell. This is advertisement. This is advertisement. People need to understand words and their meaning. This is advertisement. This in here is not advertisement. It's suggested software. They are not here saying, use Prime Video, remember to pay, blah, 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 blah. I can just do this really easy. I can't, like, other than using a extension, I can't just remove this if I don't want it. No, advertisements are suggestions. But again, suggestions and suggested hardware. So I think you should look at this. This is what most of our user base wants to have installed. So therefore, I think you might like it also. Again, other like Candy Crush and stuff. Well, Prime Video, yeah, I would probably agree with you there. But I don't know how well used the Prime Video app is. Like, you can make sure that they have had a lot of fucking meetings about what apps that should be pre-installed on Windows. They don't just do it because someone is like, oh, I kind of want my app to be pre-installed. It's probably because there's some form of probably money behind it, but also real use case for it. Like I said, at work, they are using a lot of programs you and I would uninstall that comes pre-installed with Windows Home Edition. And a lot of their computers are running Windows Pro or Home Edition. And they are by far the only one doing it. There is a lot of companies where the employees listen to Spotify with headphones on. Where I would say, like, who the fuck wants Spotify on a work computer? Like, but they are. They probably don't sit and watch Prime videos. So for a work computer, Prime Video should probably not be there, okay? That said, the developer at work, he watches fucking Twitch while he's developing. And the company's fine with that as long as he's doing his work. So just because it don't make sense to you, that don't mean that it don't make sense. And one thing that Microsoft and Apple and these big companies, they don't do everything or anything by chance. There is a calculated decision behind everything you see on here. Every fucking thing. And yes, some of that has some part of money behind it. What about if you have used Linux long enough to remember when Ubuntu had Amazon links in their start menu? Like when you search something in their Unity window launcher, you got the suggested Amazon links. What about the thousands of Linux distributions that have affiliated links to their websites? And they are pushing those affiliating links. Oh, I know what the issue is here. They are not Windows and Microsoft, so therefore it's okay if we do it, but it's not okay if they do it. That is a really, really low effort mindset to have. That's a mindset that will never be conductive in real life, and could end up giving people a lot of issues. If it's okay, it's okay if I do it, but it's not okay if they do it. I can steal, they cannot. I can kick you in the balls, you cannot kick me in the balls. So it's like, we need to remember that what we are doing right now, right here, don't apply to the majority of people. Like, we are unicorns. Like, we are unicorns with a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Yep, Ubuntu had Amazon Prime or Amazon pre-installed. Yep. And a lot of the community was really, really angry about it, to be honest. But they needed to do it to keep their lights on. That was right before Ubuntu changed into becoming a corporate enterprise system. Back then, they were focusing on the desktop only. But they couldn't sustain themselves. So they tried everything. They tried affiliated links and all of that shit. And they lost money year after year. Because the community did not support them enough. You can look at it like that. They didn't get donations enough. They could not spread Ubuntu enough that they could be... Ubuntu wanted to be Apple with Linux, basically. They were working on the Ubuntu phone, the Ubuntu television. They had all of these amazing ideas back then. like I said, they basically wanted to be Ubuntu or Linux equivalent to Apple. But they couldn't survive. So they had to change focus. Which, again, angered a lot of fucking Linux users. Yeah, the Ubuntu ecosystem. So when Ubuntu was like, you know what? We can't survive, we need to be more enterprise focused. Oh my god, the desktop people got angry at the Linux desktop people got angry. Oh my god. And it's like, yeah, you got angry for them. For not being able to sustain something you want them to do. Instead of being angry, why not throw them a bone? Throw them some money. Help them. Nope. Nope, we want things for free. I would love to see a world where every distribution costs $10. Because when that happened, or if that happened, you would see 90% of all Linux users running away from Linux. Because most Linux users are using Linux because it's free. They don't give a shit about anything else. They want free shit. They disguise it behind open source and community and all of that. And then we react, okay, what have you done for the community? I think there should be a VirtualBox for 32 operating systems. I don't know. Like, what have you done for the things that you care about? Why you love Linux? And 9 out of 10 people says, I've never done any of that. Well, then you don't care about it. I don't know if there is. Here, download free VirtualBox. Oh, there it is. This seems really suspicious. This seems really, really not like a. Yeah, this is definitely not Oracle's website. Like, look at this fucking shit here, man. Here it is. Let's try and let's try. Oh, I don't want. Is it just automatically downloading it for us? I will read you guys' comments in a second. I just want to see if they stop doing the 32 bits. I think they did. Huh. Yeah, because if I look at Linux here, it's all 64-bit. Yeah. Okay, what are you guys saying over here? Yeah, Steam is bad because it charges for games, yeah. I just want music in the background while I work on my sweetest tasks. Yeah, Unity, yeah. I'm not paying for those operating system. So, by your definition, if I pay for Windows, every software should be free on it. Like, It's like saying that because my Windows machine, a Linux machine is free, all software on Linux should be free. You do know that there is a lot of open source software you still have to pay for. Again, it's really fucking crazy thinking. Yeah, the Ubuntu phone and TV, yeah. Yeah, how many of the people criticizing Canonical did as much for people, or at least donate a good amount? Here's the thing. Most people that bitch about anything or praise anything about Linux have done nothing for Linux or the open source community. Yeah, exactly. Like, Alexander, you are not wrong. There are so many developers that stopped working on open source projects because they couldn't. So the issue was that people demanded too much of them, but didn't want to help them out, either with code or money. And there are plenty of examples of that where a developer was like, I'm in a crossroad here. If I'm going to do what you guys and girls want me to do, I need to get paid, or else I can't live. You know, like I need to put food on the table. Or you guys and girls need to chime in with the development. And they did none of that. Then, Linux, if Ubuntu includes the flavors for paid software. The second thing is that even if they don't pay for software, at least try to contribute with development. Not disposed. You're right, Alexander. Yeah, you're right. Oh, your PC is old. Ah. Oh, thanks for the sub, by the way, Emerald. I do like virtual Bash Boss. I'm using VMware right now, and I think it's better than VMware or VirtualBox. It's only crap because you have an issue. You are the issue with it. Like I said, a lot of the software I uninstall, on this fucking machine when I set it up, I didn't uninstall at work because they use it. You are living in a world where you think what your preferences is and what you like is determinant of how things should be. You need to get your head out of your own little world, or ass, or what you will call it. No, VirtualBox don't suck. VMware is just better. VirtualBox is fine. It's fine. It's just, if you look at it, it's like, you know... Do you want a Ford or Chevy? You know. You get what I'm saying here. It's... VirtualBox is definitely not bad. It's definitely not bad. It's your PC. There is something wrong. There's something wrong with that statement. When you start to criticize something or someone because it don't fit your need, that's really arrogant and narcissistic. Because then you're not considering everyone else. So a fresh install of Windows may be shit for you and me, but perfect for thousands of other people. So should we criticize those choices because we, the few, the really, really few, have an issue with it, but they, the majority, don't? That's the problem here. you are having a really self-centered, self-importance viewpoint of it. Well, of course it didn't. Like back in the day, Windows. Do you not understand the evolution of users and user base, the evolution of operating systems? There are more people now that are using Windows than there was in XP days. We also have way more access to way more software today than we have in the XP days. Like the whole internet fucking became a massive thing. Well, it was kind of a thing under the XP days, but not as big as it is today. What people use their systems for today is not the same as 10, 15 years ago. You cannot sit here and compare Windows 11 with Windows XP and say, oh, back in my day, we didn't have to do these things. No, because back in your day, in my day, we didn't have the options and people didn't have the preferences that they have today. Like nowadays, people want airbags and stuff like that in their cars. That was not a thing in the fucking 60s and 70s and 50s. So just because we didn't used to have them, we should just take them away because it didn't have to be like that. You're the prime example of what's wrong with Linux people's mindset. Yeah. Wordman says okay. But I still say Windows 10 was probably the best OS they made. I would say Windows 11... XP, 10 and 11 for me. We are talking consumer. You have to remember, Windows 2000 was not a consumer operating system. It was an enterprise-only operating system. Windows 7 was good. I just didn't cared much for a lot of things in Windows 7. I actually really didn't. I liked the UI for a short while, but then it started to become really bleh. Exactly, Virtual Bass. Every OS sucks. Unless you are a Linux guy, then Linux never sucks. Yeah, but we have to remember, again, we are dinosaurs. We are dinosaurs. So if the vast majority of computer users are not doing this kind of shit here, they don't make systems for this kind of shit here. They make systems mostly for everyone else, but we can still do this shit here. That's why, you know, I'm doing stuff like this to cut away the layers between the shit that we don't need or the shit that Windows is hiding from us. Because you can still do a lot of the things. You can do everything that you always have been able to do under Windows. It's just hidden because with a bigger user base and more people have access to computers, come a lot of people that don't know much about computers using it. And most problems with Linux and Windows and Mac OS and FreeBSD is user-related issues. So that means you behind the screen is dropping your balls and shit you should not be dropping your balls in. Okay? You're fucking the system up. So what Windows and Mac OS is doing is that to give people the best experience in general, we have to protect the OS from the user. Yes, that means that people that want to do powerful things, administrators and stuff like that, will have a little bit of an issue with it. But it also means that the systems don't crash as much, they don't get, you know, people don't fiddle with things they shouldn't fiddle with that much, and they're not doing stupid shit as much. So protecting the OS to make it more, have better runtime, uptime, what you will call it, is also meaning that people like you and I that are going in and doing crazy shit, we have a little bit of a harder time of it, and we need tools like this here to make it more accessible for us. But who do you cater it to? 1%ers or 99%ers? Of course all, but you put most of the focus making sure that the 99%ers don't need the 1%ers. So they make the operating system protect itself as good as possible, so you don't need an administrator. because you can't fuck it up. You can never make an operating system 1000% foolproof, but that's what they're going for. Where Linux is like, if you want to fuck it up, you can fuck it up. Really easy. Like, you can slam your fucking your face on the keyboard under Linux, and you now fried your graphic card. And for you and me, we love that shit. We love being this close to everything. But for people that are not tech people or administrators or professionals, it's a nightmare for them because they're afraid of pushing a button sometimes. Because they know that something bad can happen right now. And that also means that they will probably not use that system, which is another downfall of Linux, by the way. Again, it's this mentality of you have to remember, we are not the majority. We are not the smart ones. Yeah, well, nobody is smart, but we are not the ones that know everything. Like, we are not the ones that everyone should model their use case of. Because if everyone could do what we are doing, most of us would not have a fucking job then. Because then there would be no need for us. Like supporters, administrators, and stuff like that. If everyone had that knowledge. If everyone could code, there would be no coding jobs. Everyone would just be coding. Also, there would probably not be any fucking other jobs in the world because everyone would be coding. But you get what I'm saying. People have a really hard time of... I call it the ring in the water issue. You know, when you throw a stone into the water, you see the rings. Most people see the stone and then maybe one or two rings. And then they don't see anything else. And their whole world is centered around the stone and the first ring layer. That's the only thing they care about, they think about, they can have anything to do with. They forget about all of the other things going on. And all of those has impact. Because when those outer rings starts to migrate into a wall, they send a feedback loop back into the middle. Or they die out. There's so many possibilities. So it will affect you at some point. But I'm just looking at me, my situation. Or if you want to take it into, chess moves, they only look one move ahead or two moves ahead. Which is a massive problem. You have to look at, this don't make any sense for me. Does it make sense for X, Y, and Z group of people? All of these things. Windows 10 should be 2025. I think the time is. I have a feeling it's your PC that you have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Yeah, exactly. Windows doesn't... So Windows allow you to access stuff just like Linux if you know how to do it. So people that say that you cannot do advanced shit with Windows, they have no fucking idea how Windows work then. Let's look at my incognito search history. Oh, I don't have any. Let's list all the drivers I have on my system. Kernel drivers, system file systems, and whatnot. If you know Windows, you can do almost the same shit as you can on... You cannot compile your kernel, you cannot change the desktop environment. But you can do most of the same... Like, I would say, I'm just guessing, I don't have any fucking, concrete, mathematic formula to prove this, but I would say that you can do 90% of the same shit that you can do with Windows let me try again. You can do 90% of the same shit on Windows as you can on the Linux. The problem is that Windows have just hidden it. AKA, you need to understand Windows to know how to do it. So you could say you need to be a smarter Windows user than you need to be a Linux user to use the system in a powerful way. Because you need to understand how Windows is protecting itself from its user and how to access the powerful tools. Where under Linux, it's in your face, so you don't have to understand Linux as much as you do Windows to get into the powerful tools. So, yeah. I would say you can do most of the stuff that you... I would even go out there and say that what 99% of Linux users do with Linux, they can do under Windows. Because most don't change the desktop environment. Hardly any fucking compiles the kernel anymore. And they changed the wallpaper. Hey, you can do that under Windows. They changed the theme. Okay, you can probably not do that as much as you can under Linux with Windows. But you want to go in and... Because here's the thing. Linux users, they don't really configure Linux. Like the kernel and userland. They configure Samba, Xorg, Wayland, the display manager. They configure the programs running on Linux. That's what they do most of the time. And you could do that under Windows also. So it's really funny when you think about it that yes, you can compile the kernel under Linux, but how often do you compile the kernel? You know, like is the file system protection? Yeah, Alexander, true that. It's possible to crash Explorer in 5 seconds. Obviously, Linux is better. Yeah. Breaking easy dependency on who... Yeah. Oh, yeah, true set. Hey, I can crash Linux by opening fucking Chrome tabs. Okay? I can crash Linux by having too many Chrome tabs open. I can crash Linux if my graphic card driver crashes. All of things I can't do on Windows. I can crash Linux by crashing my network card driver. My network driver. Again, something I can't do under Windows. It just reboot the fucking driver and start up again. You want to see me crash the Windows driver? Oh, I just crashed the Windows driver. Or the graphic card driver. Let's do it again, peeps. I just rebooted the graphic card driver. If you want to do it on your own Windows machine, it's Control, Shift, Windows key, and B. That restarts the graphic card driver. Try and do that on the Linux. I have had Linux crash my system many times over the years because of driver issues. Not been possible on Windows or Mac OS for close to a decade now. If not over a decade now. Again, I'm not saying that the Windows kernel is better or anything like that. I'm just highlighting some features that it has that Linux don't. That in my opinion is fucking amazing features. It's like standing on a house of cards and say it's the most stable fucking foundation I ever had. If nobody touches those cards or something like that. There's no wind or anything like that. Everything is perfect. But we all know in the real world, nothing is perfect, okay? The last 10 years on real hardware, I have had Linux act up more than Windows on multiple systems. With multiple iterations. I'm right now running a SSD that never have been reinstalled with Windows on it since 2015. It has been run in 4 different systems with 3 or 4 different graphic cards, 3 different CPUs, 5 different motherboards. All I did was take my SSD and put it in the new system. Try and do that with Linux. Again, not saying that this makes Windows the better system, just highlighting some strength that Windows have over Linux. Can you run a Linux system as a desktop operating system doing desktop operating system things for close to 10 years? When I'm upgrading my computer, I'm kinda don't want to fucking reformat this hard drive. I want to see how long I can keep this hard drive going before it goes tits up. I've talked to maybe not thousands, but probably hundreds of people where they had to reinstall Linux because they changed the fucking graphic card. Yeah, but how many people have had problems with Tumbleweed and had to reinstall it? Many people. Tumbleweed is by far a stable system. It's one of the stablest rolling releases, I will give you that. I've had less issues with Tumbleweed than any other rolling release on Linux. But I've had issues with Tumbleweed. An upgrade broke something. A fucking driver did some crazy shit. Windows 10 is support since 2027. That's why Windows has a Pro version. You get easy access to Pro. That's exactly right, yeah. No, it's your PC. It's not that you have a different opinion. It's that you are talking a lot of shit like you know it when you really don't. A lot of the things that you're throwing at us is provable wrong facts. Or things that you just can't do. So if you just said that, in my opinion, I like Linux better, that would be fine. In my opinion, I think Windows have bloatware, fine. But you're talking about Windows like it's the fucking red-headed stepchild. Now we are not talking opinions anymore. Now you're trying to tell us that Windows is bad. You are telling us Windows is bloated. You're not saying that it's your opinion. You are telling us that it is. That's the difference. I find it funny that an autistic idiot needs to tell you how social interaction works. Yes, you can get software changed environment in Windows. Except the average user does not want to know that there's different environments. You're so right. I once worked for 3 months in support. The lady I helped asked, why is the background blurry when signed in? It was a feature added to MS at the time. Oh. I haven't compiled a kernel in years, true. I actually compiled it last year, to be honest. No, you cannot crash any OS with bad drivers. I just told you cannot crash. And I don't know if I will say this because, oh, well, this one, there's always an exception to prove the rule. But there's a reason why I can do this on the Windows. Is that it should make it, and it does make it so a driver don't crash the system. That don't mean that it will never happen. But it will mean that 9 out of 10 times or 8 out of 10 times a driver crash will not crash the system. Where under Linux, 9 out of 10 times or 10 out of 10 times a driver crash of the motherboard, network cards, video card will crash your system. That's the difference here. You can crash Linux by running Linux. Linux guy in the term and try and kill the Xbox. Yeah. No, it's about the way that you're saying it. You're not saying, I don't like this. I think, you know, you're saying like Windows has bloatware. That is not a opinionated. Well, it kind of everything is an opinion, but that's more like you're stating it as a fact more than I think Windows have bloatware or I feel Windows is bloated. Get what I'm coming at here? That's the difference. That's the tone that set. And here's the thing. Some people in here may not know it, but you're really combative is thinking the words I'm looking for. In my channel all the fucking time in the comment section. You want an argument. All the time. And I'm stupid enough to give it to you sometimes. I'm tired today, so I'm giving it to you. But your whole spiel, your whole stick is that you want to argue all the time. You want to say, hoo, see over there, and all of these kind of crazy things. So that's why when you're saying something, I kind of take it as, you know, okay, he wants to argue again. Or see, I don't know if you're a girl or a robot. Because you from all the interactions that I have with you, you kind of believe is that Windows bad, okay, Linux the best ever. And that's kind of the feeling I get for you. And everything Windows does is always bad. Almost everything. Once in a while, you can throw in a boat and say, oh, I like this Windows version, or I do like this. You know, once in a while, you're throwing a bone to the Windows community and the Windows people. But you're always doing it a little bit like a backhanded slap in the face. And then, yeah, I like this about Windows, and then, but Linux, blah, 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 blah. Every hardware, you are missing, for fuck's sake. You're exactly saying what I just said that you would be doing. You're finding one example. Again, like I said, just because something happens once or 2 times, don't make it the rule. So Linux, if you crashes your graphic card driver under Linux, 9 out of 10 times, it will crash your system. If AMD fucks up a driver under Windows, 9 out of 10 times, it will not crash the system. That's the problem here. So, a driver crashing Linux is more a par for the course. Or that's just, it happens all the time. Or most of the time. Where under Windows, it's not. So what you're doing is that you're focusing on that one time. And you're right. They all have crashed Windows at some point. I've had VirtualBox blue screen Windows, okay? Everything can crash everything at some point. But it's like, okay, is this a one-time thing or a 2% thing, or is it a 99% type thing? That's what we're talking about here, bro. Okay? That's what we are talking about, and that's what you don't grasp. I read that. I think they are headed the way of OEM computers. I don't know what you're talking about with OEM computers. Yeah, but that's not how you come across. Dude, I posted some of your fucking comments to people where they are shaking their fucking head. Okay, like, so what I do when I should not be doing this, by the way. This is not proper fucking YouTube etiquette and stuff like that. But when people make fucking stupid comments, and it don't have to be on my channel, I share it with people because it's a fun laugh. Okay? It's a fun laugh. And I will say it like this. I know a lot of smart people. Like, brilliant people. And if they facepalm and they see a comment, I would feel ashamed. I feel ashamed around them for being stupid as a doorknob. A lot of people, they tend to forget that just because you can say something, that don't mean that it's the best thing to say, the right thing to say, or here's probably the best thing. Yeah, oh, it's the release date. When was the last updated? I often found that when I have a need to insult people, you have an issue. I definitely don't get that. I have often found that when I have a need to insult people, I don't get it. I don't claim to be nothing. I just call bullshit when I see it. No, I never said that you. No. I have said that some of your comments are stupid. And yes, that could be regarded as calling you stupid. But if I say stupid shit, I am stupid in the moment. Can we agree on that? If I go into a belief system of the earth is flat for like 5 minutes until you hit me in the face with a spade, that's a stupid fucking thing to do. Can we agree on that? So, yeah, I should be called stupid. If I do stupid shit, I should be called stupid. Because I did stupid shit. I've been called and are being called stupid a lot of fucking times for doing stupid shit. Yeah, I might fall off the edge. Yeah. What most people have an issue with is that if they do stupid shit and they are being called out on it, they go in and do what you just did. Now it's my problem. It's my issue. I grew up in a world, and I've worked all my life in a world that if you do stupid shit, if you say stupid shit, you're being called out on it. If you're bullshitting, you're being called out on it. If you're trying to be, look at me, here I come and stuff like that, you're being called out on it. That's how my world works. And I know a lot of people, they are too fucking thin-skinned to, maybe not acknowledge, but to understand that. So let's unpack that a little bit. Why do people do that? Why should people not be allowed to be stupid? Why should people not be allowed to think that they are smarter, better, stronger than anyone else? Well, that could and almost all the time will end up being a negative for them in the future. We may accept it here because we know the person. But if that person act like that around people that don't know them, now we have an issue. Now we have an issue. Or they have an issue. I had a person. I can't remember if it was Discord or it was some social YouTube Discord. I can't fucking remember what it was. Or it was on Instagram. I can't remember it. But we were talking. And every fucking person they talked about, there was always a problem with them. Always. I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? What's wrong here? Actually, I think it was a girl. What's going on here? And then the person explained what was, the situations. And I'm like, okay, again, we can only talk for the information that we have and we are giving, of course. But it sounded a lot like, I was just being honest with him, it sounded a lot like you were the fucking issue here. I remember what it is right now. Every relationship they ever had ended badly. Like every romantic relationship they had ended badly. That's why I remember it now. It was a girl. I was like, what happened? And he was, oh, this happened, that happened, blah 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 blah. I'm like, a lot of those times, or most of the times, you were the fucking problem. And she got so fucking angry at me, she never talked to me again. And that happens when people like that don't get stopped before it's too late. They don't get checked, you know. They don't get like, hey, you know, check yourself a little bit here. You get what I'm coming at here? She was fucking pissed at me. Damn, she was pissed at me. She was yelling and screaming at me for a long time in DMs, and then I never talked to her again. And same with people like, oh, I can't start an education. I really, really want to start an education. And they never get their butt in the door. They always have excuses. That fault, this situation. Well, if you never have like an option to just go in and talk to someone, maybe you are the problem. Maybe it's motivation that's the problem. But the problem lays with you. And they need to be called out on it, or else they won't do it. Because if nobody say, like, hey, you know, like, you're the one holding yourself back here. You're the issue here. And yes, it's not now nice to say. It's not nice to hear. But it has to be done sometimes, man. But that's how, again, like I said, the environments that I'm in, that's how we work. That's how we function. To some extent, that's how Scandinavia function. Like, if you do bad shit crazy, we call you out on it. If you say crazy, outlandish shit, we call you out on it. Just like you would call me out on it, if I do it. Because when we are calling someone out on that shit, we expect them to do the same for us. Like, we expect them to check us if we're doing something crazy. If we're running around swinging our dick in people's faces. It's like, you know, you look out for me, I look out for you kind of thing. But yeah, I know that's probably a little bit too heavy for this stream, but I'm just frustrating with people sometimes on the internet. So we figured out that there was no fucking 32-bit version of VirtualBox. What in the Wayback Machine then? I think I just lost everyone. Yeah, but here's the thing: can you emulate? I don't think you can emulate a 64-bit system on a 32-bit system. So you need to install a 32-bit Linux version. Yeah, that makes no sense. What is Open Library? Have I ever used that? Oh, every book ever published. Okay, that would be fucking crazy. No Danish book in here? You have to have H.C. Andersen. Yep. No, not in library, not in library, not in library, not in library. Oh my god, you cannot have H.C. Andersen. Come on. Yeah, but Xorg is not your graphic card driver, my friend. I'm talking about graphic card drivers. I do know that this is kind of like killing Xorg. But you can't crash Xorg in GNOME and still be using GNOME. I tried it. I've done it. I fucked it up. But yeah, Windows have driver crash. I've seen Google fucking, or seen, I've not seen it personally, but I've read Google developers and all kind of fucking developers bitching and moaning about that in Windows. Or, hey Google, I didn't ask you anything, so shut the fuck up. Thank you. No, you don't understand because I didn't ask you anything, you yutz. How do you crash a graphic card driver? Now you're asking a question you already know. This would be something that, well, you stop the service under Windows or Linux. You find the service and stop it. I don't think you can stop it manually under Windows, but you probably can under Linux. Well, there's probably a way to hack your way in to do that under Windows also, but probably just you stop the driver in the kernel. Stop it. Again, like I said, I know it sounds like I'm saying a lot of fucking shit, but 90% of the things that I'm saying is stuff that I got from engineers, software engineers that are working with fucking Windows and Linux and stuff like that. Yeah, I have not looked into how to crash a Linux driver, okay? But when I hear like a mature Google exclusive developer, and I hear all kind of really renowned and known people say that, and yes, I cannot go in and give you the fucking paper right now because I can't remember what article I read it in. Because it's been plenty of articles I read it in. I could probably find it if I spent like 2 hours doing it. But it's not like when I'm reading something, I'm like, oh, I better save the source, because when I'm saying this, some people in Linux community will be angry at me and want citation. Like, are you going bookmarking everything you read on the internet in case someone is like, where's the citation? Where is the, where did you read that? And if you don't believe me, I don't give a fuck. It's okay. I have a feeling, and I hope, whatever the fuck you believe in, I hope I'm wrong. But from my limited understanding on the of kernel design and development and stuff like that, and Linux on the desktop, I'm not talking about servers and IoT devices where they use heavily customized versions of Linux and stuff like that. Just on desktop here. The more I look into Linux and I read about Linux, and like we're talking the kernel and the underlying structure and stuff like that, and I hear what way smarter people than me are saying about the subject, I get the feeling that it's like a volcano that may or may not explode. But if it explodes, I'm not mean having a driver crash here and there. No, I'm like, something fundamentally happened with the Linux kernel so badly that it becomes unusable. Like it could be like something like, there is so big of a security or problem with the Linux kernel by design that it can't be fixed, other than redoing everything again. Those kind of problems. I'm not talking like literally, oh, it's crashing and we can't recover a system. You know, I'm talking about that they figure something out about the Linux kernel and makes it crap. You know, like it like, why would you use it with these problems? It makes no sense, because these problems are so fucking bad that they can't be fixed, and it will make your system vulnerable for maybe, it may not be security, but quite, you know, driver issue, you know, something to that. You get, I hope you get what I'm coming at here. Because if I say like it will blow up, people think like, oh, you talk about crashes. No, like, it's kind of like a little bit like the Spectre and Meltdown, thing with the CPU design that we had back in the day, where by design our CPUs were so fucking bad that they had to hack a software solution in that still is not perfect and still is massively hindering the architecture. And I don't know. I don't even know if they still have fixed this thing. Spectre Meltdown is still kind of in effect, but they have made it more optimized, of course, like the fixes. It's that kind of issues that I feel is just like waiting with Linux somewhere from all the talks I hear with people. Is that Linux is amazing, it's great, but there's always these concerns. And it could stem down, like some of the concerns is just the way that they handle bug tracking. That's so outdated and so slow. There was like an Android developer that was massively frustrated of how slow and outdated the whole submit and bug and stuff like that chain was with Linux. And stuff like that. And I'm like, all the things I hear from Linux, like if you're talking negative, is things that we don't see right now because Linux is not being used as much right now. And as long as Linux stay where it is right now, it probably will never be a problem. But let's say Linux got installed on 2 billion plus desktops tomorrow. I think we would have like a massive issue with Linux. We would figure out how, I will not call it bad, but it would probably be like, oh my god, Linux is no better than fucking Windows. If that happens. I think something like that is looming in the future. Where Linux gets really tested. Really fucking tested. Linux have never really been tested on a desktop system. Servers, yes. Desktop, not so much. And if you talk to server administrators, they say that Linux get hacked and infected with every fucking kind of crazy shit just as fast as Windows does, if you don't protect it. That's why we have all these hardening guides for servers and all that shit. And I feel that is what is waiting on the desktop, in the desktop space. That we are just waiting for that to happen on the desktop. And then you have, well, if my calculations is right, you have 190 million Linux users that are using Linux on the desktop that are being slapped in the face with a big fucking dick. Really, really trippy, moist, smelly dick. And I would hate that to happen. But I feel that nobody is willing to look into it. Because we are so focused on that, by design, by nature, by the license. We're saying all of these buzzwords. But we are not doing anything with it. We're not doing anything about it. We're just talking. Like I can appreciate the monolithic nature of Linux kernel is a drawback, and I'm not arguing that Linux is better. Well, a lot of people say Linux because it's the most used operating system. If you take Android, Chromebooks, IoT devices and servers into consideration and stuff like that, that it's better because it's the most used. Well, by that definition, Windows is the most used desktop operating system. So that will mean that Windows must be the most, or must be the best desktop operating system. Like, that's another, like, weird, like, Linux statistics. Oh, Linux is so fucking amazing and the best OS ever because it's run everywhere on everything, just like Windows is, if you think about it. But anyway, well, if that's the case, what is the most used desktop operating system? That's Windows. So, if it's the most used, then it must be the best according to your logic. If Linux became mainstream overnight, it will have to be something similar to Micro OS, or it will. It will. It will. Said 1 month ago that the new AMD CPUs have problem with Linux. Yeah, he probably right. Linux has always have early adopter problems. So when people say that new hardware have issues under Linux, I'm kinda old enough with Linux to be like, tell me something new. Like, tell me something new. Rarely do Linux have no early adopter issues. I have this saying, and again, this is don't don't take this as a fact, but I always say this, that what Windows get, Linux get in 1 or 2 years later, maybe 3. Just look at how long it took to get, ray tracing and HDR to Linux and stuff like that. That is exactly like. That's another massive problem I have. Oh, it's not a Linux problem. It's a Linux problem. Most things in the world, there are things that is out of one's control and out of something's control. But most things in this world, both parties have a part in the problem. So saying Linux, it's not a Linux problem, it's like saying Linux can do nothing wrong. Linux can always do better in every aspect. If you stop believing that, you are doing a disservice to Linux. No matter what aspect of Linux that you're looking at, almost. A lot of people, they like this, like the thing here. It's not a Linux problem. That's saying that Linux is perfect. Linux is doing everything they can. Linux is doing everything correctly, which is wrong. Which is concretely wrong. Like the delay in development never. The delay in development. Let's take that issue. It's not a Linux issue, or not a Linux problem. Sorry. It's NVIDIA should just support Linux out of the bat. Okay, NVIDIA should spend millions or billions of dollars to support an operating system that will never recuperate those money. And then, Windows users should pay for it. Okay, what if I told you that Linux users should pay for Windows stuff? No. Linux users should not pay for Windows shit. But you can't have it one way. It's not a one-way street. So what is the solution? What could Linux do better for NVIDIA to support it earlier? It could throw money at NVIDIA. Say, we are willing to give you money to work on Linux drivers. It could put developer efforts towards it. We are willing to use our development power to help make Linux, NVIDIA better under Linux. Like, it could be Canonical or some other company and stuff like that. Or the community, stuff like that. They could go up to NVIDIA and advocate for them to do it. Not telling them to do it, not demanding that they are open sourcing the driver, but hey, what can we do to help you work on Linux? All of those things are things that Linux people don't do. Another thing, like I said before, Linux people get angry, or open source people, I'm not saying Linux people because there's also open source people in general. Open source people in general, they get angry when their favorite software stop being developed. But they have done nothing to help them. They don't throw them donation their way. They don't help them with development efforts. And like I said before, a lot of times it comes down to, I can't do this anymore. I don't have the time. So either you pay me to do it full time, or you lend me developers. And the open source community 9 out of 10 times do nothing. How often have you seen the open source community go out of their way to support a project to keep it alive. It has happened, but how often do you see it? Almost never. They will probably fork it, but the statistics of forks is really bad. They never really last. Forks almost, again, not always, but almost always fails. So you're just prolonging the death of the project, basically. All of those things are things that Linux could do. You know, like I said, in most things in life, you cannot sit and say, it's not my problem, it's not this problem. Windows have issues also. Windows could do way better than things that Windows are not good at. Where they sit and say, oh, this is not an issue for us. But it clearly is an issue for them. But it's the mentality of, I've done this, this must have been good enough, now do shit for me. I hate that mentality. It's a reverse engineering. Not always a reverse engineering issue that's specific to Linux. So the reverse engineering issue that's specific to Linux is because Linux have an issue with licenses and the way that the rest of the world do stuff. That's a Linux issue. Linux want everyone to do it their way, when their way is not the way that the world works 90% of the time. That's the issue. If Linux was more open to incorporate proprietary software and all of that fucking shit, really nearly all over its code and what have you not, you will see way faster adoption with a lot of things. Way faster. Way faster. But when you hear developers talk about working with open source, you will hear this quite often, that it's frustrating because most of the time is spent on bureaucracy. Because they want it their way. And if you don't do it our way, get the fuck out of here. I will say that's an open source problem. Or a Linux problem, however you'll win. Like, if you are a product that want another product to work with you, but you want them to change their whole business model, their whole philosophy on how they're doing a thing to be able to work with you, and then they don't want to work with you, and say, ha, it's not a me problem, it's definitely a you problem. I do believe that to some extent that the GPL is holding Linux back. That's why I prefer the BSD MIT license. To some extent, the Apache licenses. Because they are more compatible with the real world we are living in. Linux is living in this kind of fantasy world. It's a great fantasy, don't get me wrong. And if the rest of the world lived in the same world, it would make total sense. But Windows and proprietary software is never going away. Never. Linux kind of live in a world... Yeah, GPL is bad, I get that, but I'm just talking GPL in general. But Linux live in a world where it thinks proprietary software should not exist. Yeah, the Mozilla license also okay. Like, there are some okay open source licenses out there, don't get me wrong. I'm just simplifying a lot here. And I feel it's really naive, and I feel that mentality is holding Linux really back. That you can still include stuff you don't like. You can still work with people you don't like. You do that all the time at work. I'm sure that there are some fucking co-worker you have you don't like, but you still work with them. And Linux can do the same. And then they can, show the world, hey, we can work together with people we disagree on a philosophical way, or we disagree on a as stupid thing as how to do development, but we can still work together. We can still be existing in the same place. We can still exist in the same place. Where proprietary software or any other company, not every other company, but most company over in the batch world, part of the world according to Linux, they do that. They can do that. Linux can't. So, do you think Microsoft is the only one looking at the source code? Do you think Nvidia is the only one looking at the source code? No. They have NDAs, what it's called, non-disclosure agreements and all that fucking shit. There are many other companies in many other avenues that look at Windows source code and the new Nvidia card schematics and all of that fucking shit so they can get it ready for release and what have you not. They just can't talk about it. Proprietary software, they work together in the back end almost as open source does. They just can't talk about it. Open source was amazing. It's still amazing, but the way open source, according to Richard Stallman, made sense, like in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, it don't make sense anymore. Because it made sense back then that you could modify your software, or you could fix a bug because it could take weeks before you got it sent via the mail or somewhere, you know, call someone up, or, you know, running over to a department, hey, this fucking, you know, tape is not working correctly. Fix it for me. And then they have to fix it and put it on a tape and test the tape and run back to you and put it in your machine. And, you know, nowadays we do that in 5 seconds over the internet. So that whole mentality of the benefits of seeing the source code for educational purposes, yes. For educational purposes, yes. Like anything comes out from a university should be open source because it's an educational institute. They should only focus on educational shit. But Linux still think, or open source, or Richard Stallman, or whoever you want to believe in, or want to put in as your belief system here, they still think that it's a problem that if there is a bug in a software that, oh my god, I can't fix it today, so it's not being fixed for like months. Hey, like if you call up like Windows with a bug, or you call up other people, it's being fixed fucking fast. Probably faster than you could do it yourself at home if you could see the source code. Especially if it's a massive fucking problem, okay? And I'm like, I get it made sense back in the days with tape machines and all of that fucking shit where we didn't have the internet in the capacity we have it today. In today's world, open source can be a big strength. It can be amazing for a project. But it's no different than proprietary software, because a lot of people say, okay, open source is great because the community can help in. Okay, you should not make a project and expect the community to help you out. Because all statistics say they won't. You should not make an open source project with the idea that the community will fix all the bugs for you or help you fix the bugs. Because statistically, that's not the case. Most problems in open source development is being fixed by developers in the same project, or sister projects, or projects they work with, aka the exact same fucking way proprietary software works. You can just see the source code, and that's great if you want to learn. Don't get me wrong. If you want to learn Python, most of my Python is learned by open source code. I look at the code. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that the reasons for open source kinda don't make much sense anymore, other than educational purposes. Because all of the benefits that it gives us are not that beneficial when you think about it, because how many are looking at the source code? How many contribute to the source code that are not developers in the project? It's just like, you know, like, I feel it's an outdated, it may look at it like this. Maybe open source need an update. You know, like, maybe we need to make it work in a way that makes sense to the world. And I'm not saying proprietary software is the best and blah 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 blah. Just because I'm critical about open source, that don't mean that I love, Windows. Like people say, oh, you stopped advocating the Linux desktop, so you must be a Windows user. No, I use Linux daily still. For hours daily. Just because I'm critical about one thing don't mean that I'm ditching it 1000%. It's just mean that I don't believe in this anymore. We need to reevaluate some things. Yeah, but the FreeBSD issue, we have to remember the FreeBSD issue here. The FreeBSD issue, no, it's not an issue, but it's just a matter of who was the popular kid in school, man. And Estek knows this, he knows this really well. FreeBSD had some issues in the beginning, man. FreeBSD had issues in the beginning, man. License issues and code issues and stuff like that. And had that not happened, the world could have looked differently. Could have looked really differently. Really differently. Like, FreeBSD just made some decisions and had some issues that turned out not being beneficial for FreeBSD. But it did for Linux. Sometimes, I know we don't like it. We don't like it. But sometimes chance and luck plays into shit. And with Linux, it was the right people. It came out at the right time. The right people got their hands on it, and so on and so on and so on. That basically catapulted in. And there was a vacuum that needed to be filled. Because they didn't know if FreeBSD could fill that vacuum. Because of some issues. And Linux could. So you could kind of look like FreeBSD was kind of like this little, a teenager that was rebellious and got caught smoking pot and was in jail a little bit. Where Linux was this like new, fresh start, no issues, no, checkered history and stuff like that. So yeah, there's a lot of factors that play in here. And the licenses issues with FreeBSD and Unix, had that not been there, it could have been a totally different world we're living in. It could still be the same world, I don't know. But there will be a higher chance that we will have better adoption by of BSD or FreeBSD. It could just be that Linux marketed Linux better. The same on YouTube. If you know a 100,000 or a 1 million sub YouTuber, and you talk to them daily and you can get them to promote you, you will get a better time than if you don't know anyone on YouTube. Maybe Linus just knew the right people. Or could get Linux into the hands of the right people. Like, get what I'm coming at here. I will not call Stallman a fool, but he definitely has some issues. Yeah, people are the problem, yeah. And not to mention open source sells malicious actors find loopholes. Yeah. But did you consider false advantages privacy? Privacy is like free and open source don't have a privacy advantages. You know how massive companies that do most of the security and this goes for Windows and all operating systems in that matter, but I'm going to see if I can find I'm not fussed about the time. I'm just looking for. I'm looking to something to show you something, basically. It could be okay if they've been fixed. It's just not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a specific company. Just bear with me here. Well, let me do it another way. But basically what I'm trying to say here is that most, if not all, privacy issues and security issues in Windows, Mac OS, and Linux is being found by companies that are living off finding security problems and privacy issues, or hackers that are. Some are doing it in a good way and some are doing it in a bad way, but they're basically saying that fix this problem or we will release the exploit, or give us money and fix the exploit or we will release the exploit. I hope you get what I'm coming at here. Like, free and open source and privacy issues and bugs is 9 out of 10 of those, if not 10 out of 10 of those issues, are being found by not the community, basically. So that means that just because you can see the source code, apparently people don't. And if they do, they don't know what they're looking for. So it's not an advantage. So it would be an advantage if, like, Josephine in her basement and people like her were the biggest contributors to finding privacy issues in open source software and security problems in open source software. When it's the opposite. It's corporations, it's other big massive development houses and suites and so on and so on and so on. I'm just trying to find a specific company to show, you know, look, this company found this. Which apparently in my tired state I can't fucking figure out how to do. So, what advantages? Again, I live 30 minutes from the the water. Let me put it there, I can't speak. So by that definition, I should live in the water. Because I can. So I have an advantage over people not living near the beach. And there are probably more people not living near the beach that are bathing more each year in the beach than I am doing, just because I live. Yeah, beach. Yeah. Like, there are people that live hours away from the beach, that swim more in the ocean than I do. I've not done it for over 10 years, by the way. I hate the beach. You get what I'm saying here? So just because I have the opportunity, and it's really convenient for me, don't mean I will do it. So do I have an advantage for living near the beach? You could say so, but it will only be an advantage if I take advantage of it. If I don't, it's not. So all of these, so to speak, bonuses you get with open source software, like, the only one that I concretely can say is like 1000% advantage is learning. If you want to learn to code, open source software is probably the best way of doing it. Find an open source project to help out. Look at open source projects. Read their code. Learn their code. If you want to learn to code anything on Earth, open source software, man, it's the best. Because you have access to it. I don't have access to the Linux, Windows kernel source code. But I can look at the Linux kernel source code if I want to learn that. Linus said that if BSD was not in legal questionable situation back in 1991, oh my god, that seems so long ago now, he would not have bothered building his own kernel. Exactly. Yeah, but privacy is not an advantage. I just told you it was not. So it's not yet another. Like I said, that's the only advantage I can see over open source software. Well, 2. I will give it 2. Learning and the easiness of cooperation. Like, you don't have to sign NDAs and all that fucking shit. So it makes it easy for people to work together. That's the only 2 advantages I can come up with. But hey, you have to remember something. That don't mean you can't do this under proprietary software. There are a lot of people that can get access to proprietary code for the sake of learning. They have like learning licenses, educational licenses. It's just a little bit more difficult because you have to apply for it. And again, like I said before, most proprietary companies, they do work with each other, see each other's code, if needed. They just have to sign an NDA. So it's not like open source have this like banging, amazingly fucking advantage. It's just another development tool that makes sense in certain situations. And in other situations, proprietary code makes sense. In other situations, not releasing the code at all makes sense. So it don't matter what licenses it have. I just don't get this fanboy of free and open source. You should not be fan of a license. Like, if you want to be really fucking... Like, let's be really fucking, like, hippie-like, okay? Like, what would be the best situation for everyone, and everyone could do whatever the fuck they want and all that fucking shit. If there is a license, it's a problem. If you have to agree on something, there is a problem. So the only real license is the non-license. That's the best thing ever. Because it allows people to do whatever the fuck they want with it. There's no restrictions, none whatsoever. Every license is a problem. The Diablo 4 beta is looking good so far. Oh, fuck you then. Like, if you really want to go, like, fully into this, like, you know, everything should just be open and everyone should be able to do everything they want and stuff like that. Well, if there is a license, we have an issue. Some license goes against one philosophy, another license goes against another philosophy or idea of how to do a thing. The best thing would be if there just was no licenses whatsoever. Then everyone can do whatever the fuck they want. It's not just another development method. Open source license preserve public control of the code. It only makes sense, and yes, the public can have control of the code, but they don't. They don't. Where's the public control about the code from Red Hat, Canonical, SUSE? Again, I can go right now and jump into the ocean. It's all what ifs. It's all could, would have, could be. And yes, on paper, it looks good on paper. But the public have no control over open source software unless they choose to take control of it. But they don't. And that's kind of the issue here, my friend. They don't. So what does it matter if it's open or hidden if they don't take control of it? And the few cases they do, like forking it, for example, they rarely, if at all, pays out or end up being a thing in the long run. They end up defunking Electronic Arts. The control is the ability to see and use the code. What if nobody sees and uses the code? Which, again, statistically and well, I don't know if we can call it like a 1000% fact, but again, statistically talking, and not talking, I can't fucking speak. If you talk to open source developers, most of those organizations, the developers themselves, or the people that they're working with, are the only one seeing the code, are the only one modifying the code. Again, I can go and jump into the water. But if I don't, it's not an advantage, it's not an ability. Well, it is an ability. Everything is an ability, but you get what I'm coming at here. Just because you can do something, that don't mean that it's a benefit or something like that until you do that thing. It's like saying that I can lose weight, so therefore I am losing weight. What you are asking is not important. The freedom to see and use source code is important in of itself. No. No. It's not important if it's not doing important things. It's like saying a tree is important just because it's a tree, so therefore it's important because it's important to be a tree. And there's no beauty. Here's the thing. You are putting a... what is the word? Not physiological. Philosophical attributes into a really simple thing. Okay, let's unpack freedom. Let's talk freedom here. Again, ultimate freedom would be no license whatsoever. You are free to do whatever the fuck you want with the code. Copy, steal it, proprietary it, give it away, sell it. Do whatever you want. That's ultimate freedom. I don't think anyone can disagree with that. If you can do anything you want with that code, that would be ultimate freedom. The GPL is a restriction. You can do this, you cannot do that. No, open source is not a philosophy, it's a methodology. Methodology, yeah. It's not a philosophy. A religion can be a philosophy. Open source is not a philosophy. The Free Software Foundation may see it as a philosophy. But if you nowhere in the GPL, well, it's been a while since I've read it, and I don't think I've read the third one. Slice of Nipples. It's Becky doing a rap battle. So basically what you're telling me right now is that open source is great because it's basically a religion. It's a belief system. It's kind of like Buddhism. It's a way of life. That's probably the most unintelligent thing I've ever heard. It would be like the way to make this car tire. The production method of doing this car tire is a philosophy. Or the sequence of taking the spark plugs out of this Chevy small plug is a philosophy. You're stretching it a lot here, man. Freedom only exists within indefined parameters. No. Freedom. You are free to do whatever the fuck you want. That's freedom. The second you put restriction into anything, anarchy is not freedom. Like, freedom is that you can do whatever the fuck you want. Nobody is free and all that fucking shit if you want. Like, we can even do we want to debate if there even is a free will? Do we want to go down that route? If free will exists? Because that's kind of the way that you're going right now. Like, it's as outlandish. Like, a license. Because you have to remember here, when you're talking about open source, you're talking about a license. You're basically talking about the GPL. Because the GPL kind of determines, broadly speaking, simplified and all that shit, what freedom is with source code. That's their interpretations of freedom. That's someone telling you what freedom is. It's a method, man. Did you get dropped a lot as a kid or something like that? Like, it make... And you wonder why people say Linux is a cult? This is the same fucking kind of, talk you hear from flat earthers, lizard people, like... It's the same kind of justifications and mind-bending and mental gymnastics and what have you not that they go through. It's really interesting. I could talk about this for fucking decades because I find it interesting how you guys look at open source. No, I made a joke. It was a joke. I was being sarcastic. I know Americans have a really hard time understanding that. I was making a joke. But discussion is impossible. Because you are rocketly set in your mind that open source is freedom. And it's a philosophy. And I'm like, what philosophical attribute to things outside of developing source code does it provide? Because as far as I understand, philosophy can be used in many aspects of life. Open source can only be used for coding. Which is a really, 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 really simple one-track thing. If you get what I'm coming at. No, I fall back on jokes when I'm tired of debating something that's where clearly the opposite party is... How can I explain it the most? You cannot convince a rock that it's not a rock. Get what I'm saying here? Nothing I say would matter whatsoever to you. Whatsoever. I'm just having this conversation because I find it interesting, and I think people might find it interesting. What is exclusive? Not or for what are you talking about, James? But the free software foundation is a fucking cult. Like I could understand I can understand that if you associate it, if Linux was a way of life that told you how to live your life, how to be as a human, how to be in all kind of avenues in life and society and stuff like that, I would be keen to say, yeah, it's philosophy, it's a way of life, you know, and all those things. It's how to do this, dude. Like, how can this be a way of life? Could it be programming methodology? Yeah, of course. We're talking about writing lines of code. And who has access to it. That's really what we are talking about. How to write how to write a line of code and who have access to it. That's the fundamentals we are talking about. And yes, again, depends on the situation. No, I'm not even saying for some people I can appreciate that. For some people, they see Linux or open source as a political statement. I can see that as a political statement. But that's something they put on it. It could be a political statement against big corporations. It could be a political statement about the establishment. It could, you know, stuff like that. But they're only making a political statement against the computing establishment, the computing world. They're not making a political statement against the Queen, or she's not alive, the King of England anymore. Or not the King of England. Or the Danish Queen or something like that. They're making a political statement about something within the coding world. And in the end, that's what we are talking about here. We're talking about the coding world. We're not talking about, you know, taxes, you know, and things like that. Yeah, I hate Wikipedia because I've been... let me put it this way. I've seen some people doing some bad shit, crazy shit on Wikipedia. What the fuck is going on here? Oh, I can't copy paste it. Okay, so is open source going to preserve freedom in Africa? Is it going to preserve freedom in my town? Is it going to preserve freedom for oppressed women in some countries? Is open source going to preserve freedom for me right now? Or is it only going to allow me to watch the fucking source code? It's only allowing me to watch the source code. And again, we can find pros where that matters, and we can find places where it don't matter. There's benefits and negatives to everything. No, it's not personal freedom. Because what if I want to take a GPL license code and I want to bundle it up with proprietary software and proprietary it all and sell it? I don't have that personal freedom to do so. No. Are you talking about... I hate the word freedom. It's access. It preserves access to the code. I will agree on that. But that don't make it a political vessel. Again, again, there's no such thing as freedom. Again, we can debate if freedom really exists. No, I hate the word freedom used by people talking about code. Because to me, freedom is like being able to go out the door and go to the beach, go shopping, do whatever I kind of want to some degree, not being too limited of doing what I want. But we have to remember, the GPL puts limitations on us. It's like saying that you can vote on whoever you want to vote on, but you can only vote on the people I tell you that you can vote on. So I give you 5 people that you can vote on. I've validated these 5 people. You have the freedom to vote, but you can only vote on these 5 people. One of these 5 people is your options, where you have the freedom to vote, and you can vote on any fucking one that you want. If someone see someone running Windows or liking proprietary software or wanted to use proprietary software for code that they have written as anti-freedom, I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? They made the code. They can do whatever the fuck they want. So let them. That would be freedom. Letting them do whatever the fuck they want with the code they made. But the GPL says something different. And proprietary software say the same thing. I'm not saying proprietary... Again, just because I'm critical about this whole thing here, don't mean that I'm pro-proprietary software. I just don't like this whole, like, religious cult-like attributes that someone put on a piece of paper written by a lunatic in the 60s, or maybe in the 80s. Linux is a concept that is socially constructed and exists. Everything is a social construct. You do know what a social construct is. Okay? You do know what a social construct is. Explain to me what a social construct is so we don't talk over each other here. Because it don't align with the last part of your sentence there. Or somewhat not align with it. I actually had a debate about social constructs with a fucking psychology, maybe not a professor, but I can't remember what the fuck he was, like 2 years ago. I had no idea what the fuck a social construct was. He just started to fucking spew it into my face. What the fuck are you talking about, you idiot? Like the only people I see saying things like this, again, flat Earth, religious people, Poles. A social construct is a mutually agreed upon definition of what something is. Exactly. Or it's society's, mutual agreement. So we all agree upon this is a browser window. That's a social construct. And I don't think anyone have ever used source code as a definition of freedom. Other than, of course, the Free Software Foundation. Like, it's not a universally societal agreement that that's freedom. It's only agreed upon by people in that specific, unique, small community. Does that sound familiar? It would be like, if it was societally agreed upon, that means that you can go and talk to most people on the street and they will agree with you. Again, I'm not saying that it's bad that you can see the source code. I'm not saying that you should not be able to do it. I just don't believe this bullshit. Oh, we're doing it for your own good. We're doing it for the ethical reasons of the source code or your freedom and stuff like that. And like, what if I want to do this and I can't? You are limiting my freedom to do that thing because you don't agree with it. That's kind of my whole argument against this. Against most things in the world. Like America, the most free country in the world. I think it's only England that has more fucking security cameras up more than you guys do over there. Land of the free that has most people in jail by population, by any fucking country in the world. You know, it's just stuff like that that makes me be like, really? It sounds good on paper, but does it make sense? And I don't believe that code in of itself have freedom. It's an unhumanist object. Everything is relative. Everything. Here's the thing. Everything boils down to the most simple thing surrounding it. The most single component or the most simple, like, how a combustion engine work. There's so many fucking computers surrounding it and blah 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 and so many things going on. But one thing needs to happen for it to work. And that is the expansion of an explosion in the combustion chamber. You suck air in, you compress it with fuel. I'm simplifying like a crazy idiot here. You ignite it, an expansion happens, it pushes the pistons down. That's what I'm talking about. And what I feel like that the Linux community or some Linux people are talking about, they're talking about the ECU, the well timing, that all matters. But without that combustion, none of that would matter. That's the most simple thing that's going on. Yes, it all kind of work together and stuff like that, but it's the most simple thing that's going on. And I feel a lot of Linux people, they don't care much about that simple thing. Like, it's just a piece of code. They like the aspect of it being a philosophy. They like the aspect of it that I'm saying fuck you to the world or to Microsoft and all of those things. And I'm all okay with that. If that's what's important to you, I get it. It's okay. But don't tell me that you are more free or proprietary software is less free, or I am anti this or pro that for using another piece of software. Because in the end, it's just lines of code. If that lines of code is kind of used for to give you purpose in life. If that's all you have in life is this big of a fucking gravity towards the open source philosophy, It's fine. I personally think that there will be a really sad life and an empty life, but if that's it, if you're like DistroTube, that you put onto this earth to convert everyone to open source, hey, if that gives you meaning in life, that's okay, but don't tell me or anyone else we are lesser than you, lesser free, lesser open, morally what the one or the other. Because we are just as free and just as morally correct as you are. Because in the end, it's just a piece of fucking lines of code done by people. Okay? And we are losing the beauty of the internal custom. And we are losing the beauty of the internal I can't read. Internal combustion engine. Keep the V8 alive. Don't give in to EVs. I don't know. I talked to a guy at work that is really into electrical cars. And I'm like, for me, driving a car without a big engine in it and the sound it makes, you can feel the torque of the engine and stuff like that, it's just not appealing. But if you never experience that, you will not miss it. So if electrical vehicles take over the world, and they probably will take over the world, that generation of humans will not miss it. They will not. They will not be. They will not be like, oh my god, it was better back then. Like most people right here, probably most people, maybe not ethnic, but he's like as old as the fucking Constitution. But most other people in here don't remember a time before the smartphone. Or before fucking mobile phones. Where if people have to get hold of you, they have to physically find you. Or wait in front of your door. Or call your mom or something like that and say, when is the idiot home? I need to talk to him. So they don't understand the freedom of not being connected. They don't understand the freedom of not being plugged in all the time. Try and go away from the internet. Leave your phone at home, your watch at home, and just go for a fucking walk. Just go out there and go for a walk. Go with the dog, a friend, a loved one. Just go for a walk. No fucking any electronics on you whatsoever. Try do that for a weekend. Like it's amazing, man. I remember one day I forgot my phone. I was going out with the trash, I think it was. I still had my watch on, my smartwatch. But I don't have it. It's not one of those that have cell service on it. And I was like, oh my god, I forgot my phone. Like, and I was like, okay. Let me go for a walk. Let me try and go for a walk without my phone. I've not been without my phone for probably close to a decade. And it was the best thing fucking ever. The only thing my watch could do was tell me the time. Because it was not connected to my phone to get all the other information. Or any Wi-Fi hotspots. Nobody could get in contact with me. Just the fact that you know that nobody right now, other than if they run after you, can get hold of you. Just that feeling that you know that is so freeing, man. Like that I would guess and say, yeah, now we're talking a little bit about freedom here. I'm not a slave in quotes to my phone and stuff like that for those 15 minutes I went for a walk. It was just me. Now we can talk about something being, remotely freedom is. But yeah. These lines of code is not going to visit your grave, no. Yeah, they will fucking roll around in lithium batteries, yeah. Yeah, it's Steam Beats, Stream Beats, or Steam Beats. I can't remember what the fuck he's calling from. What is his name now? Harry Heller or something like that. When I spend time with someone, my phone is either in my pocket or face down on it. Yeah, that's I don't think in Europe hydrogen cars are the future. I still think it's electrical vehicles. In Denmark, charging stations are popping up all over the place like it was fucking the plague, man. Yeah, I went a year without a phone. I got so addicted that it was the happy. Yeah, I had a time where I couldn't afford a fucking phone. It was either internet or phone, a phone service. I had the phone, but I could have a phone service. So my phone basically just become a music playing machine, basically. I downloaded Spotify because I have premium, so I could download, like, this is like many years ago. So I just made an offline playlist that I could use. And I think that went on for almost 1.5 years. So if anyone wanted to get in contact with me, it was via the internet, via mail. And I fucking loved it, man. I loved it. I knew no matter what happened, when I went out of my door, unless I got internet at McDonald's or something like that, nobody could get hold of me. Nobody. Why does it feel so good? Because you can be yourself. You can be isolated. You don't, when you have your phone or anything on you that where people get in contact with you all the time, you have that in the back of your head. You know, you are always on. You're not really turned off. And like because I didn't have any cell service, I could only use Spotify. I couldn't go on the internet or Instagram or anything like that. I could only use Spotify to play offline music. Like I said, it became a music playing machine. So I didn't, that dopamine fix you get from checking all these social media, I couldn't do that. And just being you in your surroundings and knowing, it's that thing of knowing that if people need you, they can't get hold of you unless they track you down physically. Well, it's on Spotify, so define free. Like, you don't have to pay for it, but it's licensed. You can play it on YouTube without getting striked, if that's what you mean. Like, he made this specifically, Harry Heller, Steam Beats, so you can play this music on Twitch and YouTube without getting striked. And that disconnection does something to humans. And I'm not smart enough to go in or at least I'm too tired to go in and pinpoint what that is. And honestly, like I said, I'm not smart enough to do it anyway. But I think it's just this thing that we know that nobody can get hold of us. Oh, well, if they really want to, they can. But you are now, in quotes, free. You're free from the shackles of the phone. You are you. You don't have to think about, okay, what if someone calls me, or can I now do this because someone wants to get home? Oh my god, blah blah blah, all these fucking things. Yeah, washing clothes by hand is not bad. I had a friend, she had a lot of clothes that you had to wash in hand because it was really expensive clothes. And I loved doing that when I was visiting her. She came out with like a beer or some wine or whatever, And then I was washing her clothes and we were talking in the kitchen. It was hot as hell, so that also helped. But yeah, it was like I need something to do when I'm around people. I don't do well with just be sitting there. I need something in my hands and to fiddle with. I need to be activated all the time. So instead of just me sitting and picking everything up on the table and throwing it around, I had something to do and we could talk and I was more relaxed and stuff like that. It was, I fucking love, I'm not saying I miss it, but it was a good time, man. It was a good time. And she was of course happy because she got her clothes washed. And I get to touch, feminine, underwear. And stuff like that. Some of it was underwear. Yeah, go get some food. I did that for quite a long time at her place. Or anything from underwear to t-shirts and, well, not t-shirts, but blouses and stuff like that. It was, it's the same, like, I love cooking and talking with other people while I'm cooking. Oh, that's that. Yeah, Don, I can definitely see that being amazing. Yeah, I like some of the girlfriends that I had all the years. There was nothing better if after a long day at work, the gym and stuff like that, then come home and then just make food together. Standing there, and then bitch and moan about work or having a laugh and stuff. But so if she needed to just bitch off about someone at work, yeah, I could tune out and focus on the food for that while, and she gets things off her chest, and I could just be like, yeah, that sucks, yeah, But she just needed to ventilate, you get what I'm saying here. And then when you're done, you're all talked out, you're ready to start a nice, relaxing evening, get some food in your belly, some butt spanking afterwards, I have an offline phone just for old gaming plays, and that sounds like a good idea. It's a poor man's Steam Deck. Well, the Steam Deck is massive. Or are people just really small people in general? But the Steam Deck is like running around with a fucking lunchbox with 2 handles on. I tell people the best way to get hold of me is calling me by my number. So they don't call Cody, they call your phone number out into the wild and you then appear or what? I might answer to something like Facebook Messenger. I don't, if people text me on Facebook, there's only really few people I respond to on Facebook. I don't want to have anything to do with Facebook. I'm only on Facebook because all my family members are there. And if shit, I read the messages if people type to me in there, but I almost never respond to anyone in there. Instagram, different story. I do like my Instagram. I need to post more pictures there. Twitter I barely use anymore. It's a fucking mess. And it's not Elon's fault. It was a mess way before him. I hope he can fix it, but I don't think he can. I think it's the notion of social media. I think social media is about to have had its run. People are moving more and more over to like Signal apps and Telegram and stuff like that. They like basically the DM form of social media. I think is becoming the next thing. Like you see it with Discord and Teams and stuff like that. More and more people they talk to each other over Discord and those kind of, well, they are kind of social media apps, but limited, curated social media experiences versus getting fucking vegans and social justice warriors ripping your new one every time you go on to Twitter or stuff like that shit. I think this whole thing about everyone should have a say in the public forum has played its course, because it's not a good idea. Because not everyone should have that saying. Everyone should be able to say whatever they want, and have a voice, but everyone don't need to hear that voice, if you get what I'm saying. Not necessarily, unless it's a really important message they have. Like, what I'm trying to say here is that everyone should be able to say something if they are, like, if they feel the government is mistreating them or stuff like that. But nobody gives a fuck about what you had for dinner, okay? You can tell that to your close friends in your Discord community, but I don't want to go onto Facebook or Instagram or Twitter to see your lunch. Or see a fucking video that you're walking the dog and you found the massive biggest shit you have ever seen. I don't want to see that from a random person I don't know. Or hear it from a random person I don't know. And that aspect of social media, I think, is way overdue. Wait, it's way back. No. It would be something like this here, you know, where people can live stream or do stuff like this and talk and stuff, and then people can tune in and stay or walk away. And where you have more control over what's going on. But Twitter and Facebook and all of these kind of things, they are the new MySpace, basically. Like that's kind of how I feel about it. I only use Facebook Messenger. Yeah, I have it installed, but I rarely use it. Yeah, and I am so... Yeah, it's going a little bit back to the 90s. In the 90s, everyone wanted, you know, an instant messaging service. You know, they used, like, MSN, Microsoft, MSN, and all of that. Oh my god, MSN, man. Was like Microsoft Advanced IRC chat back in the day. I think a lot of people don't know what MSN or Yahoo Messenger. Yeah, kind of the same thing. Like it was kind of like but it's kind of like what you call it, a mixture between Skype and Telegram and these kind of messaging services. A little bit like Teams nowadays, if you think about it. You just can do way more things with Teams. But fuck, I talk to a lot of fucking people on Messenger. Oh my god. I can't remember how many parties we organized via Microsoft Messenger. Fucking mental. Bling! Hey, are you free tonight? Bling! Yep. Okay, where's the party at? Over there. Okay, I'm just... let's add him to the group or her to the group. Are you up for a party? Yep. It was like... it was fucking fun back in the day, man. It was... You hit a girl up at... It was like, can I get your phone? No, can I get your MSN? And then it became MySpace, then it became Facebook, at least in Denmark. Twitter is still not new, but Danish people love Facebook. It's like the thing here still, Facebook. Yeah, I remember this one here. Windows Live Messenger was kind of like the last hurrah for it. Oh my god, I'm feeling old. Oh my jeebus. I had so many people on it. Hey, let's meet at this club later today. You can take your girlfriend's with you, I'll take my boyfriend's with me, we can all hook up. Oh, fucking... This was where we got dick pics. We didn't get dick pics back then. It was like, hey, show me your boobs and I show you me in underwear, something like that. It was so funny. It was before people sent dick pics. It was like boobs and upper torso for guys. Yeah, we are going back to this. Like I said, this is like, you know, what we do on Telegram and Signal and stuff. Even like test messages could be regarded a little bit like this here. But again, I think it's because people are just tired of listening to everyone having a voice. I'm not saying everyone should not have a voice. It's just that people are tired of listening to everyone having a voice. Because a lot of those voices are batshit crazy, okay? Like, and people just want, like, people don't want to listen to fucking Twitter Karens and, you know, bitching and moaning about standing in Starbucks and someone got faster service than they did, or the guy next to them looked weird at them, so therefore he's a fucking misogynistic asshole. You know, nobody wants to listen to that anymore from some random person they don't know anything about and don't want anything to do with. Or if they're having a conversation with someone, they don't want random people chiming in with fucking crazy conversation breakers and telling them that they know better and what have you not. AKA the YouTube comment section. But there was a lot of hacking going on. Like, it was really easy to hack MSN. The same with Skype, for that matter. I just realized that it's online littering for... Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, YouTube Shorts, man. Maybe I'm old, but I do get it. But I have this fundamental issue with getting used to consume 30-second content. Because we are training our brains to be goldfish. Yeah, friend face. Yeah. We are training ourselves to have a less and less attention span. And yeah, exactly. It destroys your attention span. Yeah, and it makes it harder to learn. Like Idiocracy. Have you guys seen Idiocracy? It's almost like a fucking documentary of what's going to happen in the future. Like, it's like, I honestly do feel like, have you seen some of the I know that's not hashtag not all, by the way, but some of the videos on YouTube where they ask, you know, like 18-year-olds, like 16-year-olds, like simple fucking things, and they don't even know it, or they have to look it up on their mobile phone. Like, I look a lot of shit up on my mobile phone. I'm stupid and old, or oldish. 40 is not really old anymore, but yeah, it's a weird thing, man. It's a strange thing. It's really a strange thing, and a thing that we need to be really careful about this. I'm starting to get comments, or I've seen comments also on other videos, is that, oh, this could have been explained in a minute. I'm like, yeah, it could have been explained in a minute, but then you are missing out on a lot of beneficial things. Yeah, Casey, you're right, man. You're right. Yeah. Kabanshu 2024, yeah. I feel a bit weird. But again, is that a normal feeling to have? Passengers. I remember. Why is that ringing a bell? Oh yeah. That's where he's a massive creep, right? Or he's I've seen it, I just can't remember the plot of it. Like, he's doing something bad to her. Not like massively bad, but he's what the fuck? I can't remember what it's about now. Other than he's a creep. He does something for selfish reasons, is what I'm getting at. Yeah, he relies her for companionship, yeah. Morally wrong, and yeah. Yeah, it was a male phone. Yeah, gotcha, yeah. You hear the Air Force is putting the missiles on an Iron wireless network. Oh, really? Yeah. Let me put it that way. I'm not educated enough to make an educated opinion on it. Let me put it this way. I hope it's secure enough. Okay? I don't want a missile to be hacked mid-air. But if they have ways of not doing that, I guess. I don't know. I need to look into weapon systems, missile weapon systems and stuff like that. But it would kind of like being like, let's say, you know, the guidance system for this nuclear missile we have, let's open source that. So all the bad people can figure out how it works. That would be a problem. That will that will be a problem. You know, that's a situation where I'm like, yeah, I kind of like, you know, military stuff to not be open source. I kind of don't want, you know, the Taliban to go, you know, batshit crazy with their fucking hairy balls in the source code of a nuclear missile or something like that. Let's see how this is working. Google is just better than Bing sometimes, man. I do like the terminal list with Chris Pratt and on Prime Video, where he's a Navy SEAL. The guy that wrote the novel the movie is based on is an amazing fucking dude. They already are doing a season 2. It's actually really, really amazing. Yeah, I fucking love it. He's come a long way since Park and Recreation, man. Why is this film? I do really need to go into the Internet Movie Database. Ooh. In the movie database. How old is he? 43 years old. Makes me look like I definitely need to go to the gym. God. Okay, where are we? The terminal is James Reese. I can't wait for season 2. They're also making a new series about this guy here. Taylor Kitchen. Or is that his name? Kitsch. Yeah, it was a good plot twist at the end. Yeah, I watched a lot of he also has his own podcast. The guy that what the fuck is his name? Why can't I remember his name? Who's the author? He's in the movie. He's in the series also. No, The Last of Us. I can't stand the company made The Last of Us. Jack Carr. Is it with 2R? I think it is. Yep, here he is. I think his podcast is Danger Close or something like that. On YouTube's. Not Naughty Dog. The Last of Us. This guy here, Neil Druckmann, or what the fuck he name. He's like he's like the batshit crazy narcissistic fucking lunatic. Because people didn't like his game, he attacked them and all kind of crazy fucking shit. He's like, yeah, like he's almost as bad as this girl down here. Well, she's been a consultational force on his game decision. So that kind of makes sense. Where's his podcast? Here it is. Oh, they also made a Terminal List podcast. Danger Close podcast. By Reactive. Yeah, I have a problem when you are in a survival situation. You're talking life and death. And the main focus, or one of the biggest focus, is who's fucking who. And what gender they are. I don't give a fuck. If a zombie is about to eat my balls, I don't care if Joe next to me is fucking Bob, okay? I don't give a fuck. If he wants to fuck Bob, he can fuck Bob. I don't give a fuck. I just don't want to get my testicle eaten by a zombie. It's that kind of way that they look at game like, oh, we have to make a political statement and it has to be fucking pushed into the brain of the video games players. And like, no, you don't have to. Can you do small hints here and there? It's fine, but let's not forget zombies. Okay? Killing machines. Not eating zombies. I hope you're doing well. If you're tired, get some sleep. You need your sleep. Now we are talking about The Last of Us. How they ruined that franchise. I don't care how other people live their life as long as they don't hurt anyone. But I have a problem when they're trying to push stuff onto other people. And I could agree with their viewpoints or I could disagree. I don't care if people are pushing viewpoints I agree upon on other people's either. Like, let people, you know, make their own mind. I spent 6 hours in class just decompressing. What kind of class did you spend 6 hours in, if I can ask that? Now you're talking about theoretical physics or nuclear fusion or quantum computing, and I'm just sitting here feeling even more stupid. And decompressing is really needed sometimes. Did any of you see that DSP interview with Sidescroller? Google certifications. I need to talk more with you then. What kind of Google search optimization, SEO or API, machine learning? I'm asking way too many questions, but you may be someone that I need to get hold on at some point. Because I'm thinking about using some Google services for some programs I may want to do for work. Surrounding either machine learning or AI and or storage. For some ideas I have in my small brain. Are you still doing computer science, by the way, Lame, or are you still out there creeping girls out with your great leadership. Oh, IT professor. Oh, okay. Hey, again, you still know something I don't. Just because someone is starting out, don't mean that they don't know. So there's a difference between starting out and still know stuff other people don't know, or have some other inputs, versus thinking that you know more than everyone else. It's the latter part I have a massive problem with. People that think that they're smarter than anyone else. I love talking to people that are learning new skills, because how I learn is different from how other people learn. And there may be things in there you understand Havik well. Yeah, I may need to talk to you. You know, how one person learned could maybe help me learn better, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. I've been streaming for... How long have I been streaming for? 5 hours! Oh, this is going to be a long one, people. They're smart and more educated is not the same thing. No. But if you e-boss and you have a friend, in quotes, if we should believe that there's a friend, but have a friend that have a minor in journalism, he definitely know everything about journalism. He's just not worked with journalism in over 8 years. Okay. Smart, big brain move right there. Like, it's like, yep. Heating, ventilation, and coordination, different field. Electrical parts is the same. Electrical parts is mostly the same. Heating, ventilation, and conditioning. I thought there was a lot of money to be made in that, though. Especially in the state. I don't know if you live in the States, but like if you were like in Arizona or California and those kind of places, like it's basically just, you know, when, you know, ACs and stuff like that, and refrigerations in grocery stores and whatnot. Oh, you live in Arizona, so do Esnik. People keep saying there was no guy. Does anyone have any proof about not being a journalist guy? Because having a feeling and an idea, and I think so, that's not proof. And I don't want to discredit him 1000% just because people say he don't have it. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I hope your arms gets better and your body gets better. And remember, 35 is not old. Like, we are spring chickens, man. We got this under wraps. It's just the young ones that think that they're better than we are. But I can definitely understand the shoulder issue. That can be a massive problem. No, but it makes sense. So, if you watch... I've watched quite a few of his videos. And they seem like he's just reading what someone else is saying. You get what I'm coming at here? It seems like it because you watch one video and it goes against everything he said in the other one. So the logical conclusion must be that we are talking about two different people here, unless he's, you know, have some personality problems. But it could also just be that there are no person, but I don't know that. Yeah, someone else from the article. Yeah. Again, I don't know it, but you know, we have to kind of believe him until otherwise is proven. You know, until there's other facts on the table. The only facts that we have and you have and I have is that he says there is one. So, and I stopped tree climbing 5 years ago. Tree climbing is quite okay. I don't know what an arbiter is. Sorry. I do understand the gut feeling, and I will say that I am leaning. Oh, tree stuff. Okay, gotcha. I am leaning a little bit towards that he's lying. But again, we don't know. It's just, it makes sense to me that he has someone else do the work for him. And then he's throwing that person under the bus. But this whole single dad for 5, yeah, 1 or 2 videos later, he was talking about how he was laying in bed and saying to his wife that he loves Linux. That don't make sense. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't followed him. I haven't watched enough videos to say that 100% concretely that he's lying about. Again, from the videos I have seen, it makes sense. But unless he got divorced really fucking fast, he's lying about the wife thing. Or the single dad thing. So here's the thing. I could see eBoss Santos throwing someone under the bus more than I could see him lying about being someone. Oh my god, my stream is way behind. Oh no, I'm just not catching. I'm watching my stream in. For some reason, I was not watching my stream in live mode, or what the fuck it's called. Because eBoss Central comes across as a person that would have no problem blaming someone else. But he would have a hard problem blaming himself, even if he pretended there was someone else, because he knows that he's now blaming himself. So he's saying that, okay, right now I'm blaming a fictitious person, but I know that fictitious person is really me. And I think he is too narcissistic to be able to do that. To criticize himself to that degree, even though he pretends that it's someone else. So therefore, I have a high fucking suspicion that it's someone else. That's why I'm leaning towards that, because because he will still know inside that I'm now talking about myself. I did something wrong and I'm talking about it. And I don't think he would have. He would be blaming something else. He needs to blame someone else. Someone was saying in the comments on Distor's video that eBoss in real life. I could definitely see that. I could definitely see that. I could see that. But yeah, again, I have no fucking idea, man. It's just from the way he is and the way he talks, and I know it's hard to explain. It's just an opinion, but he just come across like someone that just could not do that to himself, even if he was the only one knowing that he was talking about himself. Because he's always talking about he's like this fucking, I am out here to disprove bullshit in Linux. Where in the video before he was saying more bullshit than every Linux YouTuber combined have ever said about Linux. That don't come across like someone that will throw himself or a fictitious person under the bus, because that will break his illusion about himself. Where having someone, it could be someone that co-wrote scripts with him. It could be someone just doing the thumbnails. But I think there was someone there. There was someone there. Maybe it's his wife. Maybe that person with in minor in journalism that has worked for him in 8 years is actually his wife, and that's why he's now a single dad of 5. Because girl didn't write the fucking scripts right, so now she's out of the house. They could be his wife, man. I don't like him as a something rubs me massively wrong with him. There's something. What are the young kids saying nowadays? Something sus about him. There's something. I would never do anything to infringe on other people's work and all that fucking shit he said, and had a fucking store open with trademarked, copyrighted logos for over a year. You know, like, everything he says just go, like, he's going again, like I said in the video, he's all talk and no proof. Don't tell me you're going to give me a blowjob, give me a fucking blowjob, okay? I can't use your words for anything other than being all warm and fuzzy on the inside. But yeah, it's like, I think he's, again, I don't know if he is narcissistic, but, you know, it's all him, and he tries to make himself be more than he is. I have 2 jobs, and all of that's unnecessary shit. I really don't want to Google him, but now I really want to Google him. But here's the thing, I don't think it will hurt him one bit. How does he only have 3,500 views? Yeah, 5 kids, yeah. He has to buy me coffee. What's up with eBoss Central? So here he has advanced mobile promotions suite. Let's look into that shit. Extern Linux live system. Exactly. It explains all them t-shirts. Yeah, he's the DSP of fucking Linux YouTubers. He's the DSP of Linux YouTubers. Yes, 20 supporters. And he's on Rumble. Oh. You want $1,000 a month? Someone help me. Oh yeah, there's 4 comments. Here. Yeah, he not now. Little Rock, Arkansas. Is that how you pronounce that? Oh, viewers share their Linux setups. Oh my god, he's really going on the offensive right now. Why you should use Linux? Linux gaming doesn't have... Oh my god, he's definitely switched his tune. Is this the right guy? What am I missing here? Oh, Gorada Linux. Ooh. Oh, there's a part 2. There's a part 2. I never seen this. Are we going to listen to this shit? It's 17 minutes long. Let's watch it. I need to take off the background music a bit. Where the fuck is Spotify? Oh, crap.
Response to DistroTube, but LinuxTube actually put out a video. There was something very interesting that he said in the video. If you all remember yesterday,
let me know if the volumes are okay.
I got the copyright notification on the video. I was actually up in mezzanine running cable, and he states that he and somebody else, Dragon Ball Jiu-Jitsu or somebody.
Oh, I can't stand that fucking tracking ball guy.
Comments on the video and that they were being deleted. Well, one. If you do put comments with links on videos, generally my experience with some of the people in my comments that if they do that link, I'll always get a comment back saying, I tried to link something and my comment got deleted. I didn't delete these comments. And second, if you did put them in there without a link and I was working and then got the copyright notice, everything disappears. They take the video down. The comments are gone. That's why I stated in
what the fuck? Kent works on Microsoft Linux is supposed to fat slob. This is the most fucking unintelligent shit I've ever seen. So I should we let this fucking idiot be in here? Oh my, I feel that if someone is so butthurt that if someone is that butthurt, hey, dude. At least you will fucking make me laugh. This is the best. I need to screenshot this. This is the best fucking shit ever. Like, the stupidity of the internet never fucking seemed to amaze me. Oh my god. And they say Linux is not toxic. They say Linux people is amazing because someone has a different opinion. Is that eBoss? Oh. Maybe he's 6 kids. He's a single father to this. I just can't imagine someone making this amazing, well thought out troll thing here actually ever got laid. They probably never seen a vagina before. They probably sit in front of a Linux penguin and think about how a vagina could look like a penguin. So they can get aroused. If they have pubes, by the way. But yeah, I fucking love it. Keep it up. Keep being stupid. Keep making us laugh. But yeah, I am a fat. Well, I'm not a slob. I probably bench more than you do. And curl more than you do. Just putting it out there. You don't know much about me. And I probably also know more about Linux than 99% of any fucking Linux YouTuber out there. But yeah. I made a Linux person feel like a victim from commenting on a Windows post. They felt they need to defend themselves. Yeah, that's the best thing ever. Let's go back into this here.
In yesterday's video, I've got an email address. Just email me. Reach out. But this is what he put in his video.
So in all of that he just said, I want to address the fact that why did people go to that deep dark place and automatically go to the bad thing instead?
Also, I never heard about LinuxTube. Who is that dude? Do any of you guys and girls know LinuxTube? Is it any? Am I missing out on something here or?
Of reaching out. Funny thing, Ebaz. Both Dragon Ball Jiu-Jitsu and I both did reach out.
Funny thing, the LinuxTube. The video got copyright pulled. Everything was gone. You can email me. I have people do it every single day that watch my videos.
Okay, so not good content. Okay.
We did. We posted on the videos.
He just said he posted on the video that got copyright struck and taken down. So how am I supposed to know that you have reached out?
You get a notification. So up here, you see this 9+ here. If someone comments on a video, depending on how your settings are, you can still see it up here, even if it's deleted. I had some trolls that thought they were really fucking smart, and they posted crazy shit on my channel, on my videos, and deleted it again. And if I click up there, it still remember it. At least it did back then. I don't know if it does anymore, but it did like a year ago or 6 months ago. And I just screenshotted it. So you can still see it up here. And if they're replying, it's definitely coming up if they're replying to a comment that you made. And I have link disabled in my comment section because of spam bobs and idiots like that. But I still see them in the approved section on my dashboard. So if some of you guys on a video post a link, I still see it in that I need to approve it. Because it don't delete the comment, it's just put it in for approval or spam content, stuff like that, toxic content and stuff like that. So when I say that you can't post link or you do it anyway, I still see the link. It's just, you get what I'm coming at here.
It's 2 + 2. It's real simple. That's 4. If the video gets taken down, all the comments are gone.
True.
In that one, the DT highlighted, I personally posted the actual ZD.net link in there. You removed it.
I didn't remove it. Here's what I got. When that video got copyright, I got notice of copyright. And I actually heard from the author of the article, Jack Wallen. When the video gets copyright struck and pulled, the comments go with it.
No. He's full of bullshit. The comments only go if you get a copyright strike. That don't automatically means that your video is getting pulled. As far as I know, it could just be that, well, it's privated, unlisted, until the dispute is over, so we can still see the comments. I don't know if you can if a copyright strike automatically mean that the video is being taken down, especially if you disprove it. Or dispute it, not disprove it, dispute it, sorry. So I'm calling a little bit bullshit here. I don't think that's how it works. I never had a copyright strike. I have had a community strike. Because I was making fun of e-girls on Twitch. YouTube don't like that.
What I'm saying here is, if that happened, all you got to do is grab an email. It doesn't have to get this big. And then to run across the community and tell people like...
Oh, the store is back. Is the store back up? Look. Arch logo. Can we beef up the quality here? Peeps, there you go. Again, let me know if you want any volumes up and down, or if this fat slob should put his titties on display for you all. I love it.
That comments are being deleted. It's, but I have to admit, there's underlying things here that nobody knows about. I did a video about AI about a month ago.
Who gives a fuck?
And he did a response to that video calling me foolish and I think ignorant. But either way, yeah. I wanted to touch base on that before we get started with today's video.
Why?
It's my part 2 response. And I wanted to say something real quick. I forgot to include in this video about the store. I had a gentleman's agreement with people that I had products on the store with. Ben over at StormOS, Tech Zero over at Zero Linux. And I know Ben actually...
Arch? What about Arch Linux? What about Kali Linux? What about Ubuntu? What about Manjaro? Where's the gentleman agreement? Where all of those blatantly state that you cannot sell their logo even with custom text around it and stuff like that, or logo that look like them. You cannot sell those on merchandise. So where's the gentleman agreement with those? Is this just like he just keep fucking making the hole bigger and bigger?
Father bought some products off the store, but I didn't sell anything on the store. I think over an 18-month period, or
who gives a fuck? For fuck's sake, you idiot! Oh my god. I did drink. I did put my ass in the car. I did turn it off, but I only drove 1 meter one time. It's still fucking wrong. Why is this? Why? Oh.
It had been a 14-month period. It did a whopping $212. You know, the whole plan is if you were going to be a Linux distro or
nobody gives a fuck
Linux developer, and any of the products I sold, I would send and split it with you 50-50.
Oh my god. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The plan was I was planning. This sounds like Amber Heard. I pledged to give them $3 million. I pledge. For fuck's sake. E-Boss said, for fuck's sake. Dude, don't do this to me. I'm too tired for this yet. Come on, dude. Fucking hell. Oh my god. The idea was, does any of those fucking people have that in writing? Like, or are you just, like, is this a new idea you just came up with because you got caught with your hand in the cookie jar and masturbating so you're fucking in your mom's panties or something like that? I stole the car, but I didn't enjoy it. He should have proven the gentleman's agreement screenshot. Yeah. He probably have talked to like Ben and stuff, because I could definitely see that Ben would agree to this, but technically Ben is not allowed to do the logo that he's doing because he used the Arts arc in it. It's too much of a like of the original Arts logo. That's why we don't have Arts TUI anymore, because it has Arts in it, and the Arts arc, even though it was different color and modified to some degree, that was not, they didn't like it. They want him to stop that. This is so much like the amount of fucking talking out of his ass, man. I don't think he ever gets to shit properly because of this.
Well, I explain it more better in this video, so just watch. But I wanted to touch base on this because everybody seems to keep wanting to stir this pot. I apologize for it. I don't know what else you want from me.
Show the fucking shit. Okay? Don't say words. Do things. Hey, how many different distributions did he have logos on the store? 1, 2, what? Ubuntu, Kali, Arts, Manjaro. Let's just take 4. He probably makes more than $50 a month. He probably makes about, let's say, $600 in 2 months, I think was the last thing. We think he makes about $300 something a month. What about throw them each $50 in donation or $100 in donation for that trouble? Even if you can't do it at once. You fucked up. Give them some money, okay? I don't care if you only made $200. You got caught with your pants down. Do something nice to show that, yeah, I fucked up, I'm sorry. Throw them some fucking money, okay? Maybe $30 each for each distribution. Hey, we didn't have, a gentleman agreement, or I didn't ask for permission, or even if we had a fucking gentleman agreement, here's some fucking, I got you guys into some shit. Here's some money to, say I'm sorry. That would be a nice fucking gesture.
Hey everybody, hope you're having a good day. Just want to touch base on something. I did a video in response to DistroTube's video about my channel. I covered the plagiarism part. Today I want to go over a couple other things that he brought up in his video. One of them was my store.
Yep,
and he stated in his video basically that there were other people out there over distros that were upset that I was using their logos on products. Now I will tell you this. I did not have one complaint. As a matter of fact, I had connections with two separate people, Ben with StormOS and Tech Zero with Zero Linux. And the agreement...
Yeah, but they are not the biggest fucking issue here. Like I said, the Storm Linux guy is still a little bit sus with the way he's using the Arch logo.
Was I would put their logos on shirts, hoodies, stuff like that, put it on the store, and if it sold, I would split the profits with them. That was no big deal. But everybody believes just because you have a store up that you're going to make money. And quite honestly, I've been trying to delete this store for 90 days. Well, no.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit.
Correction, 60 days. Because it's nothing but a time waster and a pain in the butt because it doesn't make money.
Oh! What about if you are so fucking good with the community and you want to give back, if it don't make money, what about asking them if it's okay that I don't make any money, you don't make any money, but we could put a link to your fucking, project on the back or something like that as advertisement. Again, his problem here is that it don't make money, so why the fuck should he bother? Do something nice for those people then. It tells us that this dude is all about this dude. He's all about himself.
As a matter of fact, if you go look at the store now, before it gets completely deleted, because I have emailed Teespring 3 times to delete this store, it still has my old logo on it. I haven't touched it since I switched my logo, switched my intro.
Oh, Don, you're so fucking right.
I just really don't have anything to do with it. But here's my point. If there are people out there that were upset at me, I never received anything from them. They never reached out. They never said anything.
So here's the thing. That's probably because you're fucking lucky, okay? They were like, okay, this idiot is not selling anything. He's not making any money. It's not worth our fucking time. Had you made a lot of money on this fucking shit, you would have. Just because the demon is not worth your time, don't give you a pass. Okay? Just because someone is going past you while you're beating your dog, that don't mean that it's okay for you to beat your dog. And if someone is beating that dog, I will fucking beat them, by the way.
And I would have been more than happy to handle it. There was an issue at one time. Tech Zero was needing a little help. And he said, what have we sold on there? And I told him, I haven't sold anything yet. So that's that. I just...
prove that fucking shit. Statements. Right now, he can show us transactional statement from this store. Showing that he didn't sell anything the last whatever month. There should be a record of anything happening on that store. Show it to us. Put it up. Take away, sensitive information. But date, time, item sold, show it to us. Dude, you're putting your dick in the grinder faster and harder than you ever did before.
It's a nightmare. It's a pain in the butt. It's not worth the time. Let's get to the next thing he pointed out. He brought up my thumbnails. Now, if any of y'all have watched...
Oh, yeah. Yep. The thumbnails. It's like he's watching my fucking videos. Has this dude watched my videos?
...channel for any length of time. It wasn't always eBuzz Central. It started out as mainstream Linux. And my first thumbnails were pretty simple. I'd just take a screenshot or a picture and just put some text on them.
Yeah, what's the point here?
But then I wanted to change things up. So I started doing the black and yellow thumbnails. Now, if you notice, my thumbnails always coincided with... Let me pause this and let me mute it because I don't want you to get blown out. And let's go ahead and let it play in the background. My thumbnails always coincided with my logo. Okay? Here's my logo. That was my old logo. eBuzz...
Yeah, but are you not getting the similarity aspect here, you fool?
Central reviews and tutorials. So that means that if you go back, my thumbnails coincide.
It looks a lot like fucking DistroTube thumbnails. Just because you changed the fucking background and font color. I'm really trying not to call him stupid. Really trying.
Coincided with my logo. Now, if you go up here, I did change my logo. So let's go ahead and go on up.
Even more DestroTube-like. For fuck's sake, you fucking lunatic. Like, this is even more like Destro. Can someone... For fuck's sake, dude. Look, I didn't drive over him much. I only hit his leg. But up here, I went over him 100,000%. 2 times, in fact. Look, I changed. Oh, you thought... you thought they were the same thing? Oh my god. I didn't masturbate in front of you. Well, I didn't came on your face, but now I did, so I changed. Oh my god. This dude needs a fucking reality check.
And there's my logo right there. So let's see. If you look at my logo, it says...
It don't matter if it reflects your color scheme on your logo, okay? The problem with your thumbnail and DestroTube's is not the coloring. Well, to some degree, but it's the whole build up, the whole text box with one color, text box with the opposite color, text box with the same color scheme, text box with the opposite color scheme. That's what DestroTube do. He alternate the background text, sorry, the background color, and he alternate the text color. And it's in a box. It's centered almost on the center of the screen and stuff like that. That's the similarities. It's not the color scheme. It's the design language, for lack of a better word. Dear God. Come on. Oh, they are too much the same. Let me change the color. I didn't copy a Ford Mustang. They are blue. They have blue ones. I have yellow ones. They are not the same.
EC/reviews and tutorials. That's what my logo changed to. That's what my intro was. Just a little music with the purple background and white lettering.
Oh
and my thumbnails reflected what my logo was. Now, it almost sounded like in his video, I was trying to steal colors of his thumbnails and steal viewers. Well, I wasn't.
Well, if you yeah, I could see that because your thumbnails is suspiciously looking alike, not like DestroTube's thumbnails, so much that I would click on it if I was a DestroTube fan. If I didn't read, the channel name of it, or saw his little mockdown here, I could easily confuse this. If you asked 100 people if these two thumbnails was made, like this thumbnail and the DestroTube thumbnail, was made by the same creator or from the same channel, more people say yes than no. So that means you've goofed up, okay? Diatonic, Diatonic, can you explain that to me? I'm too tired to... like, he's too full of himself, or what do you mean, Diatonic? I can't remember what the fuck that means. Someone help me here. Yes, twin brother. I don't know about the diatonic scale, but... I use that quite a lot. Again, the diatonic scale, what... Oh, he can't see the other color. Ah. That's about... I know about the diatonic scale, but...
It went along with the logo I was using. And to go along with that, if you go up a little bit more, and you come up here, you got Nabara OS, Microsoft... Let's...
Do I really have to do this? Look a lot like the same. A lot like the same. Just because the color, again, 2 Fords. One is blue, made by Ford. You stole the other one in the factory and made it and painted it yellow. Don't mean it's a different car, okay? Oh my god.
Let's go ahead and look at something here real quick, shall we?
How is he thinking this is a let me lay out the fucking facts here? How is he thinking he's owning our butts right now? How is he honestly thinking that he's like, he sounds like someone that just caught someone doing something bad. Like, how dare you pee on the grass while he's shitting on the grass? How dare you? I just caught you peeing on the grass while he's taking a dump on the grass, doing something way worse. You don't get it. You just... I love this guy because this guy makes me look smart. I feel fucking smart listening to this dude. I love him. I need to see more of his videos.
Let's go ahead and open this up. And there's my logo right there. I've got the blue, the electric white, some light blue. And then if you go back to my thumbnail, it coincides with the color
It's
of
not
my
the
logo.
fucking color scheme.
Now,
Stop saying it.
I wasn't trying to steal anything from anybody. If you want to get technical, you could say this right here, this looks just like DT's, just different colors. There's so many different things you could point
Exactly, that's the problem. That's the fucking problem.
out and say that it could be or couldn't be.
Oh, that looks a lot like fucking the Linux experiment.
These just different colors. There's so many different things you could point out and say that
Here, this is a lot like the Linux experiment. Like, this is almost um... Mm, um... Is anyone's bullshit radar going mental right now? I hope you're not putting Casey to sleep right now. I'm wondering why he's stealing from all the major Linux YouTubers all at once. Because he can't. It's to get clicks, okay? It's scamming. He hopes people will click on his thumbnail instead of these thumbnails. And here's the thing. He may not even know that he's doing it. So he may have seen this thumbnail and be like, I want to make a new thumbnail. And he may see, you know, a thumbnail like this like a month ago. And then he make a thumbnail and without knowing it, basically copying the DistroTube. Because he's like, you know, sometimes people see something, we see something. And then you can sit and draw, and you kind of draw something similar to what you've seen if you're designing or coming up with a design idea or background ideas and stuff like that. That's why when you're making a thumbnail, you always look at other content creators in your space, how their thumbnails look like. My black thumbnails is not copied, but inspired of, you know, the Lex Freeman show and, you know, the Andy Hopperman show, where they have a background, white text, and then themselves and their guest in it, where I have a black background, white text, and then a picture. Hey, open source guy. You know, and why do I do that? Well, most big content creators, it's apparently popular to do black backgrounds and white text. Sometimes their text are in the middle. Mine is always up in the upper left corner. So and it always have my face in the lower left corner looking weird. And then you have a picture representing the video in the middle, scooped down a little bit down to the lower right with a frame around it. So I'm taking an idea that seems to be working, black background, white text. Doing something that every YouTuber say, put your face on it. And instead of just being my face in that background, which would be a rip-off of Lex Freeman, I'm putting in, another picture into the mixer. Is it much different? No. But it's enough. So what he could have done here, for example, he could, instead of taking one box for each word, he could be like, okay, let's take one box for 2 words. Maybe one box for the top and a box for the rest. Maybe one big box for all words. Maybe do a box per letter. So you're taking inspiration from DistroTube, but you're making it your own. I hope I make sense. Like, it's okay to take inspiration if you can make it your own. This is, like, blatantly copy. But that's not from the same space. Copying is fine, but when you know yeah, true. I'm doing it in a tech space. Well, Lex Freeman is a tech podcast. Andy Hopperman is a science podcast. And there's other podcasts that do the same. And if you want to go into the marketing spiel of it, black and white is associated with quality and prestige and stuff like that. That's why they're doing it from a marketing standpoint. There's a lot of psychology going into that fucking shit.
That it could be or couldn't be.
And by the way, I saw about a 3% click-through click rate percentage uptick from doing it on average. So more people click my thumbnails.
What I've actually done is I'm trying to wipe that all complete. I'm trying to do a different thumbnail for every single video so that way there can be no misconceptions about anything.
That's also bad because your thumbnail should also be part of your branding. That's why you know how a Mr. Beast thumbnail looks like. You know how a DistroTube thumbnails look like. You know if it's a Linus Tech Tip thumbnail. You need a design language for your thumbnails. You can take inspiration, but make it your own. So you can have similarities, but make it unique still. So, this is kind of the same, but not really. Where, this is exactly the same, just different color scheme. Not okay.
Thing that I'm doing, because it doesn't matter what I do. Somebody is going to say, your thumbnail looks like my thumbnail. Your video sounds
to some extent, you cannot satisfy everyone. I get that, but just no.
Like my video. You're this, you're that. There's millions of users on YouTube.
This one here, Hardware Canucks. I think that's the ones.
There's no possible way that when you make a thumbnail that it doesn't look like somebody else's out there. That's just the facts of it. I'm not a thief.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going for. I was make them recognizable and people know it was me. So again, if he put his face on it, for example, the DistroTube like thumbnail, that would kind of give him a pass because, well, you can see it's definitely not DistroTube on that thumbnail. So you can say like it's massively heavily inspired by him, but at least it's not his face on it. So you kind of know that you're not clicking on a DistroTube thumbnail.
I'm showing you what I did with the store. I'm showing you what I do with my thumbnails. So
Bullshit.
If you want to continue calling me a thief, that's fine. But I just felt that it was responsible for me to respond to those other accusations in that video.
You disprove nothing other than you were either clueless or you have some form of disability in your brain. Like, honestly, like, this is thinking from someone. I've worked with handicapped people, like mentally handicapped people before, like worked with them. And this is kind of things that I could see them doing because they cannot connect that, those thumbnails may look the same. It's just because I did it. Yeah, but that just because you can do it don't mean that it's a different thing, Like there's some learning disability going on or something like that. I'm not saying that to be mean or anything like that. But it's either he knows exactly what he's doing, or he has some form of whatever going on up in his brain, or he's just stupid, yeah. Or, yeah, he could be playing stupid, yeah. Oh, his thumbnails are shit.
If you haven't seen this video, I will go ahead and just link it at the end of this one, or I'll just splice it to the end of this one. So when this one's over, you can see my response to the other things there. So, and like I said, if you've got something to say to me, DistroTube, the Linux Tube, you're very active on DistroTube's comment section. You got a lot of things to say about me. Why don't you just reach out to me? We can talk. It's very...
Here's the thing. If you ever see, he probably won't see this video because you need, when I'm done, this is going into member only mode, my live stream, so he will not see this, but why don't you reach out? Why don't you reach out? Have you thought about that? Why don't you reach out? I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm doing... So, when I criticize other Linux YouTuber in my reaction videos, it's 90% because of entertainment. It's because people like watching it. And I'm giving, like, my opinions are real, what I say is real, and it's me. But if I didn't get okay views compared to my file size, if I did not get okay views on my reaction videos compared to my channel size, I wouldn't stop doing them. But people seem to like them. And I'm like, hey, if people like them, I kind of like doing them, I will do them. But I don't do them to piss other people off or anything. It was just like, you know, oh, if eBoss would see, I think my first video I did, like my proper reaction video, is way better than this here. Also because my face is in it, so he can see like how a fat slob I am. You know, like, yeah, I need to talk more about OpenSUSE or SUSE in general. Like, even though I'm not talking much about Linux, SUSE is one of the few distributions I do want to talk more about.
It's very simple. You don't have to be on somebody else's comments to get a hold of me. I'm right here.
You don't get it. People don't want to talk to you. They want to make your viewers aware of who you are and what you're doing. They don't care about you. They care about your viewers. So unless you change, what is the point of reaching out to you? I don't give a fuck about you. I give a fuck about your viewers. I don't want them to be misled. I don't want them to get bullshit. So when people, like what DistroTube did, what the other people did when they made those videos, they were talking to your viewers, not you, your viewers. Because they don't give a fuck about you. They give a fuck about your viewers. And as much as I dislike DistroTube, he did a good thing there. He called you out. Not because he cares about you, he wants you to do better. He is excited about you being a Linux YouTuber. No, he did it to protect his own brand because you're ripping it off. And to protect your viewers from your bullshit.
Hope you guys have a great day. Hey everybody, hope you're having a great day today.
Is this is the video I already reacted to, right? Love to, but I work most of the day on Windows. Yeah, I work on Windows mostly also. Yeah, I don't know if I want to click because now we are going back to
your last 72 hours has been better than mine. I was hoping to get this video out prior to some things coming up, but it didn't. And it seems as though in today's society, when something bad...
Yeah, I've already reacted to this one. Well, it's 6 hours plus long now. Yeah, he's copying and pasting the last one in. I should have reacted to this one instead then. Yeah, he's full of bullshit. And he didn't... I'm starting to believe you guys a little bit more about there's not being any journalist writing for him, because he didn't mention him at all. I don't know. It seems weird. So here's my whole thought about eBoss Central. When I watched the first video, the first video, the feeling I got was that he looked at Windows, he looked at YouTube as a way to do low effort, easy money. That was like starting out on YouTube, never done YouTube before, and hiring a fucking writer, even if it was for free, makes no fucking sense. Being so work you don't have time to do it, but doing it anyway. Apparently making good money makes no sense other than to make money. Having a store when he was really small makes no sense other than to make money. Tip for any of you out there right now, if you want to see if a content creator is about the money, look at how early on they do paid stuff. So if they have 100 subscribers, they already have a Patreon. They only care about money. If they have 1,000 subscribers, they have Patreon and membership this and membership that. There's a high chance they're only about the money. If you are in doubt, how cheap are they making it? How cheap is the cheapest tier? The higher the cheapest buy-in quotes is, the more they care about the money. Because they want as much money as possible out of the lowest tier people. So yes, they can have $1,000 tier, $100 tier, but if the lowest tier is $10, come on, dude. You care about the money, okay? If it's the price of a Big Mac or something like that, I don't know what a Big Mac is nowadays, but, you know, if it's cheap-ish, they may not care that much about the money. But they still have avenues for other people to pay the money. If they have a PayPal link, Buy Me Coffee link, store link, Patreon link, and membership, I'm looking at you, DistroTube, and eBoss Central, they probably care a lot about their fucking money. DistroTube is not a character. He's not a character. I've seen interviews with DistroTube, which I wish I never had. And he is an arrogant narcissist. I don't know if he is narcissistic, narcissistic, but he acts like a self-righteous narcissistic personality. He thinks he's smarter than anyone else. He thinks higher of himself than anyone else. And it comes across in the way that he acts and talks when he's talking to other people. Call it a superiority complex or something like that. And again, I've watched more than one interview with him. I watched way too many videos. I was a DistroTube subscriber like way when he started out. The same with Chris Tides Tech, by the way. And he can be a troll. He can be a troll. He can poke the bear a little bit. He can aggravate the community. He knows how to aggravate people. But he is who he is here. Or he is close to it in real life. We all are a little bit extra ourselves when we are online. Or doing these kind of things. Not 1000% ourselves. But some of us are close to it. Like I have a high suspicion that DistroTube is really close to who he is in real life. Yeah, I don't know if I would say that he holds a lot of anger back. I think it comes down to this, that he thinks he knows he's better than anyone else. And if you dare to go against that, there could be an issue. But yeah, he seems like a angry man, yeah. But not someone I would be afraid of, like, or scared of. Like, He looks like a dude that a fucking small little woman could deck in like one fucking hit. Like he seems to be really tiny and puny and what have you not. Not to sound, you know, like you need to be a beast or anything like that to be on YouTube, but my experience in life with people like him is that he's like a chihuahua. It's all bark and no fight. I am probably... I'm more honest online. Like when I'm doing these videos and I'm talking to you guys, even on Discord, I'm way more honest than I would be in real life. I'm a little bit more honest. And that comes down to mostly that, like, if you were my friend, you will say I'm the same. But if you were like a stranger met me, you will say, yeah, he's definitely different. But I'm more honest because I don't want to build up a fake community. I want to build up a community of friends, like I said in the beginning of this long ass stream here. So I feel it's important that we can be honest with each other. So I am I hold things back. You know, I don't say things I think automatically and stuff like that. But I'm not holding as much back as I would, like, if you were colleagues or I met you on the street and stuff like that. Like, if you met me on the street, I would probably not say much. I would probably be really quiet, say hello, help you if you needed help, and go past you, and that's it. But if you were my friend, yeah, I would probably be close to what I am here, just not as animated as I am here. But I will call bullshit on you, and I will, you know, stuff like that. I will do the same thing as I'm doing here, just not as animated. You have to remember, when you do something, or you know, when you record and when you talk into a microphone and stuff like that, for it to come across. So if you want to be at, let's say, level 8, you have to act like you are level 90 before it come across as level 8 on the screen and via the microphone. So if you talk softly, you sound more softly than you actually are talking. So you need to talk a little bit louder, you need to be a little bit more animated, you need to be talking a little bit more faster, and everything has to be a little bit more to give this the representation that, you know, that again, like I said, if you are, let's say, a 9 or sorry, an 8, you have to act like a 9 in intensity and speech pattern and volume and stuff like that for it to come across as an 8. And everything is Linux. If it's using the Linux kernel, it's real Linux. It's when they're using a modified version of Linux we have a problem. So yeah, I'm more honest online. I'm treating everything online like I was talking to friends that I know. Even if I don't know you online, I will still treat you like a friend. Like, I would treat you with honesty. Because there's so much bullshit going on online. Because you can't see people's body language. So I am more upfront online than I normally would, because it's easier to decipher if someone is sarcastic or, you know, making fun and stuff like that offline than it is online. But I would say I'm pretty much the same. But again, I'm also different at work than I am at home. When I'm at work, I'm kind of quiet. I sit in front of my computer, I do my work. But when I'm home or with my family, I can't shut up speaking like I'm doing now. And sometimes at work, I become like that for a short while. But then I'm like, oh, you're at work, you need to do work, so I get quiet again and then go on work. Like, everyone is different depending on what situation we are in. But I don't feel I'm the real me at work. I'm more like what society expect me to be at work. Because I have to be around a lot of people that I don't know other than I see them at work. You know, I don't see them socially and stuff like that. So you have to be a little bit of a down-toned version of yourself, you know, more presentable version of yourself. So yeah, this is pretty much me. This is pretty much me, yeah. This is pretty much me, yeah. But of course, I do sometimes things and say things a little bit more exaggerated for the sake of entertainment in like reaction videos and stuff like that. But too late to take it back. I hate Arch. There's no problem with Arch. But yeah, this is pretty much me, yeah. Pretty much me. Oh, I would rather have a beer with DistroTrooper than E-Boss Central. E-Boss Central, I would be laughing in his face after like 2 beers or something like that, and calling him a bullshitter or something like that. Where DistroTrooper, I would probably just let him talk. I would have a beer and then I would just let him talk, don't listen, and then walk away. And say, hey, nice meeting you, and then walk away. E-Boss Central, I would be start boiling in a short time. Depending on how, because DistroTrooper is kinda, he has 2 modes. He has the little bit laid back mode where he's like a tolerable. And then he has like, I suck with the Stallman's cock. Everything is bad, it's not open source. You are the worst person on earth of just thinking proprietary. If he's that kind of type, when I have a beer with him, I will have the same reaction as I will do with E-Boss. But I also have a feeling that DistroTrooper is the kind of guy, the same with E-Boss by the way, that if you met them in real life, they would be sitting in the corner looking into their beer and saying nothing. You know, they are play tough guys. If that makes sense. They are all show and no bark. That's how they come across, like the quiet boy that nobody never listened to. You know, that always was, you know, sitting in the corner, nobody wants to play with. And now they are on YouTube and they can just bullshit everyone. Oh yeah, we all have different roles in real life. Of course we do. Of course we do. But I know it's difficult to understand, but I'm not a nerd in real life. I am a nerd and a geek, but I never associate. I still don't associate with nerds and geeks. All my friends was you know, going to the gym all the time, out finding girls, working on cars, building houses, building fucking lawns, you know, landscaping and shit like that. Going and doing adventure sports and all of those kind of things. I was the only one sitting at home sometimes and doing nerdy, geeky shit. Where DistroTrooper, if he has had any friends, was probably surrounded by nerds. E-Boss the same, Chris Titus Tech the same. Most tech YouTubers I see on the internet have lived, or it feels like they have lived their whole life around nerds and geeks. Where I'm a little bit different. My whole life I grew up in working class societies, manual labor, you know, production, construction, you know, stuff like that. It was, you know, tough guys doing tough fucking works, or girls for that matter. You know, soldiers and all of that fucking shit. I don't talk down. So here's I don't talk down on folk. I don't think any. I think some people are stupider than me, granted. But I don't think lesser of anyone. I think DistroTube should be allowed to live and be here and do whatever he wants to do, like anyone else. Remember, what did I say about my reaction videos? They are for entertainment. But if you say stupid shit, I had this conversation with people before. If I went to work and I did a stupid thing, I would be called stupid. Probably get a slap in the face, depending on how fucking, like, not knocked out, but like a little pat back in the head. You stupid fucking idiot. Do better. If I was talking to a friend and I was doing stupid shit, I would be called stupid. Like I said, I didn't grow up. I didn't work. I've not been in the sheltered nerd life where everything is like, oh my god, we cannot be too harsh with each other and stuff like that. If you fucked up, you got told you fucked up. If you were at the gym and you were creepy to a girl, you got told that you were creepy to a girl. Okay? That's not looking down on people. That's putting them in their place, checking themselves, call it what the fuck you will. Okay? Someone could make an argument that you were never a tough guy. I never said I was a tough guy based on the face we see on a screen normally with you. I never said I'm a tough guy. I never said that, say, oh my god, I can do this better than everyone else and I'm just talking what I've done in my life. I can only speak about what I've done in my life. Like, there's so many things you don't know about me. And there's so many things we don't know about DistroTube. Again, that's why I say from what I am seeing, from the videos I watched from him and other people, that's the only conclusion I can get. And it may be massively wrong. But I'm not saying, hey, I'm a tough guy. Just because I go to the gym or I've been with, like, my whole life with, like, grown-ups, that's how they handle things, is that if you and I have a problem, we go out and duke it out. That don't make me a tough guy. It just makes me having those life experiences. Oh, I know DistroTube has worked in an oil rig before. DistroTube has worked around oilers. He said it so himself. He has taken psychology courses. He's also worked in apartment stores selling clothes or managing people sold clothes or something to that nature. I know a lot about DistroTube and a lot about Quiztiles Tech. I do research, people. I do research. Like I said, I probably watch... For every reaction video you've seen from me doing to DistroTube and Quiztiles Tech, I probably watched 10 more videos per reaction video, if not more, from them. I know it may not look like it. And I make it... Sounds like I'm just planting my ass and just, throwing shit out of my hip bone. That's kind of the feel I want, but I do my fucking research. I try to look into the people that I'm reacting to if I don't know them, or I've never heard about them before. Did I stop streaming at 1 a.m.? You're talking about me? So you have to remember, I'm autistic. I don't do social gathering well. I'm perfectly happy with people as I am alone. So for me sitting alone, like me right now, this is bliss for me. I love this. Just as much as I love going out for a beer with people. I don't feel alone. I don't feel sad. I feel I have a rich, fulfilled life, to be honest. But I don't need much. I just need a bed and my computer. And everything else, I don't give a fuck about. So the way my brain works is way differently than most people's brain work, because I am, as they call it, a-neurotypical, I think, or something like that. And again, that's why Major let me poke the bear a little bit up there. I have no idea what's going. So again, people are just too fucking soft, man. Okay? I see a lot of people like to talk shit, but when they got talked shit back at them, oh, you are looking down on people, you are rough, and blah, 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 blah. I say this all the time. I talk to people the way they treat me. If you are nice to me, if you are respectful to me, if you are kind to me, I will do the same for you. If you're trying to call me out on bullshit while bullshitting, I will call you out on it. Okay? And the sad reality is that a lot of nerds, because they don't have a lot of social experience, and because we all been told that just because you open your eyes, you're a special little snowflake that deserve everything and nobody can do you wrong and all that fucking shit. They think that, oh my god, it's okay for me to do it, but not for you to do it. Like, if someone comes at me with a stupid question, I will answer stupid at them. If someone is sarcastic, I will be sarcastic. Social discrimination. According to the people I interact with on YouTube and in my live stream, there is a high majority of people that have lesser social experience and understanding than me. An autistic idiot. So you want to know what I do if I need social help? I ask people. I ask, in quote, normal people. Okay? If you say something stupid in my comment section and I'm like, am I being crazy? I ask people. I'm like, does this make sense to you? Am I reading this right? Am I understanding this right? But yeah, I can only I can only make observations and then draw conclusions. If anything, I'm the one being socially discriminated against because I'm critical about Linux. I'm the one being fucking hunted down on YouTube and Twitter and Instagram for making a video about not liking the Linux desktop. If you want to play the victim card, I have plenty of fucking cards to play. Like, I can play victim bingo with anyone. like I said, there's a lot of fucking shit you guys don't know about me. So if that's the route that you guys want to go, we can do a victim card round. And we can find statistics that back up a lot of fucking shit. Oh, it's in the Linux experiment. Just the fact, let's be honest here. Just the fact that I am here and you guys are in here. What does that tell us about our social life? Like, let's be honest here. Oh, this is Windows 11. Like, can you not see this is Windows 11? This is Windows 11. I feel it really funny that people are trying to educate me about social life and social interactions and blah, 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 while they are sitting in here with how many other people, I don't know how many that's in here, and me, in a remote, faceless place. You're here while working remotely. Maybe you should work more and not be here so much then. You get what I'm saying here? You need glasses. It's okay. I did change the I did move the bar a little bit. Like, I'm not fooling myself. I will not be sitting here and doing a live, like a 7 hour, or close to 7 hour live stream and say, oh, I have this amazing social life. I'm never home and always out there, you know, chasing girls and all of that fucking shit. Clearly I'm not. Clearly I'm not. But I'm also trying to build up a fucking YouTube channel. And a Discord community. And you kind of have to do these things. And this is great exposure for me. With the disrespect. Not influencer, just... It's something I like to do. I like being around like-minded people. And like I said, all my real-life friends are not nerds. So when I want to nerd and geek out, I go online. That's why right now, this is the longest nerd out session I've had since my last live stream. Where we talk about tech, we show each other shit, you know, and all of those kind of things. You know, like stuff you would be doing if you were sitting and talking to, you know, your IT friend or your coding friend and stuff like that. No, but it's not disrespect, it's true. Like, if I was paying you money to work right now, and I saw you in here, I would probably not be happy if I was your boss. Like, I like you being in here and appreciate you being in here. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. But I would maybe not mind it if you were not talking in here. But if you have like a break or something like that, fine. But you get what I'm saying here. You get what I'm saying here. If I was your boss and you were actively chatting while I was paying you money to work, maybe an issue. Depending on if I'm paying you for, you know, a finished product, like build this thing for me and then, you know, you give me a timeline and we are both satisfied. If you can fulfill that timeline and give me a finished product, I don't give a fuck how you do it. Like, if you build something for me in 2 weeks and I'm happy with that and the price, I don't care if you know, chat 10 hours a day and still manage to do it if I just get the finished product. I hope I make sense here a little bit. Is that an update or that's a download? Who works at this hour anyway unless you're working night shift? Yeah. Yeah, but still... it could be as much personal versus work separation. If also, I don't know, what is it, 9 to 5 you work over there in the States, so you have like an hour left or something like that? And then you have weekend. I would still not be happy with my employers or employees typing in a chat while they should be working if I was hiring them. I don't mind if they were watching videos and all that shit if they did their work. But if they were typing and spending time talking to people in a chat room instead of working in a live stream. Oh, I'm not going to snitch on you, but I will probably not hire you again. Let me put it that way. I don't know who the fuck you're working for. Yeah, the States got daylight saving time last week. And we will get it this Sunday. Oh, though, on... Yeah, okay, I don't want to go into the whole vaping debate, but... I don't know, I think it's just as bad as smoking, to be honest. It does smell more nicer though. Like, I do like smelling to vapor smells more than... Especially the fruity kind of things. That's right, Arizona don't have daylight saving time, that's right. One state that's kinda in the future, I guess, with that whole thing. It does not make sense for most people, to be honest. Or it actually don't make sense for most of the world, to be honest. Of daylight saving time, if at all to the world. But then again, should we take all traditions away just because they don't make sense anymore? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it's like 15 minutes to midnight here, yeah. So I probably will stop in like 20 minutes, then I've been streaming for 7 hours. And that's 7 hours I would have been working on a script for work or, you know, learning a skill or playing games. Probably just playing games and watch YouTube videos, to be honest. So it's not like I have any, like, you know, massive social obligations that I'm missing out on. Like, I'm not, like... For any normal person, they will go nuts living the life that I live. Because I am a hermit to some extent. I don't socialize much and stuff like that, but I never felt the need for it. Again, autism goes in and play into the equation here. I don't feel the need to socialize. I don't mind it as much in periods. I sometimes prefer it for a short while. But I could, like, being social or not being social is the same to me. I don't, as long as I have something to do, I don't give a fuck. S2 Underground. I have to remember that. Yeah, it's I don't know. I just never had that need for socializing. Like I said, I don't mind it, but I don't need it. I don't need people to be happy. But again, you have to remember, I'm not normal, okay? There's something fundamentally wrong in my brain, like scientifically wrong in my head when it comes to socializing and stuff like that. So yeah, it's not normal what I'm doing. Sitting here for 7-8 hours on a Friday. It's definitely not normal. But I am, again, not normal. So... normal to... Yeah, but you get what I'm saying here, you know. Everyone else would be out clubbing or with friends or family and stuff like that. And to me, that just don't... It just don't matter. If they are not here, it don't matter. I know it sounds really, like, cold, but it don't matter. I'm just as happy being here and than not. Like, if I had a girlfriend, it would be a different story. I would probably rather be with her for 7 hours than doing this, to be honest. Or a wife or kids and stuff like that, but I don't. And my brain kind of work in this way also, that if I don't have it, why should I miss it? I know it sounds strange, but if I don't have something, I don't miss it. I could say, I can say it and say, oh, it could be nice if I had X, Y, and Z. a friend, more friends, or had a friend over and stuff. But I'm not like missing it. You know, it's not like I'm sad or feel lonely. And it's just like I don't miss what I don't have. Log off work computer now. I'm just here. Are you taking it? Oh, it's Friday, so you're probably off early today anyway. I hope it makes sense. But I know that this is not how normal people, or the majority of people, let me put it that way, are spending their nights. But again, I'm not, you know, the majority of people. Just like Linux users are not the majority of computer users. Just like coders are not the majority of computer users. And I think it's healthy to be reminded of that. That just because we are content with what we are doing, don't fool ourselves into think that that's how the rest of the world should be or are. That we are definitely doing something out of the norm here. Like how many people on Earth do you think is sitting here spending 6 hours, 8 hours talking tech and shit on a stream with no face on and crappy music in the background? Probably not many people doing this here right now, or at all. So we are definitely. I'm not meaning this in a bad way, but I'm meaning it in a way that it's a healthy reminder. Just like it's a good reminder that if we say stupid shit, we are getting told that we are saying stupid shit. It's a healthy reminder that this is not what everyone else would be doing, or most people would be doing. Yeah, it's fun for me also. I'm glad it's fun. I'm the same way. I'm very introverted. However, when I was younger, I was completely opposite. I do believe that with age, like the older you get, you get more content in your own company. I can relate. I probably sell my laptop and spend 7 hours with a cute girl. Yeah, like, if I had the opportunity to do so, I would definitely do that also. Very below average height for an adult man. So height don't matter that much for guys. For a lot of girls. It's something that we are put into our own brains. Like, I'm a tall dude. I'm 6'4". Like, I'm tall. And just because I was tall didn't mean I took more girls with me home when I was out partying. They honestly, they didn't give a fuck. And yes, I was way thinner back then and way more. Like, I worked out like 7 days a week and all that fucking shit. I was like totally different fucking. I need to find pictures of me in the past and stuff like that, and do like a show and tell kind of video. Maybe for my 4,000 subscriber video we can do that. But I was tall. I was not like I had like the lumberjack build. You know, a little bit of a stomach, but you know, otherwise well built. Like, you know, heavy set, or what you would call it. You know, you could see that I worked out. And there were people like way smaller than me and fucking fat and what have you not. They took girls with them home more than I did. Granted, I didn't try much because when I'm out partying, I'm out to have fun. I'm not out to get laid. I'm out to have fun. If I get laid, yeah, who gives a fuck? But I'm out to have fun. I used to party with a guy, and his only goal was to get laid when he was out partying. And of course, he never got laid, or almost never got laid. When I'm out partying, it's just to have fun. If I'm in social gathering, it's to have fun. The last thing I think about is, you know, fucking someone. I just want to have fun. I just want to have a good time, man. Having fun, laughing, joking. And then if shit happens, you know, if you meet someone, you meet someone. I think I don't know. Again, that's just how I am. I know a lot of my guy friends. They were all about chasing that fucking pussy. But yeah, that was like, I never really, all like one night stands and all that fucking shit. Never really. Like I had one night stands, of course. Like, I'm a guy, for fuck's sake. But it never really resonated with me. That it's like, that's why you go out and drink and party is to get laid. It's the opposite for me. You go out and drink and party to have fun. Well, I could have played the guitar for 7 hours, though. That's right. Well, welcome back. But yeah, I'm 6'4". Yeah, I don't know when my next stream is going to be. It's probably going to be a while. I have some things and plans I need to do for my recordings and videos and stuff like that. Some testing, and I need to spend some time getting this whole fucking Python on the wraps for some projects. Actually, I actually had a thought the other day. First of all, I never been more happy than after I stopped doing so much Linux content. And focusing a little bit more on Windows. Like, it changed my whole fucking outlook on YouTube. And I know it's like, oh, you hate the Linux community. No, it just did. It just did. I still get yelled at from Linux people once in a while. But not as much as I did before, and that's kind of nice. But I was actually thinking about stopping doing YouTube. It's like, I've been doing this for like almost 4 years now, and like, got 1,000 subscribers a year. It's like nothing. I'm like, why the fuck am I doing this? Why am I spending so much time just to get, screamed and yelled at on the internet? And there are cool people also. I do like my Discord community. It's fucking amazing. It just comes down to the comment section, I think. YouTube comments, it's just a place you should not be, man. But it's kind of this, and I hate this about YouTube, that when you are a small channel, you need to do the comment section because it drives interaction. Oh my god! I wish I could sometimes I wish I could just turn it off. Yeah, Seahawk, stay away from that shit. Yeah, I will stay away from Seahawk. There's so much toxicity around that fucking video from the cast and directors and stuff like that, and not respecting the fandom and the law and stuff like that, that if you care a little bit about your comics and stuff like that, I would not do it. If you have no idea what's going on and it's the first time you ever experienced that, anything to do with Hulk or She-Hulk and stuff like that, you probably like it. I don't know. Yeah, I have this is how old I apparently are getting. I actually have 2 video subscriptions, but the one came with my mobile phone provider. And it's basically almost exclusively Swedish, Danish, or British shows and videos. So the BritBox, basically. That's mostly what is consistent of the BritBox. And I do like my old, English and British television show and comedies, but we don't have a lot of it because of licenses in Denmark. But the only one that I pay for, and it's only because it's the cheapest I can get, is Prime Video. That's it. Because almost there's the Terminal List, that's an amazing fucking video series. There's The Expense, that's amazing on Prime Video. Clarkson Farm and stuff like that. But 99% of the shit that's coming out nowadays are bullshit. It's politically charged bullshit. Let me tell you who to vote for and how to be and how to act and blah 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 blah. And it's probably just me getting old. I have no fucking idea. I'd rather watch YouTube. I'd rather sit and watch some science shit or history shit on YouTube, or body cam footage on YouTube, or anything like that shit than watching the latest fucking whatever series that's going on, unless I know for a fact that it's not, one of those. Let me tell you how bad you are as a person for being born with a dong between your leg. Okay, thank you. Thank you for making me feel bad for something I have no fucking control over. And for something I have never done. And no one in the last 100 years have done in my family. If not even longer. Adult films or anything. Yeah, Ingrid Bergman. Yeah. Or Bergman. I don't know. I just feel like Hollywood and the whole movie, television space has become a attack vessel towards straight white males to some degree. Like it's a weird situation, and I know we have done of course we've done crazy shit. Like everyone has done crazy shit, okay? Of course, everyone's whatever the fuck you are or feel like in the past have done crazy shit. But what is the saying? Should the child pay for the sins of the father? I don't know. I don't think so. Because if so, everyone have sins they need to pay for. Everyone. You just have to go long enough back in their history, family history. So yeah, I'm only watching. If there comes a new show out, there are some places I go to look them up. Like not who is doing it, but there are, I don't know if you call it video credits, but there are people talking about that stuff that I trust. And if they are on podcast or some of the crew, the actors or actresses are on a podcast, I may watch some of it just to get a feeling of what it's about. And you can almost get me to watch the first, the pilot and then 1 or 2 episodes on any show. But most of them I will drop after like the first 2 fucking episodes. They're just like, I don't know. We need more of the I want more fun shit. That's just fun for the sake of being fun. And I want more action movies where it makes no fucking sense, but it's high pace and people shooting all over the place, and Jet Li and Jackie Chan and all those are running around and kicking everyone in the face, and Arnold Schwarzenegger is playing the big muscle fucking idiot. Like, I want that back. I want like the 80s, 90s back from action movies. And Marvel and DC, they can go fuck themselves. They ruined almost anything. I do like Superman movies have not been ruined that much, and Batman. They're still watchable. I did the Dark Knight trilogy. They were really good. Probably one of the best Batman movies beside the Michael Keaton Batman movies. Yeah, I know the CGI is great, but again, I don't want to watch movies and be like, oh, they have... Like, I started to watch Lord of the Ring, the first movie, and I was like, fuck, this is amazing. And 30 minutes into it, I fell asleep. I was like, yay, this is beautiful. And then I was like, yep, I'm bored. And I never watched a Lord of the Ring movie, ever. I watched most of The Hobbit, the first one. And that was mostly because I really, really like... is it Marty Freeman? Or what his name is? The guy that plays the Hobbit. He's the same that's in Sherlock. I really like him as an actor. I always think that almost any movie I've seen with him, he's always been doing a good job. But I never watched any of those. I never watched or read or have anything to do with Harry Potter whatsoever. Which apparently is blasphemy. I watched one Twilight movie. But I was bored out of my fucking brain. What else popular? Oh yeah, Game of Thrones. I think I watched the first season of that. Avatar, never watched them. Don't give a fuck about them. Yeah, Harry Potter. Yeah. I don't want to commit to a movie that's... I do like long movies, but I don't like movies where it's like, okay, let's see how fucking we can test your patience, okay? I don't want to commit a whole day to watch a movie. For me, like 2.5 hours max. Then I'm like, yeah. I think 2 hours is a good kind of like breaking point. I can do 2.5 hours. And then I'm like, yeah, I don't want to do this anymore. If you have to stop and take a break, like not a 5-minute pee break, but like a break for a movie, like wait to the next day to watch the next part, it should have been 2 movies. If a movie cannot keep you on your ass for the whole duration other than you have to pee or take a shit, it's not a good movie. Paul Newman made some good movies. Yeah. I can go with that. Chicago Police, or what is it called? Chicago PD. Kind of like that show also. But right now I'm watching The Expanse and... what is the other one? Chuck, I'm watching a little bit. I do like Quentin Tarantino movies, yeah. Anime, no. I'm not... I'm like... If I'm going to watch a cartoon, I'm watching Family Guy, American Dad, South Park, maybe some Simpsons, Archer, Rick and Morty, those kind of things. The whole anime culture have never said me anything. Especially when they go down to like the, 12-year-old with fucking bigger boobs than my mom. I'm like, yeah, watching, fucking small looking, young looking peoples with like almost no clothes on going out doing crazy shit. I'm like, yeah, this is really uncomfortable. Like, oh, really? He must be getting old now, Paul Newman. Yeah, the whole anime scene, not the whole, like, again, not all, but a big part of it is, it's old guys that likes to watch two fucking young characters in revealing clothes. It's really creepy. Like, it's really creepy. Like, really, 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 really creepy if you think about it. And then they have, like, statues of them, or, like, I'm like, oh, he died. It's, oh, yeah, I get what you're saying. Again, I'm getting tired. I'm sorry for that. Yeah, I just find that this whole anime scene, because I know that, like, One Punch Man should be really good. I've seen a couple of episodes of that, and I really like that. I have seen some anime, but the only anime I've seen is, like, what I would call grown-up anime. They're normally not that popular. But when I hear people talk anime, it's like they're only talking about those, you know, school kids, you know, with big ass, big titties, and all of that fucking shit. I'm like, yeah, no. How old are you again? I could understand if you were a teenager, but 50, you say? Okay? And you have statues of these things around you? Posters? Do I need to be concerned about the kids in your neighborhood? I'm just asking here. Like, it's... I'm always alone when then you can only creep yourself out when you're watching those things. No, but One Punch Man, like, I think I watched 1 or 2 episodes. That was kind of good. And I can't remember, there was a couple of few others one I've watched, but I just can't keep the attention span enough for series and videos in general. As long as he doesn't drive a white van. You're 25. Well, it's still like... It's still creepy, man. Still fucking creepy. Still creeping shit out here. It's a red flag. Red flag. Warning, warning, warning. I used to talk to someone I was in a gaming Discord. He was also watching anime. This is the funniest shit ever. He wanted to ask our opinion about what dragon dildo he should buy to put in the back of his car. He was massively fascinated by dragon dildos. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking? There cannot be anything like a dragon dildo that you can buy. And yep, there is sex toys formed as a dragon dildo or dragon penis. And yes, people use them. But he was just fascinated with them because he likes dragons. And he wanted them in his car. And we spent hours gaming and talking about dragon dildos. And he was like in his mid-20s. And I was like in my early 30s, I think. That was a fucking weird conversation. Or conversations. But he was also a massive anime fan. I'm like, dude, you cannot... I even think he was fucking German now I'm thinking about it. I'm like, you cannot drive around with a fucking dragon dildo in your back window. Eh, why not? It's mental. Yeah, a dildo will look weird. Like running around or driving around with a fucking dildo in your back window. Imagine a big, massive fucking... He showed me. Like, he sent us pictures of them. Oh, I'm looking at this one, and they were... Like, they cost, like... Some of them cost, like, €100 or something like that. I'm like... For fuck's sake, man. And he was just, like... He was not joking. I was... Oh my god. People, man. So yeah, I have PTSD every time I see a dragon dildo. Or anything remotely in that fucking area. Oh. That's a fun gamer though. Fun playing games with, but fucking hell. And all kind of weird like, oh my god. Yeah, real life is scarier than fixed. Oh my god, dude. Like it. Oh. And I can't stop thinking about what is he doing with those, because I'm betting my fucking ass on that he's fucking playing with those shit. Okay? I am sure he is doing shit with those things. Like, whatever that may be, but he's doing shit. He's definitely doing shit. And that shit is probably not good shit. It's people are fucking like some of the people you meet online, man. I used to had a mod. He was a mod in my channel, and I'm like, hey, you know, like, doing a good job, fucking amazing, nice to have you in here and stuff like that. It's just like going into my DMs like, hey, do you think I'm nice? Yeah, you seem like a nice, cool fucking chick. And then she started to get angry every time I talked to any other girl. And she wanted to fucking, oh my god. She was like, oh, I feel like we are boyfriend and girlfriend. I'm like, oh my god, please help me. I'm like, yeah, but you're sweet. That's cool. I like, how the fuck do you tell her to fuck off? Because clearly she's mental. Something's wrong in her brain. And then she starts to DM pictures. Not nude pictures, but normal pictures of herself. Like, yeah. I also have I think she had a son or something like that. Like, yeah, okay, whatever. She lives in the States. And then I wouldn't hear from her like in a week, a month. And she would come back like, yeah, you can unmod me now if you want to. And why? I don't want to unmod you. And she will go into the DMs again and be all creepy and, why are you talking to this person? I want more attention. Don't you think I'm pretty anymore? And all that fucking. I'm like, oh my god. And I'm like, do you like, you know I'm ugly as fuck, right? As this amazing account. Don't you know that I'm a Microsoft lover, fake Linux user, and a slob? Like, come on, dude. I think she's still a mod on my channel. I don't think I ever unmodded her. Because after like a year, she just stopped coming by. This is years ago. On Twitch back then was a fucking mess. It still is today, but a lot of people back then they used Twitch DMs like a fucking Grindr app, Tinder app. You know, it's like you could just be playing games. I don't care if you're a boy or girl. You could just get, like, of course, girls got it more than boys, but yeah, someone would just slide into the DM. Hey, fucking like you, you know. Should we do this? Should we, like, get weird ass fucking pictures in your DMs? Fucking weird back then, man. Fucking weird ass shit. Fucking. Oh my god. Good old Switch, man. Yeah, them were the days. But then Twitch was not that big back then, so there was not that many rules. Nowadays you can get banned if you say hey to a fucking girl over there. And the other way around also, of course. There's so many stories from Twitch, it's not even funny, man. I never had a stalker. I have had people like where I had like a discussion with in a comment section, find my Twitter and Discord, and then that was just it. I had a few one emailing me, but I never, I don't know, but I never like publicly had a stalker. I had people that couldn't shut their mouth up about me in my comment sections. Like every video post, they had to put something in there, mostly negative. But hey, they are fans, I guess. I don't know. Luckily enough, I never really had I think stalkers are mostly for girls, if I'm honest. I think it's rare to see, you know, a guy get a stalker. Girls seems to be, on average, a little bit more put together when it comes to stuff like that. Like you don't. I have had friends that had, you know, online friends that do this kind of thing, that have had female stalkers, but it's mostly females that have had guy stalkers, if I'm being honest. Where a streamer I talk to have had a stalker, or a YouTuber and stuff like that. Rarely do you see it, you know, where it's the guy being stalked. It happens. But I don't know if it's the drive. I think that's just an excuse, because I think it's more, there are more lonely guys than there are lonely girls. I think that's what it comes down to. Because females in general are just more social, they have an easier time being social on average. And because when you look at it, most stalkers, it's the connection that they want. It's the intimacy, not so much fucking. Of course they want that also, but it's the, you know, being with them always and stuff like that. And you can't fucking fuck 24 hours a day, all day, every day. So to me, it sounds a little bit more like it's that, you know, intimate connection that they are missing. You know, that girlfriend kind of connection. And I do believe that there is a lot of lonely guys. Way more lonely guys than lonely girls. Yeah, night, Marcus. I need to go to bed soon also. I've been going 20 minutes over what I would have been doing anyway. It's over midnight here. But yeah, I do think that there's a lot of lonely guys out there. And then when someone gives them just a little bit of attention, and they've never been, you know, taught how to act or shown how to act, they go from 0 to 2,000 in a second. I had friends where, oh my god, this girl said hey to me, she must like me. Like, no, not really. Went out with friends that thought that every fucking bartender wanted to fuck him because they were nice to him. It's kind of that job to be nice to, you know, like, you give them tips, you know, you buy drinks from them. And everyone flirts with the fucking bartender. Of course, everyone flirts with the bartender. And they flirt with you for the most time. It's kind of how they get more money out of you. I do think that us guys be a little bit handicapped in that area. And could that be related to sex drive? I don't know. When I say sex drive, I mean the whole testosterone kind of thing. I don't know. But it's just what the statistics say, is that it's mostly guys that are stalkers. Sadly enough. and believe in self-knowledge. I've tipped bartenders. And I've tipped handsomely bartenders just for the fact that they were flirting with me. I am not above that. I was drunk and she was nice and she was flirtatious and like, yeah, fuck it. I didn't spend all my money, so she got the rest of them. You know? I normally went to town with like set budget of money. Back when I was really clubbing a lot, most people still had like, you know, cash with them when we were out drinking. Not a lot of people did the whole credit card thing. So I always left everything at home besides my social security card and what kind of money I could spend that night. And I was not opposed if it was like a nice bartender and she was nice to me and we had a good conversation, fun conversation. I was not, you know, it was not uncommon for me to then, if I had leftover money, give it to her. Or, you know, if there was more than one bartender that I talked to, give it to, you know, divvy it up to them. Sometimes the guys got some of it also. And sometimes I just took it with me home. It's like anything else. Like I think, like if you get a good service, like not like she's jacking you off, but you know, it's a good like they live off that tits. I was about to say I said tits, tips, not tits. You know, and it makes a big difference sometimes for those fucking bartenders if you give them a good tip. You know, not the tip of your penis, but money tip. The same with waitresses and stuff like that. It means a lot to them to get, you know, a little extra. And if you would have spent those money drinking anyway, why not just, you know, they are, in my opinion, when I went out clubbing, the money I had on me were already used. I already used those money because they were for that thing. So if I spend them all or not didn't matter. In my mind, they were already used. Of course, it was nice if I had, you know, money left over when I got home. But they were money I could afford to, you know, use. So they were already used in my mind. A flirtatious party is doing a job better. It boosts the ego and gets... Yeah, of course. It's human psychology, man. Of course it is. Of course it does. And let's be honest, sometimes it's nice. It is nice if you had a fucking shitty day, you know, and you don't want to put the effort into to talk to a stranger that probably never going to talk to you anyway, or only going to talk to you as long as you give her free fucking shit, free beer, booze and stuff like that. And then she pretends to like you. At least you know with a bartender that she is there to pretend to like you and serve you drinks. Like you understand the deal when you set your ass on the fucking stool. You know, you get the dynamics here. And some bartenders are really fucking nice people without being flirtatious, you know. And some bartenders are shit bartenders. They don't have any personality whatsoever. And sometimes you just want someone to talk to, and yay. If there's a nice bartender and she's willing to talk and she may flirt a little bit with you, I don't see anything wrong with that fucking shit. Give her a little bit of a tip, man. She brighten your day up, you're brightening her day up a little bit. Just go in with the understanding that you're not going to fuck her. Because if she's fucking you, everyone else in that fucking bar has fucked her at some point. Or at least the staff have. So that's a bit big flag. If she's doing it the first time she meets you, by the way, not like after you talk to her for a while. I had I had my own personal bartender, like a little. She was really fucking short. And the bar that I used to go to, she was a regular in there. So we always texted each other when she was at work. And I didn't tip her or anything like that. Once in a while I did, but for the most part not. We were just good friends, I think. I don't know what the fuck you call it when you only see each other when you're out partying. It was fucking nice talking to her. Become friends with her boyfriend and all of that shit. It was actually really cool. She's a nice girl. So when she jumped bars or had got work in other bars, I always came with her. And she sometimes gave me, most of the time, gave me a discount and stuff like that. Did some after parties with her, and it was really fun. It was fucking fun. Did not mind that at all. And she was, of course, beautiful and all of that shit, but like most other bartenders, she already had a boyfriend. Anyway, I need to get my ass in bed. It's like almost, well, it's 30 minutes over midnight. So I will leave all you lonely suckers. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. Go flirt with some bartenders and have some fun. See you all later.